the team that I 1v1 was Derek, because he like kept shit talking me on like opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I do not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think like that's just like his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on like eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. Like he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, Redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably Paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first answer, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very silly, so he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to take like isolate ones perfectly. And I feel like in a 1v1, he's probably ripping someone's head off. To be honest,
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny. He's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're to lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
Most used joke right now is we all start speaking in a random ass accent. I think the accent of the week is Italian. It's been interesting. So we'll be, you know, talking about serious strategy and just an Italian accent, you know?
So we've been saying Kappa Pringle, and like, I don't even know what the f this word means, dog. I still to this day don't know what it actually means. Like, it's not like I've like talked to Travis and like we've been like, oh, this is what it means. I just saw him say it once or twice. We like threw around, and it's like, I don't know. It's like a word that's used in like, if this is very absurd, very wrong, it's just like, yeah, nice round, guys, Kappa Pringle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like definitely like a goblin word. It's a goblin tier word, but like, you know, sometimes those words could really like do good work, you know? They can really do great work.
Oh, the most used current meme or like current joke is that we all call each other pigs. Yeah, we like all call each other pigs. We tell each other to oink and stuff. It's fun.
Probably just like the joke that no one has a job. Everybody on our team. We're trying. Hopefully we get signed soon.
I mean, for some reason, it is the Costco kid big boom meme.
Boom! Boom!
Because we play Teo, we call them the big booms whenever, like the grenades, like the nukes. So we'll call them big booms. I don't know why, like they always joke about that type of stuff, but it is the Costco kid, the big AJ, double chocolate cookie guy, whatever the hell.
So lately we've been, there's a song by Future, I forget which song. It just sounds like he's mumble rapping, but it sounds like he's just doing, like the whole time.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
Anyway, now we just do this little like sound after like we get a kill or when someone dies or something like that. It's just like a little like sound thing we do for fun, and it always makes me laugh every time I hear it.
it comes from Guiman again, where he says he's like rage peaking or like rage doing anything. I don't know why he says it, but it's like him and Sub Rosa are addicted to saying like they're rage doing anything. He's rage peaking. He's rage doing any. Like it's just the most used meme that I hear in our calls. That someone does a mistake, he's rage doing it.
If people know, they know. Like the flight emote when he sticks out his tongue and, you know, shakes his head. I'm not gonna do that right now, but that's the emote we use the most. We kind of use that for everything. So.
Either of my coaches, I would probably have to go with like our main coach, Cole. Our analyst, Fred, I think would do a good job with my money as well. Like, honestly, they're both number guys. Like, I 100% would not trust Satellite. Like, no chance. I would make sure that he's nowhere near my money with like a close follow-up from Steven or Smiley.
Probably Retro. He's probably got the most personality. I can never expect what he's gonna do in a round or even like outside of the game.
I'm gonna have to go with Big Nismo on this one. He's my businessman, so if I need to trust somebody with money, it's gonna be him.
I would say probably Ghost. He just has that voice, that persuasion voice. I don't know why. Like I just trust him.
So I'd probably say Brock. Definitely not Vapin. Every bet I've made with Vapin on football has gone sour. So I'm never betting on NFL football again. I'm never trusting Vapin on another parlay ever.
The first answer would be nobody, but my second answer would probably be my coach, Ocean. He's an old lad. He's been there, done that. I don't trust any of the players, but the coach, I'll give it to Ocean. He's got wisdom. He can invest my money. He can do good with it.
Oh, you know, that would have to be Fireball Ops. Like I don't know. His family has connections, you know, and I think that that alone is enough. I think.
To what my money? Embezzle my money? Oh, invest my money? Okay, not gonna lie, I wouldn't trust anybody because I hear some of the financial decisions my teammates are making, and I'm very concerned. So probably literally nobody. I trust my mom. My mom will handle that.
Sim, easily. You want to put all your money on that guy, for sure. So far in our season and scrims, he's the most consistent shooter. He's vocal. He understands what he wants. He can call around himself. He's basically like an all-in-one package for a duelist player, and I put all my money in him.
I don't know none of them, honestly. I don't want to give them any of my money. Yeah, no, I'm not okay with their purchases. I'm gonna keep my money to myself.
I would say Stellar. He's a very, very grounded, very smart individual. You know, I think he would turn my little bit of money into 10 times the amount. I trust him.
All right!
Shit, I think I'm gonna have to give that one to myself, man. I like little organic moments like that to get hyped up and to get loud. I think somebody who surprised me a little bit is probably Scuba as well. Scuba's a little quieter, but when something crazy happens, he's right there in your ear, screaming and yelling. So me and Scoob.
Yeah, I used to say myself, but I think it's gotta be like probably pancakes or paint. One of those two would pop off the most. I think me, Brock, and Spaz are usually more low-key now, especially after winning at clutch. I mean, I'll look to my left, I'll see those guys like win a clutch and they'll just be stone cold. So I'll probably say pancakes or paint on that one.
Probably Logan, to be honest. Logan's like he's like our hype man. In matches, he gets pretty hype after like a clutch, like a big round. So I definitely say Logan. Darkness gets pretty loud too. The other guys are just like, they're so like focused on the match. They don't really like scream or like do anything like crazy like that.
I don't know. I feel like everyone's kind of the equal, but if I had to pick one, probably Huen, my IGL. Yeah, he seems to be like, he just has tons of energy at all times. I don't know how. IGL for the reason, you know? So
probably between me and Steven. If you look at like the extreme outliers, like I think Steven just randomly, and it'll be like over nothing sometimes. Like we will like win like a 1v2 where he like shoots a guy that's 1 HP and he's like, I'm him, and like it is wonderful. Like I love it so much, bro.
I feel like we're pretty nonchalant, but I feel like Mel reacts to everybody else's stuff way more than her own. Like someone will clutch and they'll be completely silent and Mel will just be screaming into her mic like super hype. So I guess Mel.
Easily Guimon. Easily him. If you've seen Recoil's Twitter post of his clutch, the guy yelling his brains out. Our star smokes player Guimon. I swear it's him. Best reactions of all time.
I don't know. Honestly, my teammates are pretty ice cold. Like, it has to be Jakey, but it's not because he's over the top. It's because everybody else is just like, no emotion in the clutch. So I would say Jakey.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual, like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you get like a sugar rush.
I would shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal
warm up.
So I'll do a vocal warm up. It's also warming up my fingers.
Like, I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going in the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like one stream or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk, just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
Just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us. The time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just like just believing in yourself and betting on yourself all the way through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like, we can all, like, everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
The way we look right now is beautiful. I think that's how we should be looking.
Quarters, he will force one, and infiltrated the swing back from the steps. It all worked perfectly for Win.
Honestly, I think the competition this year has been pretty weak compared to other years.
Onto the spike, but nerve! Great shots on the BCJ as he runs away. Perfect read, and now it's pancakes to just enter!
We're one of those teams that likes to do crazy all the time, but we're gonna have some crazy plays this year.
We are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. Our way, the core way.
The defuse is halfway, and TSM know they have to fight through this. Spike's gonna be touch needed. Thanks for the timing.
I'm excited to transition to a new role. Mechanically, I feel like this team is probably one of the better teams in NA.
I can confidently say that we think we're the best team in Challengers, and we're trying to prove that in this split one playoffs.
You know what? I'm good with it. I'm getting old, Wyatt. Spray, popping it down. pick me up here with the overkill redux with the ace.
Teams are getting overconfident. I think people don't understand that at the end of the day, what's going to matter is when we get to playoffs and when we actually play the elimination game, and we're going to win it all, that's for sure.
Doesn't really need to do much work though now that that's toxic. Corona doing a good job holding it down on site. Zeldas is reinvaded with that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
We think most of the teams are horrible, so we're just gonna dominate and just win everything.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final week here of Stage 1 playoffs for VALORANT Challengers in North America. A lot of points on the line, a lot of money, and a lot of bragging rights prove what they got. I cannot wait to get into things. Sierra, Don, Roy, and Dan here. Dan, it's a big week ahead. You're debuting a big look for it. How's it going?
It's so funny because every week I just have something different. So it's like you never know what's next. Actually, this is last week, so yeah. But I'm super excited for the matches today. We were just talking about it in the green room. We said that it's crazy how it's such a stacked day. We have the top 4 that we had coming into playoffs, but they're all in the lower bracket. Like 2 of these teams are getting eliminated today. That's insane.
It's actually crazy. Like there is I saw these teams get knocked down to lowers, Roy, but when I still look at the bracket, there's a double check and a triple check. Like, surely not, right? Like, these are some of the top teams when we were looking at this split, and to see 2 of them get eliminated today, just wow.
Yeah, no, it is. I had to like blink multiple times to just make sure it wasn't backwards day. Like maybe things are backwards, but no, this is indeed where we're at right now. Of course, Envy versus Cubert is going to be the first match that we have coming up here. And it's going to be really interesting because technically this is the #1 seed and pretty much the #2 seed. So we're seeing on paper the 2 of the best teams battle it out here for elimination in the first round.
Yeah, Envy being the only team to make it to playoffs undefeated, now fighting for their life in the lower brackets. And when you're looking at an M80 versus TSM on the other end, the match that we'll see later, Dan, this one's also crazy because TSM was a team that was looking really, really clean, and M80 as well, but a couple of issues in the playoffs and teams that have really been scaling up, and now one of them won't get to fight for those points any longer.
Yeah, I just remember seeing TSM play that first match they played in the group stage and feeling like they were just maybe the favorite team to win it all, and now they're in this circumstance where in the lower bracket. I mean, this is crazy. These are the 2 teams that we had last year in Ascension, now in elimination in the second round of the lower bracket. It's going by so fast, and the competition has just been getting better and better, especially with rankers. I feel like have been this surprised that we saw it since the third split of last year, and they just keep winning. But now we're in this position where the best teams are having some trouble, and we don't know who's going to win.
Yeah, it'll be an exciting day, certainly ahead for eliminations. And let's talk about this very first matchup, this Envy going up against Cubert Academy, because again, this Envy team, undefeated, and to fall in the first part of this bracket, Roy, I think was a shock to all. They were on like a 17-game win streak, that then a series game streak that then came to an end, and it was right after Sign. Like I don't want to say that you're right, but it kind of did seem like a little bit of that org debuff, a little bit of the pressure kind of getting to them.
I actually almost forgot about that theory, but guys, I'm glad you reminded me. Yeah, I guess gods do bleed, and this is Envy. They've had a 20-game win streak, I think, up until that point. Now they're in the lower bracket here, going up against M80, or sorry, going up against Cubert. Yeah, exactly. But I would say that their loss to M80 was disappointing, but not a complete shock, right? M80's kind of been on the uptrend. Envy's been on a massive win streak. It was just a matter of time before people sort of catch on to the way they play. But this is most definitely one of the biggest powerhouse rosters we have. It seems like every player on this team can pop off and take over the match at any given time. So it really does feel like this is like the epitome of X Factor.
100%. And we'll say when they did get knocked down to the lower bracket by M80, that was a very, very close series. So Yes, it was still like, oh my goodness, Envy's loss, but it was up against a really formidable team, and it was a really, really close series. Whereas, Dan, that last series that they had up against Blue Otter, this first map was really, really close. But once we got to the second map, this was a lot more reminiscent of the Envy that we've come to see a lot more often, like a 13-1. Like that's a statement right there.
Yeah, like you said, the first map, 13-11, kind of what we maybe were kind of surprised about. Okay, this could be a closer series against Blue Order than we expected. And then we go into the second one. Is at 13-1 on Lotus. Just complete domination from a team that, as Roy was saying, teams might be starting to figure out the way that they like to play, because they haven't really changed at all. They're just playing this double duelist. They're going in, they're running it down. They're having fun. They're playing the fun Valorant that everybody wants to play, but it is one that can get counter eventually. And for these teams and challengers, most of them, as they always talk about, they're focusing on themselves, their own strategy, playing their own game. But when they're going against rankers, when they're going against Envy, it's a different story. They're forced into this very aggressive playstyle where the aim, the mechanics, everything for rankers have been so good that that's why they continue to win. But I feel like today might be different. I'm not leaking my predictions. Just saying.
Ooh. Oh.
Okay.
Wait, can you leave us on a cliffhanger like that? I feel like that's sort of unfair.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I'm excited to see this play out. But no, I completely agree. I think this roster has been extremely dominant in almost every way. It really does feel, I know I say this a lot, but it really does feel like almost every player in their respective roles can take over. Even Exer started popping off in the last few matches. He's starting to really come into, I would say he hasn't really been playing poorly, but he's just been overshadowed so heavily by Ion, so heavily by Kane Zera, one of the highest added players that we might have ever seen in the league in history. His stats are phenomenal, but it really does feel like whenever Kane Zera is having these sort of pop-off games, they seem to be winning a lot more cleanly. So I do at some point have to question how much of this team depends on this player that you see on the screen right now. Almost 200 damage per round average, guys. Average. It's crazy.
I think we're sharing some similar fears here, because I'm looking at that really close game up against M80, and Kane Zera did great up against Blue Otter. That was a great stuff. But exactly. It was a Kane Zera that, even if it was just one kill behind Inspire, if you're looking at the entire series, it wasn't the impact that we've gotten to see from Kane Zera, Dan, throughout that Swiss stage, which then really brings up a lot of questions, especially too when you're talking about this double duelist and opportunities to be countered. If you don't have the double duelist absolutely popping off, well, then things can fall flat, and the Envy, back to gods can bleed.
All of them have been really insane, but obviously Kane Zera is the one that deserves the most credit for these crazy, multi-kills. Right and left, aces, he's doing it all. He's one of the best for a reason. They ended up coming in as the number one seed for playoffs for a reason. And even just to talk about, we're looking at the stats against Blue Otter, but when we look at what they did when Rankers and Cubert Academy face each other the first time in the group stages, this guy ended up plus 30. He was doing it all, and it's what else can you ask? Especially because you have Redux on the other side, where everybody's putting Redux so high up as well. But Kane Zera is also having a story to tell, and it was looking better that time.
I'm excited to see Kane Zera. Well, even just the double duel is going up against Redux and this squad. Looking at Cubert Academy, Dan, talking about this squad, this was another one that when you're talking about these big names looking ahead at the bracket, the fact that they're fighting for elimination now, especially in the fashion they went down, is still just... This is one where I had to it wasn't just a fever dream last week, right? This act, they actually lost, right?
Hey, they lost against T1. I get it. It's fine. I get it. No, they lost a match against Winthrop University that we didn't think was going to happen. We've been talking about Winthrop as a team that is looking pretty good, but we don't really expect them to go that far or to win against these very, very strong teams. And they just did. So that is why the Cubert Academy team is here right now. I think that last map, we were kind of thinking, okay, if it goes overtime, Cubert Academy is going to close it out, but it didn't. So we're in this instance where I think they were even surprised themselves. I think I saw one of them in social media talk about maybe underestimate or it's just been the feeling that they had going against Winthrop, right? Maybe, we should be able to win. We have beat them in the past. We can do it again. But this was a different story, and I think Cubert Academy, that was the wake-up call to see what they can do today.
As well, I want to say too that this Winthrop University team has just scaled up so much in the playoffs. So for anyone that's like, oh, up against Winthrop, I don't want that to be the takeaway there, because Winthrop, they played really, really clean. And it was a Cubert Academy too that got really tested. If they went into this, Roy, underestimating at any point, I mean, yeah, they were going to get punished there. They did a really good job at kind of shutting down Cubert Academy, and they're capable of being able to shoot back. So Cubert Academy, I'm wondering then too, up against this Rankers team where we praise them for this shooting back, how this one will fare.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting for sure, because in my eyes, it feels like Cubert is one of the most consistent teams in terms of variance. Like in terms of the way they're playing, in terms of their strategy, it does feel like a lot of their matches feel very similar, which is the complete opposite of Envy. Envy's like every time you play them, you never know what you're going to get. But when you play against Cubert, excuse me, it really does feel like they're very consistent. They have a very a set identity. They have a very set structure. They adhere to it very often, and it feels like a lot of their performances depend a lot on the team, not so much on an individual. Like, yeah, we can hype up Redux. Yeah, we can hype up some of these players, but ultimately, when you look at all their match histories, the difference in performance between the top player and the bottom player is really not that significant. It does feel like their wins are coming as a team, and their losses are coming as a team as well.
Yeah, the fact that anyone should be able to pop off for this team, I think is one of those things that's really scary when you're looking at this Cubert Academy squad. But you're talking about hey, it's not just on Redux, but Redux is who we're going to talk about, especially when we are looking at this double duelist. And I mean, one of the top duelists, not the top duelist that we have in the league, KaneZera. So Redux, and someone that, I mean, this is his roster, everything else, and someone too that we're having a lot of expectations on. So even if anyone on the team can frag out, anyone can clutch, still a lot of eyes on Redux to be able to match the pressure that Envy has.
They have always been high expectations for Redux since he joined Challengers. I mean, now multiple years ago, 2 years ago. And he's been always really, really good. And he continues to be. I feel like this is going to be a big match for him because he's going once again on the head-to-head against KaneZera. And last time it was kind of close between the two, depending on the map that we were going to. You would see them both kind of go back and forth on the first kills. And Redux has always been good at doing that. Now with the composition where they're playing Neon in some of the maps, and you're going to be expecting this side of MB to instead be playing the double duelist as they've been doing with the Euro and the ISO. You now have a read. You now face them one time. You've been watching how they play. Redux, I want to see what he's able to do today. Is it going to be the same kind of performance, the same consistent and good performance? Is it going to be way more? Because it feels like for today, for elimination day, you do need to step it up.
And I think the very interesting thing between Redux and KaneZera is, I mean, there's no doubt about it. These are two stars in the making. But I feel like despite Redux's performances, he hasn't really quite been able to push them past the finish line. And what that means for me, specifically with this matchup, is KaneZera, his first engagements, his ratios are insane. He's one of the best in opening in the league, and he's one of the youngest players in the league as well. So we're going up against structured duelist, aka Redux, versus KaneZera, a very free-flowing duelist, a sort of style that his team is playing around and sort of embraced and sort of empowering. And we have this completely two different stylistic types of duelists clashing in a very important match. So I think this is going to be a very interesting dynamic between these two players.
Especially when we did get to see them face off in Swiss and Envy took that win. It was a Redux that was still able to pop off. We look at Redux and KaneZera, what they are capable of doing, and big performances on like this first map of Bind. And it was still then Envy to come out in a really, really strong fashion. So really Envy being able to back up KaneZera so well has been such a big part of success for this team. We'll have to see if it's enough here looking at this playoffs. But we're talking about the last series. Let's talk about the current series. Talk about the map picks and bans that we have ahead of us. It has been a while since we've seen the two face off, and we're going to get a very different look at a map pool. Dan, Lotus is going to be the first one picked up by Cubert Academy, and this makes sense to me.
So it makes sense to me because it's the map that we've seen Cubert Academy play a few times. This is where, I mean, we just talked about it. This is where Redux will be playing that Neon. But it is also the map that we just talked about, NV 13-1 Blue Otter on. So
yes.
I'm kind of going back and forth. You're obviously thinking if you're Cubert Academy, we're going to play your own game. This is a map that is really strong for us. This is a map where Redux can pop off from the Neon. You see all these kind of win conditions, but at the same time, I'm a little concerned about what they can do here.
Yeah, it really does feel like Cubert is really leaning into our own team strength. They're not really even thinking about Envy whatsoever. Because if you look at Envy's last 2 matches, they've dominated Lotus. They're 2-0 since playoffs. So they're incredibly well versed on Lotus. So this is an interesting first pick coming out here from Cubert. And of course, Haven being the second map, a map that is very good for Envy. They've shown they've beaten some of the best teams in the league on that map convincingly. And it seems like Cubert has been sort of struggling on that map.
Yeah, looking at this Haven for Cubert Academy, it's one that they even comp swapped a little bit, but still not able to find the wins. Though I will say it has been decently close. Like the loss against Winthrop, it was a Winthrop popping off, and it was 11-13 loss. So it's, you know, there's the possibilities there if we can kind of step it up a little bit. But let's go back to this Lotus and what the teams have been running, what we've been seeing from these teams, that being the first in the series. You're talking about each of these teams kind of just, well, especially Cubert, just we're focusing on our own game. I mean, that's going to be a hell of a lot of game we're going to have to see coming out from them going up against, well, Dan, the double duelist, but also some really strong pieces here for Envy.
Right, so the last composition that they played was the one that we just talked about with Blue Otter, and you're still seeing the double duelist no matter what from the first and the second time. Yep. But the most recent is this your ISO, which is the most meta, the most fitting for them, the one that they feel the most comfortable playing in different maps. So that's why they 13-1. I mean, makes sense.
I mean, Roy, looking at this and what Envy has in comparison to what we could see coming out from Cubert Academy, I want to know your thoughts.
Yeah, I think the very interesting thing with Envy's composition, running the ISOL specifically, is his vulnerable seems to be very good at just overrunning the C site, right? Especially on the attack side, where you just throw the vulnerable, it suppresses now. So if there's a sentinel on site, that's all the gadgets done. They're completely down, and they're able to overwhelm the site. They're able to use their Euro as well to bypass a lot of the sentinel utility. So I think overall the composition for Envy is very aggressive, it's very dominant, but it's not so good at clashing on the A control. So they're going to have to find a way to play around it, take A control late. It's going to definitely affect the dynamic here for Envy. And of course, Cubert is going to have to make sure they take advantage of these things and sort of manipulate that early pressure.
And especially when the Neon on the other side, right? You're talking about fighting A, you're talking about fighting Rebel, and that's something that we've seen actually Cubert Academy do a bunch of times. We have Brigands going in, the Omen TPing. You see the classic strat for this composition that has been working out so well for them. But that's the thing. Rankers, they're coming in with their own gameplay and with their own ideas on a map where they've been comfortable changing just a little bit. I think the ISO is a big part of it. And in so many of these rounds, I feel like it's just going to come down to what Kane Sarah is able to do, what this ISO, what Redux is able to do. And yeah, we always talk about the duelists, we always highlight them, but in a match like this one, an elimination match like this one, with some of the biggest names that we have in Challenges, you need to keep an eye on what they do.
100%. So going into the series, I mean, Dan, you had already kind of talked about your predictions a little bit, and you left us on a little bit of a cliffhanger. So we're going to revisit that, all right? Which way are you leading for this match?
Guys.
Let the record show. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I just have sometimes guys, it's really about the vibes. Sometimes I just get the vibe that Cubert Academy is going to win, and that just happened to be today. And honestly, Envy is just one of those teams that keeps winning, and I'm like, guys, surely at some point we're going to counter them. Surely at some point we're going to figure out how to deal with this ISO, with this Yoru. And it's been so good. They have so many crazy ideas around it. But I think if somebody is going to do that prep, it's going to be Cubert Academy. Obviously, the staff, the support that this team has, the way the roster was built, it seems like it's a good time for them to win this rematch. And I'm okay, I was going to say I'm confident. I'm a good 60% confident.
That's not
more than that.
That is not very high, Dan.
Did she dial it back? I think she dialed it back a little bit. That's crazy.
I want the records to show if Cubert Academy are hitting you up on X, like, oh my gosh, Dan believes in us. I want this to be shown right now. Dan only believes in you 60% of the time.
Yeah, but that's a win. 60% is a win.
I mean, it is more than the majority. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Technically. I mean, Roy, for me, Cubert Academy is such a strong team. No doubt about that. Double duelist, yeah, it can be countered, but the play style that Envy has, getting right in your face, always this aggression, that's a different thing to counter. That's not even going into comps. That's not even going out to out strat. Like, if they're just out aiming you, out shooting you, and just making you constantly respect them, what can you do?
Yeah, no, absolutely. it's one thing to watch these teams play, but it's another to experience it in the server. Whenever you play against a team like Envy, they're the kind of team that forces a lot of mistakes to come out because of how much pressure they like relentlessly will apply. They apply pressure on players that are isolated, make sure they're winning their ones. It applies pressure on people in terms of map control. It applies pressure on them figuring out how to abuse you. And of course, we have to, there's one little side note that we should definitely talk about is the Neon clashing in with the Cypher. Inspire's defense Cypher setups have been insane. They're very innovative and they're very annoying to play against, and they don't really have the util to deal with the gadgets. So like I feel like Envy's in a good spot to contest both on the offense and on the defense going into this first map, which is gonna definitely force some very awkward engagements for both of these teams.
And Inspire has been someone too, even in the loss up against M80, like Inspire was top of the leaderboard when we're looking at that Lotus. So good on this Cypher. And you're talking about a Cubert Academy doing their homework, but Inspire and Poppin, as well as Coach Leonard, like they definitely have been putting in that work. Anytime I've talked to Inspire after a game, it's like, oh, the team is going to do exactly this on this round, so we're going to do this, this, and this to be able to counter. Like, this is a team with a lot of depth for as much as we talk about this. Hey, they're just going to get in your face and outgun you. So I think that's going to be something that, Dan, when we look at these two teams match up, Cubert Academy can try and outstrat all they want, and I definitely believe in their capability to do so, but there is stratting on the other side, too.
Yeah, I mean, the other side is the scariest one. That's why they were undefeated. Nobody could deal with them, so... And then that is including Cubert Academy, who faced them the first time. So I really don't know what is going to happen, but I feel like out of all the teams that could go into a rematch against Rankers, Cubert Academy are the most likely to win the rematch. And if that doesn't happen, then they're making the lower bracket run. That's how it works.
I mean, it's still crazy. Again, this is elimination match between Envy and Cubert Academy, and Envy having to go through this entire lower bracket run. Everything else is just crazy. So it's a match with big stakes ahead. You're not going to want to miss any of it. So we're taking a quick break. This is your opportunity to get a snack, your last opportunity to snack before we get into Lotus. We'll be back. It's an elimination match between Envy and Cubert Academy, and the agent select is ready. First map, Lotus, Cubert Academy pick. But Dan, as you highlighted, even though this is strong for Cubert Academy, it's strong on the other end of Envy. Already some proven comps. I'm not expecting a change heading into this.
And guess what? They change it. Sentinel. Okay, Cubert Academy is gonna change that Neon that we just talked about, and they're gonna be running this Raze instead. I had a feeling that this was a possibility. I think it fits Redux very well as well. Yeah, it does go back to the more standard composition that we've seen from them, with obviously Nismo and the Tejo.
I mean, I'm a fan of the Redux Raze on any map for any reason. I think it's so fun and explosive. But when we were talking about on Inspire on the other end, Roy, to maybe try and shut the Neon down, I do like this pick coming out. So already a little counter on the agent. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Raze definitely pairs much better into Cypher than Neon does. But another thing to note as well for the Redux side is Raze is his best stat agent by far. He's had his biggest impact and his biggest performances on this duelist specifically. So I'm definitely expecting a different sort of style from Sentinels going into this one.
It's going to be an explosive match, surely, between these two powerhouses of teams. So let's head into Lotus, see who can take the first map in the series, and go over to your casters, Wyatt and Shift.
Yeah, it should be a really good one. And again, it is a bit surprising. We kind of have to do a double take to figure out what round we're in with these teams. How is this not a winner's final or possibly grand finals matchup for some people? But right, Shift with Wyatt here. And yeah, I mean, the agent compositions are about standard. We know that Envy's going to run the Yoru. We also know on the other side, the preference for trying to set up the Raze for Sentinels Cubert Academy has also been very strong for them. So any other thoughts kind of based on what the desk had said, Wyatt, before jumping to map one?
Yeah, definitely with Roy on the point he made of the Raze going up against the Cypher, because we had seen previously in the game that we cast last week as well, Shift, where Inspire was playing Cypher on defense and his anchoring was insane. He was rolling everyone over that was trying to get into the C site, and you just do not want to be a Neon running in against a Cypher that's going to be using kill trips constantly. So I think we might even see, you know, if Cubert continue to play, if they win here today, they go back to Neon. But in this matchup, definitely like the switch to the Raze.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that feels like some counteraction starting to come through. Scoop, look at the aggressive over towards C-Mount. He's got a lot of friends with him as well, and that's enough for the gate crash to send everything back over towards A. Razor Wire in their way for a small moment, but shouldn't delay this too long as Cubert are taking the long scenic route through B, and this should surely be a plan.
This is the freest of sights for the Envy team. Kinzier getting up top of the shield. Pop wants to take that initial duel, but nothing going to be offered to him. Just an honest 5-on-5 retake. A situation where I think Cubert can really thrive with their utility.
Flash game is not strong right now, though, for Cubert. They just have one from T-Dog. That's going to get popped immediately. Stealth drone already dealt with. Fault line avoided by Poppin, and his haunt will delay the play up top. So now you can re-rotate this back over towards the middle of the map on stairs. Dismo, T-Dog, first eliminations are good. Can they deal with the rest of this? And yeah, they sure can. Wow, clean shots coming through for Cubert. Inspire now the last one left, and he is zoned too far away from this location on the plant. So easy pistol round here for Cubert, only dropping one.
And that was absolutely clinical, and I expect that level of tidiness in the play from this Cubert team. When they excel, they look like one of the best teams in Challengers in terms of the teamwork, in terms of what they've been able to transfer as far as being regimented in scrims into the matches. Their utility is more synced up than a lot of the other teams. Their fundamentals are better than a lot of the other teams. That is where they can excel and where they can exploit Envy when they're getting too chaotic, too individualistic.
Well, very clean to start. Obviously leads to severe weapon advantage, including Redux, who there was an attempt there from Extra to kind of double peek with his own decoy, but does not work out as Redux is able to find the first elimination. Double tap working out for one elimination on the flip side, as that was a stinger play on the way in for Kane Zera, but he gets traded through. The Sheer also keeping this Envy team at bay. T-Dog following up, and there's just absolutely, well, nowhere to go for Poppin. Still pulls back one elimination, though, off the right click. That'll be decent, and now it just feels like a matter of time.
They'll take it. It's insane sometimes how long it feels like that wall stays up. Like they're just desperately waiting to try and help their one teammate who was caught in on B, but the rankers are just stuck behind it. Pretty unfortunate. All things considered, relatively clean though for the Cubert side, and plant actually will matter. Just on account of getting more money so there could be heavy armors against Redux Outlaw.
Well, he actually avoids the paranoia as well. Haunt destroyed, paint shell zoning off the angle. And Poppin's still kind of hanging back here. Not going to be able to deal much as there was still significant health pool still alive for Cubert. Plus, of course, the fact that it was a 1v3. But yeah, you're absolutely right, especially considering that there was a couple of sheriff upgrades and you also had a Stinger purchase for Envy. That plant will go a long way towards trying to counteract this quote-unquote bonus here for Cubert, which is going to just be 2 Bulldogs and a Judge large.
Yeah, they actually don't even want to bring over the Outlaw because of the plant. The money's going to be good, and also even more frustrating when you have the ISO taking point with a shield and your first shot is just entirely irrelevant.
Okay, we'll see what we get here in this bonus attempt. I will say so far, you know, the ideas from Envy are sound. I mean, you get 2 post-plant situations, if you want to call it that, in round 2. In particular, the pistol's decent, just can't quite hold on to the retake. So Cubert looking really positive in terms of their ability to kind of stave off these over-aggressive hits. And we're absolutely right. There will be 5 Phantoms and 4 Phantoms and a Vandal up for Envy. Mostly full armors purchased, so that Outlaw really wouldn't have gotten much value. On the flip side, it will just be a Sheriff upgrade with a Phantom of Cubert's as well with that Bulldog combination that we saw from earlier. So see what we get as the execute towards A is underway. Paranoias will exchange hands, and Game Zero once again falls for first blood. Huge first for Cubert's defense.
They've rotated here so fast, but still the superior weaponry is probably going to come out on top.
Another triple stack up tie. Yeah, nice from Ion. Just clicking heads as soon as they pop over the crest of the ramp, leaving Redux by himself. And he is a tough choice to make here. Can't quite lock on to Exeter's head over the backside of the site. And Envy are on the board for Will Survive, and that will get them really cruising with their bank.
It definitely felt like we got a little preview of what to expect from more of these Cubert rounds going forward. Despite being set up like 2-2-1 with only the Omen towards A, they were able to flood in and fight together before Rankers got in the site. That was a very fast rotate. They just didn't have good enough weapons to actually win out those duels. But I like that Cubert want to play with that pace and flood back in together against Rankers.
All right, first attempt now for full weapons for Cubert. And once again, showing a bit of force here over through C Long. The Rolling Thunder going to be called out immediately. Redux trying to follow behind that with Nismo right there with them. And yeah, everyone is affected, and these are absolutely perfect shots from Cubert. Really well done, and just taking the proactivity largely off the assistance that you get by pushing through C Mound. You commit for that Rolling Thunder, and now Scuba's on your pinch, leaving Inspire by himself.
I really like what we're seeing so far from Cubert. Inspire would have to pull off a miracle here. But it's the confidence from Cubert right now, taking the play to Envy that is really lovely to watch.
Couple of attacks to the wall, and yep, this is one of those. See what you can do, Inspire. Mostly just can you try to find a way to stay alive. But I love it. I mean, I think this is something that you talked about a little bit, and we heard from the desk a little bit, them wanting to play with a different level of tempo. And that may lead towards why they're swapping off the Neon, going over to the Raze, trying to counteract Inspire, especially when he's on the defensive side. But it also allows them the opportunity to let Redux play off of the breach. If fault line comes through, flash comes through, you can blast pack in. This time it's just, we've got free vacancy at C Mount, so let's throw out the Rolling Thunder and get more space forward. It ends up hitting everybody, and it's just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and a Rolling Thunder like that against this comp that's going to be playing very straightforward. We saw Envy run over Blue Otter with big, fast executes. The agents they have, their utility is good, and the chaos in brawling on the sites in some of those scrappy situations, but they don't have the initiator utility that Cubert do. They don't have a breach in the mix, and they don't have the Tejo, right? You could just see the amount of value that Cubert are able to get from that if they want to play proactively. I think we've only seen 4 rounds, but they have a great read on how to win this game.
Yeah, so now you talk about it, and it's going to be, one of those situations where as much as I think Envy would love to play with their own tempo, especially considering we are running the double duelist and we haven't really found value from Game Zero yet, there is a level of needing to respect the fact that Cubert can do the same thing to you based on especially what we just saw. So how do you open up some of these opening parts of either C or A long? How do we get at least some sort of a threat established at the front doors of these sites? And then how can we scale to get a little bit deeper? That's what you're looking for. When you're not looking for these moments where Kane is just kind of stuck in the mud, like being the first guy through, just walking up. You really don't want that. So can they find a way to get a little bit more presence, I think, off the opening barrier drop? That seems to be, I'm sure, the conversation point here for Envy.
Yeah, you're definitely right. The tempo of the game is not in their hands at the moment. And in order to recapture that, yeah, they have to slow things down. They're going to have to get some of this Vice utility out, try and get the wall out, take their time, because what they've discovered now is if we try to play fast, we might just be running into a big trap play setup where we're going to get destroyed by Taeho Breach util combos. We have to get the util out and then re-hit later.
Yeah, and it needs to be in burst form as well. You just can't lose the ground immediately, which is something that we have seen be an issue to this point. Salvo's Boombot's going to be sent out by Cubert, but really nothing is home. And I like this. You've got Poppin just kind of floating to make sure no one pushes around C long. Kind of as we mentioned, Cubert has kind of gotten frisky through C mound. This time, no action, but they will take the time to come back and re-clear this.
Yeah, and as far as Cubert know at the moment, those Envy players could be pushed up a little bit closer towards the orb or towards the door over on the A side. Of course, we know they're just going into this C hit where they've picked the right site. A good call from Poppin. It's wide open.
That helps. Inspire finding a lurk kill over the middle of the map towards B. Really puts a little bit of stress here on the defense, but T-Dog still in a spot to contest. Oh, Nisbo surprises Inspire on the re-peek through mid. So now you've got this to a 4v4. No retake ultimates available at the moment, but a lot of utility that can be spent, especially the drone first and foremost. That clears out just about all of Waterfall. Now the salvos can be used with the paint shells trying to break down this site. The fault line is absolutely well placed. Aftershock with it. It's explosive. It's dangerous. It's deadly. Eggster will drop. And now it's a 3v4. Cubert's still trying to work their way through this dark cover, though. Can Zera hang on to this? Another 1v1 with T-Dog. Still hanging on the back of the site. 2v2 they go, but Nisbo finds one. Time to come get issue. Papa trying to gain some separation, finds one, and the clock is just too much in his favor. A decent effort, but Envy will take the round.
Cubert looked so good on that. All of the utility to get back in was really picture perfect. It's just coming down to those remaining Envy players being able to circle around the bomb site, avoid that utility, avoid taking duels even too early. Just staying alive long enough, and then Kane finds that timing to go forward, popping, wrapping around. Just good individual play. Well, the team effort from Cubert looked better on the retake, but it wasn't good enough.
Definitely one of those things, though, I think it will live in Envy's heads of like, whoa, okay, this is a lot. So I think it's just really beneficial that Inspire finds that lurk kill initially through mid, because if he drops that 1v1, whoa, Cubert will just be all over you with that same utility. Sheer in place, Scuba dealing with the Prowler. Wow, he actually catches one randomly as he gets the kill contract out. Zera wins that battle, but Scuba's sitting here like, wait, what? Armageddon gonna cut across the front side of B. That will split up this offense, but Zera off the double tap can still hang and fight. He's on 3.
I mean, this guy is just too good, man. He has the shield popped. Redux uses the rocket. That is the worst feeling imaginable as a Raze.
Spike planted.
Eggster on the corner. Could be the next one to find contact here with Knights. Ooh. And this is one of those that, oh, there's the shoulder. That actually gives him a chance, but no. Ion able to lock down the angle, find the headshot, and we'll be tied at 3.
Keeping it so close. Cubert's economy is in a pretty tough spot after that one. Nice was down to 0. Redux's showstopper is removed from the field because he doesn't even want to fire it off with Kane having the shield activated in front of him. I mean, I can't believe Scuba. I mean, that is just illegal. Shouldn't be happening, but at least Kane trades it out. That round is all about Kane, though. On the refight into spawn after Inspire gets caught in the back. Again, it's just the individuals on this team being so sick.
Well, here we go. Dimensional Drift can be called right through mid. Nisbo trying to hang on to the front doors, even throws the proximity in, but Extra still able to find the free first blood, or make it free for now. Follow-up not going to be there. Redux Stinger in hand, able to challenge that dark cover. That works out nicely. Spike is still making its way on, committing for this B play. And yeah, you've got this opportunity to kind of still utilize big weapons, but the Steel Garden gets called. Now the trades start to go back and forth, but it's all left with Scuba when everything's all said and done. And swapping a shotgun for a stinger really doesn't impact, you think, the majority of how this 1v3 is going to fall.
Just a fake TP from Scuba can maybe get the first, not even. Ion looking a little bit too sharp. I like that execute in from Envy using the dimensional drift. And the ping from Egster calls out a paranoia from Ion that connects onto that one anchoring player from Cubert. And then they just overwhelm him, get the site for free. Nicely done.
Yeah, and I love the idea here on top of that is, you know, we just don't even dabble around with getting too deep with the dimensional drift. Let's just clear the site, get the spike on as fast as humanly possible. And knowing you've got the pressure on Cubert's armory, especially with the Steel Garden coming out,
my camera is this.
makes things very compelling. Boombot actually tags a pretty significant amount here onto Inspire. Fault line, Salvo going to be combined. Defense still pushing their way forward. Redux up top. Cyber Cage just enough to deter the line of sight. Inspire will find one before falling. Not bad at all, especially considering he's kept the defense interested on A while the rest of his teammates are on C.
Yeah, exactly. Hearing all that noise, he just called for the rest of the team to hit C fast, but Cubert are doing a decent job staving that off. They are able to get that one kill. Scuba found his, retreats. Now they can set up for the 4v3 retake.
Yeah, well, timing nearly perfect for Cade Zera, but Scuba right there to make sure that Nismo stays safe. Follow up though on the scale forward. I love this from Envy. This is more like what you want to see, I think, if you're an Envy fan. High-low stack up. Oh, the shots though aren't clean, and Scuba's going to take 4. I was about to say, I love the idea of Envy just trying to put the pressure onto Cubert's retake before they can even get into the site, but we got to hit our shots because that's just unexcusable that Scuba gets both of those.
Yeah, that was a great decision from Envy, and then a cool little play from Scuba as well, though, to credit him for teleporting across and breaking that little high-low setup that Envy had, where they then had to watch a couple different angles, and then they just do the 3-2-1 swing. It's crazy Inspire found a timing to even get one there. He looked
for real
so cooked in that corner. Both teams trading some good little plays back and forth.
Yeah, this has been good. This has been, I think, for both sides, a lot of really big positives to take away to this point. Prowler used early, fault line, paint shells combined to the backside of Mound. No one home, though. Timing not there for Cubert to find a trap play. So now they had to back up and rely on Knight's utility to try to lock onto the C site because the hit feels pretty imminent. Secondary Prowler is already on their way over.
And a teleport into the site as well. Smoke's going down for Waterfall. Cubert want to get back in. Redux is here.
Good angle. Cubert still trying to contest the cross. Razorvine to slow this down. Defense has backed up, though. 2-2 split on the Waterfall and Hall's setup. Nismo's taken down the Lurker of Inspired. That is critically important. So now it's just down to the retake utility. Again, no ultimates for the retake. Nightfall available, though, for Envy. How do they try to utilize that to slow down this retake, which is on the way? May not even need to. And he's still holding in the backside of the corner. Egster and Ion able to find 2 apiece. Scuba down the last one left for the 1v3. And it's not looking all that doable as he finds himself stuck outside the site.
It's incredible the rounds that Envy are able to rally back. It really is. Egster shuts down Scuba in the end for 3. They're in a 4 versus 5.
Yeah.
3 of their players have less than half HP, and they just take the fight to Cubert while they're trying to get back in, find all of the kills, break their economy. There are very few teams that are going to play in that fashion in those situations, and even fewer that are going to get away with it.
Oh, yeah.
It's so mental.
No, it's been, again, one of those things that kind of going back to that timeout, you can see Envy's trying to put a little bit more pressure onto Waterfall before the retake can come through, onto the backside of Hall to make sure that the retake is having to use more utility than they're comfortable doing. And at the same rate, you're also not getting baited out by these opening aggressive moves that you are really seeing from Cubert, to where we initially saw a lot of action towards A main. That is a trap play set up for C Mound. Doesn't work out timing-wise. So it's, again, just like the little bit of discipline, patience in the first 45 seconds, plus the burst on and through the site has really worked out nicely for Envy. And now Cubert kind of have the opposite reaction. How do we deal with this? Do we try to get more forward early, try to take away more space, or are we going to try to stack up our utility later and play a burst retake?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I do like how Envy, they have slowed things down just a bit. They're still playing a lot of fast rounds, but they've slowed it down enough that they're getting the information on where Cubert are stacked up with all that util. They're avoiding it, or they're cutting noise and then re-clearing just after. This looks potentially dangerous for them now, as all of Cubert are ready towards A. At least to some extent, you know, they're that fault line redux spotting, and Envy want to take it slow. They want to wait this util out if it is on the way.
Yeah, no cause for concern here. Extra just going to pop the dimensional drift. Going to look to see what's happening over towards A. Redux is out of there, though. Able to at least keep his life for the time being. And keep in mind, Inspire is still lurking over towards B. Him and Nismo have been in this delayed 1v1, it feels like, every single round. And they're trying to show a little bit of force up top on ropes. Now taking place of that, kind of passing the baton over to Eggster while Kane will get to work on the heady. And still, Inspire not a part of this play yet, just waiting for his time to make his rotation back through mid. Cubert stacked, waiting for the go call. One-way smoke fades them off to play up top, and they may not even give this a try.
It's hilarious how long T-Dog was just waiting on me. He knew Inspire was there the whole time, but it just didn't matter. I mean, he only was like a sheriff, I think, but it is just so funny, yet I know how frustrating that must be to feel like this guy is seriously still behind us. He's still waiting on the flank. Still, I know he's there, and then he kills me. It's like so frustrating.
It was one of those rare caster moments where it's just like, we're stacked, are we going? We're stacked, are we going? Is the fight gonna happen? Is the fight gonna happen? And then eventually Envy just say no more nonsense and just kind of push out to make sure that these Cubert members are punished. So 6-4, now going to round 11. This is a critical one here for Cubert. Again, coming off of their timeout most recently, they're gonna have a showstopper here. Have not really had a chance to do much in terms of a Rolling Thunder outside of the early one they found in like round 3. And just the one Armageddon to this point. So the ultimate charge has been slow and laborious here for Cubert.
And in the meantime, it's this Envy comp that excels with the ultimates on attack. The ISO ult, the dimensional drift are both so strong to keep that snowball building on this attack side. Now you have Poppin with a Nightfall as well, so they've got a lot of tools here.
Waiting for the time to execute. I like this from Cubert. You want to talk about, again, just feeling things out. A delayed play through A main with the stealth drone. And not seeing anything will give them the ability to continue to allow T-Dog to play through Waterfall, anticipating something over towards C, or the ability to get his utility back into B. Nismo's going to re-clear, and it's going to be like one of those 25-second left in the round executes here, as from the shadows will be called. There's the kill contract to confirm. That's going to be Caden versus Knights. And this is just delaying him. Whoa, and Caden not neat initially, but still able to win the gunfight. Now back into play with the double tap. Scuba on the corner. How much can he deal with? Only the first. Follow up from Nismo, though good. T-Dog right there with him. Now the Rolling Thunder's at the ready, and you're dealing with a 2v3 with not a lot of time on the clock here for your Envy.
This should just be over. 10 seconds left. Redux trying to get back in quick.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I love that little dichotomy of Cubert kind of sitting there and saying, we're not going to throw a lot of utility at you early. We're going to wait and just play the same game you're playing. Feel out nothing at A, nothing at B. Cool, I can keep T-Dog over that C waterfall. And even though the execute was solid with this isolation on the Knights, the ability for Scuba to stay alive to find one and T-Dog to get into the site quickly is massive.
Yeah, the Cubert Academy really had a read on what was going on the map due to that A control that they had. And Envy, it looked like they wanted to try and re-clear A late, but Poppin didn't have the util to do it. That C hit was read like a book.
I will say, though, Envy is going to feel really good about their ability to pull out that Rolling Thunder late in the round. I'll say that much, because they were running out of time, like you mentioned. So that's kind of a small win there, silver lining, if you want to call it that, for Envy.
Armageddon sent out really early. You're trying to catch someone out, and Inspire is caught. Not in the intended way, but Nonetheless,
I will say Inspire's got to be feeling really frustrated. His impact has been very low on this lurk to this point. Really good play for Knights off of his own utility, setting himself up. Haunt on the way forward. Still Envy committing in with the last 3 members. And yeah, Showstopper over the top will hold Envy just underneath the railing, and there's nowhere to go. What a first half. 6-6 the count, and both teams just taking the battle, understanding what the chess game is looking like, changing up their patterns and trends, and that is about as even as you could possibly get, not just on the scoreboard, but in how both teams reacted to one another.
yeah, absolutely agree. That was just a pretty cool half of Valorant. Cubert really came in with a game plan of how to stop Rankers, and as soon as Rankers realized what was happening, maybe 4 or 5 rounds in, they call that timeout, the adjustment is made, and it's neck and neck. I want to look to Inspire, though. You called him out on that last run because he had been getting caught on those lurks very frequently. But now that he's on defense, we saw him excel anchoring the C site previously on this map. Maybe he can turn things around and start to have a high-impact game.
And this is the side that we, again, lives a little rent-free in our heads because he was unbelievable. But again, it's a new challenge here, knowing that you've got Nismo, T-Dog, now trying to set up Redux. Good fault line, forces Extra to have to teleport back. Battle over the middle of the map, sloppy, but Poppin just spams it, finds the win eventually. We'll go into an early 4v4.
Nismo pretty low HP as Cubert are trying to stabilize. They want to ensure that no one is actually pushed out of B, and well, now they know. Poppin is on the run, and we want to make a rotate towards A. Extra teleporting back into the spawn, and they could get to this site before Cubert do. If they want to fight for it, if they want to flood in.
Yeah, good dark covers, though. That will allow Extra to step a little bit deeper in. Paranoia comes through, isolating onto one. Follow-up is just too strong. Cubert just so many angles coming through, but Extra, whoa, hold on a second. Follows up after the information is tallied by Poppin for 2. And now Inspire's on his high horse on his way over. And this is going to be interesting because Scuba's going to try to step up. And they're prepared for it. Do the shots land, though? First one's yes. Second, indeed. Why not? And how about Envy coming through on the pistol? Good reads, good shots, good win.
What a recovery from Eggster. That last second Haunt going up top, pinged out 2 players that were trying to get out a tree. I liked how Envy were set up for that. It felt like we were witnessing a disaster when Ion hit, I think, a 4-man Paranoia, but couldn't connect anything. And then 2v4, these taps are so sick. And to double up and fight Heaven as well.
Yeah.
Excellent play from Envy to bring that back.
Savo's out early, trying to gain some space over towards A main. Eggster gets pushed off the angle, Marshall in hand. Spectres, an Ares, and a Bulldog will build out the rest of the arsenal here. Again, great reveal coming through. Kane Zurich can reset the double tap as well. He doesn't need to. Poppin is just letting the Ares sing a song. Letting it ring on out. Oh, a little messy there. Trying to forfeit his body with the double tap shield, but the follow-up is perfect, and Envy will carry 4 very potent weapons into their bonus.
Yeah, all good. They were easily set up to deal with that hit. Inspire actually pushed all the way down C into Mound, and with that info, the rest of the team, they're just positioned on B, over in rubble on A, and they can just rotate in so fast. They made light work of that anti-eco. So now they have a pretty solid bonus, at least as far as, not needing to commit any new weaponry into it. See what they can do with a couple of these Spectres, SMGs, the Ares.
Yeah, a little bit of blind fire. Again, allows Envy to step up. Love the proactivity. Again, this is the question mark, though, and this is where we look at this lineup and this composition from Cubert, saying their intention has to be to try to bully out Inspire. Paint shells coming through already. A deep razor vine keeps Inspire off the site. Help is on the way, though. Kane Zero over through Waterfall. Quickly trying to come back through, plus the reveal. And that's what we really saw Inspire take advantage of. His ability to continue to help out. The decoy also going to help with a little bit of a flash, but still on the site are Scuba and Redux trying to survive this 2v3. Now make it 2v2, but Poppin continues to be a bullet sponge. 1v1 now.
Just taking his time, wants to wait for the sound of the tap.
Oh, just better on the angle, sees the barrel of the gun, and how about it? Envy will take the bonus. And now all of a sudden, Cubert had to be sweating a little bit coming back into a broken buy.
And I'm a little surprised that the nade from Redux went backside to try and force someone back. They still then had to deal with all the trips that were laid forward from Inspire. It delays them. Then they're getting shot in the back, over from door, dropping players. And it all falls apart right around here. And then, yeah, Poppin just has the Ares, which is pretty silly. I mean, the least bought weapon in the game, but he's getting the value.
Well, it's going to be upgraded now as there's an Odin on the field for Envy. Ultimates are also starting to be earned. Dimensional Drift 1 away. Nightfall at the ready. Kill Contract 1 away. On the opposite side, Armageddon, Showstopper 1 away.
Cover going out.
That's about it. And Cubert, yeah, you can definitely tell they're feeling the pressure here in terms of how much space Envy are getting early. The dark cover is going to allow Ion to back away, but you have to re-clear this with utility, and that's a lot of your burst entry right there from Cubert.
Actually just send it over. Don't even use Nismo's stealth drone. Extra, does he want to flash out of this and fight? They do. Trade it out quickly, though.
Yeah, Crossfire setup is there, but don't commit the paranoia to it. He's going to supply it with a dark cover. Armageddon can be called to see if they can catch him to win inside of B. Not the case. And whoa, we're going to try to rotate back, whether that be to mid or to C with no information. It's only 30 seconds, and Inspire's going to step up
30
here.
seconds left.
He may just get the free route behind this. Moment of panic here for Envy, though. Down on numbers, they're going to rotate back over to B, and they're going to trust that Inspire can just come behind this play, and they can use him as a retake tool.
Yeah, I thought Inspire heard the rotate and Envy would be able to beat them to A, but I think he got a little bit confused. Thought they could have been going to B. So now they've got the site for free. Inspire can't even flank because there's still a wall as well. This position from Kane, though, can he catch someone out?
Oh, I like this, though, in terms of a post-plant setup for Cubert, knowing there's not a lot of ability here for these last 3 agents to clear a tree. At least not by themselves. And there's the haunt that comes through. Salvos really well timed. Cade's in a little bit of trouble. Nightfall's going to be spent. Inspire trying to be the one to follow up on it, but is immediately read through tree. Now Poppin, hoping that he can find someone trying to check off the toggle, and that will work out. Aftershock now as an ability to possibly stop this defuse, but a small step forward for Poppin. He's able to get the defuse more than halfway. He's going to hold on to it. Oh, an absolute massive fail by Cubert. They had everything set up perfectly, but the Aftershock is not as well positioned as they thought, and Envy sneak away a defuse.
They just thought it wasn't possible for him to be sticking that. Despite Envy committing their suppress from Kane with the Nightfall both into tree, it still looked like Cubert were going to come out on top of that situation. That is so disastrous. Puts their economy in a pretty awkward situation as well in this timeout. Surely, Dapper weighing in, trying to figure out if they want to try and commit to a buy here or just go for a half buy.
Yeah.
Save into the next to get a full is probably going to be the maneuver. There have been so many rounds that have looked like Cubert are favored. Maybe not by an insane amount, but they are certainly favored.
Yep.
And then Envy just clawed back out of nowhere, like the pistol we just saw.
Yep.
I mean, that was a bit more extreme of an example when we're in the 4v2, but... And then here, they win the bonus round as well on this C exec. It's just... They make magic happen.
I just love how much this Envy defense is really doing a nice job of playing around the decoy from Exeter as well. It's not even just him. And they're just using a really good ability to kind of use it as a chance to double peek it and force you to have to take your shots. And well, the question that you had posed, are we going to get some sort of a kind of save into a full purchase? We're committing here. 10-6 down. They don't want it to be 11-6. So I won't say this is the game, but if you don't find success here with this showstopper and combined in with Guardians and a couple of rifles, this could get really dangerous really quick for Cubert in terms of total score.
I love these trips that Inspire has placed. By the way, they're both further back, so they can give up that front part of sight when the showstopper comes through and then just try and catch someone deeper in the sight if Cubert pushed too far.
Showstopper out. Immediately suppressed, though. Kill contract will lock up T-Dog. And Cape Zero has to try to delay this. Oh, no, it's gone wrong here for Envy. Offense finding their way in now very cleanly, and that late kind of deep sight setup is just completely moot, and really, for that matter, also destroyed. So looks like this will be a round that will go the way of Cubert as everyone for Envy is just backing away.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate for Envy. They were set up there quite well. I think Inspire maybe missed the timing on when that suppress was going to expire. Really shouldn't have been caught by the showstopper there. Well, eventually there will be a free kill for Ion. Not too important, but yeah, Cubert winning out a round where, you know, obviously it was still in a 5v5, but I just liked where Envy were at the moment. I gotta say, Kane's got to give up this Odin thing, man. I swear, the only time you see him getting too silly and not finding kills is when he has the Odin. Just stop with the Odin.
Yeah.
I like that. Yes, the Odin's pretty good on defense on this map. There are a lot of things you can spray through. I get it, but also, I swear, the only time I see him beef is when the Odin is in his hands. He's always fine with a rifle.
Oh man, that running Odin play we saw from last week, again, just to think of nightmare fuel.
I don't need to see any more of that. I really don't. Just, bro, you're so accurate with the rifle. Just tap people, please.
Well, 10-7 the count. Full purchase back into play here for Cubert Academy. Ultimate game starting to fade just a touch. Close to a Steel Garden though, so we'll keep that in the back of the mind in case Knights can start to pop off here. Inspire, wow. Inspire and Nisbo continue to find each other on the map. Nisbo has been single-handedly on Inspire guard duty. And I mean, for the most part, he's done a nice job of keeping him quiet. That turns into a double, though, and with that, Cubert should be feeling very positive about their ability to burst onto site.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for the game to shift dramatically. So much momentum for Envy that could be completely stolen away. Their economy is on the verge of being broken here.
Nismo finally dealt with, but not before bringing Kane Zera down to low HP. And that pretty much means that Poppin is the only one who could be a part of this play at the moment. And I don't even know how much of a part of a play this is going to look like. This is a very difficult 2v4. Still committing through small door to possibly play for isolation onto tree. Door will pop. Knight's going to give himself a battleground of his choosing with the Razors in front. Aftershock just to make sure things stay clean, and that'll be enough for Envy to say, nope, we're not interested. We'll just save the rifles.
Yeah, I know it's hard for them to not want to take a fight, but I'm glad that they listened to the angel on their shoulder and did not sprint in there losing these rifles in a 2v4 because, God, it looked like they wanted to so badly, but
yeah,
they need to save. That is the wise choice. Just head into the next round with a bit of a half buy, but for this Envy team, a half buy feels like it's basically a full buy. Doesn't even matter. Still always have a strong chance of winning just due to the individual talent that we rightfully harp on over and over and over.
We said the same thing about both these two teams, though. I mean, again, this is a loser's round 2 game. What are we talking about?
It's so insane. And then, like, how is this the first match today, and the second game is TSM M80?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, man.
I mean, I think there were a lot of people who initially were looking at this bracket and would have thought that either of those two matchups very well could have been the grand finals. Instead, Winthrop is going to play Shopify in the winner's bracket. That's just... we love chaos. And speaking of, a little bit of a force down here for Envy. Wants to take the challenge of Cubert front side of A. A little bit of damage tallied, but not too much cause for concern. The big question mark is, what does Eggster find with this gate crash ability to get back to spawn? Does he get first contact? Stealth ground is out. Fault line through. Still wants to take the battle. Bold. Wow, okay. So nowhere to go. He'll drop, and now Cubert are all over the approach into A. See, pardon me.
Oh my God, Inspire doesn't know where he's going. He is so good. Oh my God.
So Nisbo will get 3. Kane Zera still playing backside of the site. Special delivery followed by the salvo. Can't get the double tap to recharge though. So he will drop an Ion now in a 1v4. We'll once again likely have to see this go to a non-contest unless we stack and give Ion 1v1s. Surely we just let him walk into this crossfire. Well, Ion's picking his battles wisely. There's the fault line. Cubert, I'm sure, also want to get this rifle out of his hands, and that will be exactly what happened. So Cubert really starting to put it together here in the last couple of rounds. We're just down one.
And Knight's trying to send some shade to his former teammates after getting that kill. There was so much momentum for Envy, and then suddenly the game is completely flipped, and Envy decided to force that last round around those 2 saved rifles. Eggster just gets caught with the suppress, playing with a little bit too much reckless abandon. Could have just teleported away, but wanted to try to break the drone and keep fighting. Punished for it. And those are the situations that when Envy are getting away with them, they look completely unbeatable.
Oh, yeah.
But when they're being punished for them, they look a little bit foolish. And the other teams start to climb back into games, start to get ahead because they're finding advantages that they really shouldn't be at times. But Envy, sometimes they just do too much. They try to accomplish too much when they don't need to.
Really good stuff here from Cubert to kind of flip the script now. So, off this timeout, Envy now need to put together some considerations. And again, I just have to go back to where this whole map starts. It's in the composition swap up for Cubert Academy. And Inspire, who was so indomitable last time we saw Envy on this map, has been, I won't say a non-factor, but he hasn't been able to put together the presence and the solo island ability that we saw from the past. Not to necessarily say that this has been a just abuse onto the Cypher, but there's been a lot of that going on so far.
Definitely. I think he's only had 1 kill so far this half, and they've just been dropping a nuke on his site when they hit C. There's nowhere for him to play. There's too many damaging abilities.
Oh, what a shot from Eggster. He's gonna get one, get away. Everyone's still worried about him being in the corner, so a little bit of extra spam coming out as there's still some stray shots from Envy playing to the middle of the map. A little crossfire here off the stairs and the close corner inside of A. Trying to swing for it. Opportunity, maybe just a touch missed here. Pop it though, whoa! He comes up unexpectedly and takes out 3 with the judge. Absolutely no way T-Dog now left alive, and they're gonna use the dimensional drift just to find him.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
And Eggster just pops out of it. They recover 3 rifles. What the hell just happened? What just occurred? I mean, it starts with Eggster hitting that sick flick shot when Redux was jumping over the box, but it looked like Cubert were beginning to stabilize.
That goes there.
Didn't happen though. Poppin just chilling with the judge. The weapon that is the worst to try and trade out against. There's your daily dose of Envy magic. They win a nonsense round.
Reverse flash play just to get some presence quickly over towards A here for Cubert, trying to set the tempo up just a touch. Salvo also over towards mid doors. Nothing home free yet, so now the stealth drone to try to clear. Rolling Thunder also through tree. Inspire has moved sights, trying to back away. Gets a look that there's a crossover. And well, okay. First blood once again comes the way of Cubert. Plant should be secured off of that.
And no ultimates for Envy to get back in. Eggster has a fair bit of utility, but it's just going to come down to the brawls. Kane popping that shield, trying to find that first kill, get the subsequent by reusing the shield. We'll see if they can find some good duels here.
Decoy denied. T-Dog still playing on the corner. Here comes the full flood. But no, the shots is too good on this crossfire setup. Kane, Ion still keeping this a pretty decent battle opportunity. But the double tap not going to keep him through the crossfire of Knights and Scuba. Really well done. And that's going to now lead us to a 1-round game, 10-11. What looks to be a photo finish on the way as we have a lot of ultimates either up or just about ready to go.
Yeah, off those kills, Kane's got the kill contract, popping 1 away from the Nightfall. Should be explosive here. Certainly expecting the Envy team to force into this. It's kind of funny to see Knights getting these kills and just teabagging after every round. But that is one of the interesting stories of this game. He was on the Envy team, left. Rankers continue to never lose a single game. And now he has a chance to prove that he made the right decision.
Oh, yeah.
Knock them out of the lower bracket.
Armageddon 1 away with that orb from Nismo. Cubert looking for maybe some early proactivity into C. Smoke to block off Waterfall. Inspire still holding onto the camp just over the top of the doorway. Steel Garden gonna come through. Inspire takes the battle. It's just a 1-for-1 trade though. And now all of a sudden Envy have to try to re-wrap this back quickly. Kanzera still inside. Right click does a lot of damage but cannot find the kill. But these remaining defenders still have their primaries available to them, and that's enough for Papa to find another miraculous two-piece. 2v2 situation. Knights around the back. Gives away his position. Does he want to challenge in? Tries to, but Exter shuts him down. The 1v2 for Scuba. Not gonna go for the reload. It almost gets the transfer over for the double headshot, but not gonna happen. And Envy find themselves on map point.
Just barely milliseconds away. That adjustment looked good, but not enough time to get the shot off. Scuba coming up short in the 1 versus 2. And it's this Envy team just flooding back in together. Helping out Kane, who was just stuck there with a pistol because of that Steel Garden. Yep. But everyone just gets back in to support him. He acts as a little piece of bait.
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Now, quick trap play on the way. Armageddon is going to cut right over through B, see if they can catch someone in towards small door. Not the case. And beyond that, Eggster will actually get over towards Mound. Paranoia coming his direction. He'll just teleport back to stay safe. So, expensive opening for Cubert, but they get what they want, I suppose.
Yeah, control of rubble. You know, Envy have been happy to be pushing down that C side of the map, but they aren't this time. They're just letting Inspire play there, and they have the read. Look at their map positioning. They are all over this A site, ready to stop this hit.
Ion just double checking and making sure no one's in towards tree. He could Paranoia across. Kane on the corner, and Ion is holding on to this Paranoia. But Envy not the ones to take the proactive step. Still waiting to see how things go, and it's gonna be Kanzera inside of small. He's done his job. Finds 2. The fallout from the Nightfall coming out, but the trades are decent. 2v3 situation. Nismo still trying to get an angle on the corner, and Inspire is starting to lean back over towards B.
They heard that teleport. They know Ion is waiting here somewhere.
Oh, Ion misses the opening shot. Follow-up is good. 2v2. For Cubert to try to stay alive on their map pick. Pop it up top. He's been so good for Envy in these big moments, and he provides another elimination here. But where has T-Dog gone? Spike still in hand. Gonna have to commit to plant this in the backside at A. This will allow Inspire to cut off the rotation and exit largely over towards Tree. Haunt also deleted, so now T-Dog just has to use this as his Alamo, his last stand. The trails tracking him in towards Tree. Should be a double peek on the way. Aftershock trying to provide some sort of elimination barrier, and whoa, it actually does split them up. Now the Rolling Thunder's gonna get called up. Oh, Poppin gets affected, but not before he finds the elimination. And Envy, after the defuse, are gonna take the first map, which just so happens to be Cubert's map pick. You could sit here, you could try to counter us, but Envy still too strong.
A Poppin comes up so huge at the end there. Not the perfect play from them on that last round, but it gets them over the finish line. So many scrappy situations where they just continue to come out on top because the talent is so obscene on the roster. But also, definitely want to give the Envy team some credit in that first half for taking a timeout after being down early and then adjusting to the Cubert Academy game plan to be able to overcome them. That was a really impressive switch up. And then on defense, it came down to some good old-fashioned Envy gameplay, running around, fighting together, getting kills. But they're so talented, it just keeps on working.
What an unbelievable start to this elimination round 2 set of matches we have today. What a chess game it was. Again, the back and forth through the first half ends at a 6-6. Nearly got to overtime there for a moment, but Envy able to squeak out a couple of absolutely massive rounds. But again, credit over to Poppin, really the one clutching up in a number of those to get the small edge and get Envy on the board. 1-0 up. Send things to break. We'll go back to the desk, and then we'll come back for map number 2. Be right back.
I think the biggest factor that makes our team different is every single player on our team just has passion. We're all playing the game every single day. We're not playing TFT, we're not playing League of Legends, we're only playing Valorant, putting all our time into the one game. And it's like what I brought up earlier for my my wisdom of the year is the more time you put in, the more it will yield. Even if you don't feel it, even if it's like you're playing bad, putting in time matters. Like, and not many people just like grind rank. Not many people just put as many hours in the game as us, and I think that's what gives us an edge. No, it didn't really change anything. They're both very similar players, and that's kind of what we were looking for in our 5th player, is a player that kind of just fills Knights' role, which is just a player that can shoot, a player, like I said, that has passion, and that has chemistry with us. We all have played with Ion before in ranked, or most of us at least, and he just filled the spot perfectly. Maybe a little bit. I think that going in the last time, it was like, we have nothing to lose. We're all just like a random team, we got together, like a pug team, right? And if you lose with that team, it's like, whatever, who cares? We were randomly thrown together. But now that we've won something, I think there is a little bit more pressure on us to keep up like the good results. But I don't think it's anything that will stop us. What can we expect? I mean, absolute domination.
Doesn't really need to do much work though now that that's toxic. Alona doing a good job holding it down on site. Zeldris is reinvaded. Where's that operator? He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
Lower bracket elimination match between these two teams. Cubert and Academy, they get to pick the first map, and it's Lotus, but not going to go their way. And Envy, a strong start, 13-10. Roy, from the get-go in this series, Cubert Academy, they switched up the comp a little bit. They got a good run for the first few rounds, but after a timeout from Envy, things got a lot closer.
Yeah, they most definitely had us going in the first part of that first half. They were playing incredibly well. Everything lined up for them. The early breach allowed them to just kind of snowball everything. But it did feel like after that timeout, something in Envy clicked. They just realized that they're not able to clash with the breach like the way they wanted to. They definitely changed up their game plan. They adjusted their pace, and it seemed to start clicking for them.
Just in time, too, because this Cubert Academy squad, Dan, there's a reason that you predicted that they're a strong one, but as soon as we got to see this Envy kind of, okay, this is how we counteract, showing that they got the strats as well, they can counter back, it was really, really nice, but it's still a series that had me at least on the edge of my seat the entire time.
And at the end, it seems like it came down to the little details for a few of these rounds to make sure that it went the way of Envy. I mean, I'm thinking of that pistol that we just saw, where Exter gets it was a 2v4, Exter gets 2 kills, perfect timing, makes things even, wins the second pistol, and that allows them to snowball a little bit more because they win the 4 first rounds of the second half. And then you see towards the end, when it seems like there's a chance that Cubert Academy is going to make a comeback, there is the 3K from Poppin with the judge that changes everything. That I think that was a 3v5 as well. So once again, changes the numbers advantage, making it go their way, and doing little things like this that allow the set of rankers, the set of Envy to close it out.
And I think the very, very interesting thing with this first map as well with these two teams is that Envy didn't really have any players that were having outstanding performances. It really did feel a lot more of a team effort for Envy to close out this first map. Yeah, of course, there are some players that did have big moments here and there, but overall, they really did feel like they had a very good game plan. They knew exactly how to play around the breach structure and how to minimize the breach tail value. And overall, it felt like they came in knowing exactly how this map was going to go down, and they executed it extremely well.
And even first kills going in the way of Cubert Academy, Envy, really good job on being able to get their 2s. I mean, Dan, you had called out the Poppin, 3K with that judge, and then we also got to see Exter with a really big step up in a couple of these pivotal moments. But going back to talking about the player performances across the board, when we had highlighted for Envy that we're looking at a big step up from Kanzera, what can we do? We're looking at like the double duelist. We got to see probably one of the most even games across the board for them.
Yeah, it was definitely a back and forth between the two. I feel like towards the mid round, that's when Cubert Academy gets a little confusing. There was at least one round that I remember, but I think 2 rounds where we saw Nismo kind of they were playing a 4-1. Nismo was the only one towards that C side. He gets a pick and he just stays there, and that's when he gets punished. Things get even out, and that is something that Envy was doing constantly. Every time there's a numbers disadvantage for them, they're gonna look for you. They're gonna take you down, and it seems like Nismo was just there faking, but everybody had already gotten that info towards that A side. So there's little things like that towards the mid round that I'm just kind of questioning Cubert Academy. But regardless of that, I think it was a good map for them. It's just definitely not the way that they thought it was gonna go down with the 4 rounds in the second half.
And big shout outs to Ion, MVP for Envy from that match. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about Nismo and actually bring up Poppin as well. Because Poppin is someone that normally, Roy, we more highlight when we're talking about the IGLing and the calling and anything else. And sometimes gets to, you know, sit back and watch the duelists go frag and just chill, right? But really showcasing in this match when things were dire, being able to really step up in his own right as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he not only popped off mechanically and statistically, but he also had so much impact with his utility, specifically with the Han, specifically with the tethers on the A control. Like, there's so much of Poppin's impact in this map that were completely valuable. And whenever the stat black holes, aka Kanezera and Ion, aren't really having outstanding performances, or the performances that we sort of expect from them, it really does open up a lot of room for players like Poppin, players like Exter to sort of just sweep in and have their moments and have their impact. And I think in this match specifically, we saw a lot of it more from Poppin.
Again, just that 3K with the judge where I know I blinked and it's just like, wait a second, like this kill feed is just getting absolutely lit up for right now. It was big moments like that. And if this is the performance we're going to get to see from him, I think that regardless of how well Nismo or anyone else from Cubert Academy can play, this is going to be a little tough in the series, especially looking forward at our next map. Because again, this very first map in the series, this one was Cubert Academy's pick, Dan. Now we're going to be headed to Haven, and this one is starting to look a little bit more dire for the Cubert Academy fans out there.
And I'm wondering if once again we're going to be seeing a change in composition coming through for Cubert Academy. We just saw that they opted out of the Neon on that map of Lotus, which is one of the most common maps where we see the Neon recently, especially in Challengers. We get to see it a lot. But in Haven, they're actually playing it too. So I'm wondering if this is also going to be a switch up from them, or things are going to remain the same. Obviously, on the other side, you're going to have that Fnatic composition. By Envy, things in that sense should remain the same.
And I think the really interesting thing is that meta, the Fnatic meta, it just fits so well for Envy, specifically with how the roles are. And it's a big part of the reason to why they're 4-0 on the map. I really can't help but feel like Envy completely won this veto, at least the first 2 maps, right? We're going into a Lotus that it looks very, very good for Envy. Now we're going into one of the maps that they're completely undefeated on, playing it the most amount of times, 4 times, winning every single time, almost convincingly as well. And their last performance on that map was also not the greatest, but it showed a little bit more holes. But ultimately, they were able to close it out, and it really does feel like the map fits their playstyle, it fits their tempo, and I'm a little concerned here for the Cubert fans.
Yeah, you're talking about, okay, maybe last time we saw Envy on Haven, there's a couple of holes, but I'm still looking at the momentum and the bounce back that they had over on that first map of Lotus, and to continue that on through, especially to talking a little bit more about the comp and talking about how well this fits their play style. Like, this is just kind of a map and a composition that's just built for them. And if we're looking at an Inspire that was kind of suppressed in that first map, well, we get to see the run back of the Cypher. When we're getting to see a Poppin that's already doing so well, like this, like looking at all the supporting cast here, Roy, and not even just the duelists. Like, this is everyone performing like in their ideal agents. Wow, we're just so hard, guys. But
English hard language.
It's so hard, but they're all on ideal roles. This should be really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to, okay, obviously Inspire's a big talking point, right? His setups have been so annoying to deal with. It did feel like Cubert dealt with it a little bit better this time around. But overall, ultimately, his defense setups and the amount of pressure and confidence this team has in him to just hold things down solo, control information flow, kind of take things into his own hand on his own part of the map is outstanding. But I do want to draw a little bit more attention to Exter, a player that played phenomenally well strategically on this first map. He was able to abuse the Yoru TPs. He was all over the place, constantly messing with the reactions, messing with the timings, forcing Cubert to make so many decisions, and then boom, teleport. He's right there to deal with that. So now we're going into a map where it is a very Yoru dominant map. You can opt from sewers, and suddenly next thing you know, oh, he's on C, opting there as well. So a lot of the timings get really messed up when you're going up against the Yoru on this map. And I feel like Extra is kind of heating up, setting himself up for what could be a great map for him.
Especially the way that MV like to play, right? Just playing it very, very fast, and in a map that just fits, like you said, Roy, their style so well, and the way that they've been wanting to play, the way that they've been getting these wins. But on the other side, there has to be a change in composition coming through, because this Neon, it has not worked out. It did not work out last time when Winthrop, I mean, this is what we saw last week, right? Winthrop against Cubert Academy. It was a 13-11 going to set up Winthrop. And yeah, we see the change from the first time that they played this, where it was Redux on the Jet, to then going to the Neon, to now, I mean, potentially going back to the Jet. I'm not really sure. It just seems like Neon is not going to be the answer for what Rankers wants to do. They want you to play into their pace, and that's why they lost last time around too. You're playing into exactly what Rankers want you to do.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the duelist thing is going to be a little awkward for them. They're definitely going to have to figure that out. But on a positive note for Cubert, I think the Sentinel that they've chosen, the Vice, pairs extremely well into the style that Envy likes to play. They like to play very fast, flat on their defense. They like to just interrupt you before you get established in the pulse plant, a style that works very well against the Breach. But when you're going up against the Vice, there's so many thorns that you're going to have to deal with. And if they have, if they're using their lineups correctly, or if they're timing their util correctly, it's going to be incredibly awkward for Envy to flood onto these sites and sort of get their impact and secure their win condition, something that they've done almost in every one of their Haven matches. So it'll be really interesting to see that dynamic specifically as well.
I definitely think I'm on the side of we're going to see another composition switch, even if just slightly coming out from Cubert Academy. But do want to call back to like their recent results on this. It was a very close match against Winthrop University. So, you know, it's not like they're getting completely blown out of the water here. So it's, I think, just a little bit of tweaks. But the agent select's ready, so we don't have to speculate too much about what Cubert Academy can do, as yet again, this is fighting to stay alive here in the lower bracket, an attempt to take us to a game number 3. And if we're going, okay, we're getting not just tweaks, Dan, we're going to swapperoo the entire thing.
We're going for the basic, the classic composition here in Haven for the side of Cubert Academy. We talked about Redux on the Jet, but I think in general, we were seeing T-Dog on the Tejo as well. So they're just going full standard for this one.
All right, Roy, I mean, this is something we've seen from them before, looking way back in the Swiss stage, but it was also something that didn't really work out, which is where we saw the changes. So I'm intrigued about the going back to this.
Yeah, I think they're definitely leaning on comfort at this point. I do feel like the Jet pairs a little weirdly, and the Cypher pairs a little weirdly into Envy's composition, but as long as they have an idea of how to minimize that value, how to deal with the ISO late peaks with the shield up, and where to position the op for Redux on in the defense side, they should be all right. But I am heavily in favor for Envy here and going to the second map.
All right, it's a Haven that for Envy, their map pick, and one map away from staying alive here and keeping on this lower bracket run. Will Cubert Academy going back to comfort take this win? We'll have to see. Our casters are ready. The map is ready. So let's head back over to Wyatt and Shift.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I really like the conversation point that Roy brings up, kind of off the assumption of what we thought that we were going to get from Cubert Academy and how things like the Vice Tejo can play into what Envy likes to run. But instead, not feeling comfortable after their loss to Winthrop has them going all the way back to the middle of February to play this composition, which is when they last had it out. So what are your kind of thoughts on this, Wyatt? Kind of seeing Cubert try something relatively fresh going into Envy's map pick where we know they're so strong.
Yeah, I think they needed to switch something up, and the easiest swap to make is to play the standard default comp. Probably feels pretty bad for them, considering I think a lot of their big util executes and retakes looked so well drilled, but that just hasn't been enough for them on this map. Something needed to change, and it desperately needs to change now. I mean, Envy, I like this pick coming in from them, despite only having, I think, only a handful of actual runs on this map. They beat Blue Otter the other day. It's just a good anti. Like, I agree with Roy. They won the map pick then. They're in prime position to take this series 2-0.
Definitely feels that way. I think in particular, the offensive side for Envy had looked really strong versus Blue Otter. Ooh, T-Dog standing tall right in the face of all of this Envy utility. He comes away with one. And actually, to be honest with you, Cubert are going to hold on to the site here, at least the backside of the site. Still trying to get themselves a bit further forward are Envy, but Knights is on a good angle, setting up the crossfire, teleporting to the backside of the site is Iron, not able to get anything going, and Poppin has to leave. So, yeah, really strong hold here from Cubert to start off with the pistol.
That's just an excellent flood back in, playing together. Nismo providing that supplementary utility for everyone in the flood to actually get in position, take some of those good duels, and T-Dog gets the first. A great way to start. We did see, even despite the loss on Lotus, when Cubert were on defense, they were good in those flood retaking positions.
Well, the plant will still come third for Poppin. See if he can find any eliminations to go with it. Well, he hears all that pitter-patter. Elephants on parade coming through B-Link. First right click misses. The left click will at least connect for one, but pretty comfortable, all things told, for Cubert. Again, I just love their ability to get that quick rotation out from garage and in towards the site and not just try to play retake, but try to contest. I like that.
Cubert are having some serious deliberation as to who's going to be getting the defuse. They were waiting there for a second, but they want to try and get that Rolling Thunder as early as possible. And Nismo, well, that's his first sword, so it's going to be a while, but all good. You got to start somewhere, brick by brick.
Okay. Clean there for Cubert. Has them opting into an Outlaw Guardian and 3 Bulldogs. Stinger's still going to get purchased here for KaneZera, just trying to see if he can use that as a chance to get a rundown, maybe collect a weapon, make this more doable for Envy. Not outside of the realm of possibility or expectation. If you've seen it once, you've seen it a million times.
Yeah, they love to run that round 2 Stinger and a prayer play.
Nearly working out. Aftershock across. Shock Dart there as well. Trying to flood this, but KaneZera does take down one. Decoy all the way in. Whoa. Redux through the smoke in with a connected. How about the follow-up? Just spamming it down. You can try to push forward. You can try to take our weapons, but we're right here. We're not going to let you do that.
Yeah, I love that from T-Dog. The second that Stinger was down on the ground, aware that they're going to try to recover it, and he just takes the fight right to them as the Envy side tried to get out of the dark cover. Overall, can't be too mad at that. Pretty clean. You only lose 1 weapon, but of course it puts Envy in an awkward position. One of their players with a bad buy, though. Is the Ares a bad buy for Poppin?
I'm about to say
the lone Ares player on the entire globe. Poppin might be the top 1 Ares user.
I mean, based on what we saw from last map, I'd be willing to put that wager in.
It might be a competition of him versus no one else, but he's still winning.
Yep. Winning's winning. Fault line making its way right across through sewer. Redux right there with it. Flash pops come through, just the information and the backup. Exter does get tagged off that, but gains the ability to play through sewer. T-Dog wants to step up a little bit with the Spectre. He's still got good support nearby with Nismo behind him on connector. Redux playing just over the stack of the boxes. And Envy are going to kind of back up and really take their time on this.
Yeah, they've left Inspire inserted over at A long, so
time to jump.
They want to be able to pivot back to him and go for an A execute later in the round. Just leave that open as an option while they work elsewhere. And drone garage and draw some of these rotates.
Well, Knights is sitting there saying, I'm good, guys. Go ahead and keep the stack up over towards A. This might work out for them, but Ion is watching on the angle through sewer, finds the elimination onto T-Dog. Redux still in the same position, but unlikely to be able to connect, especially with those stray Guardian shots coming through. Keep in mind, you have the opportunity, if you look to the minimap, on this long wrap from KaneZera, but it may need to not be a long wrap. It needs to be a quick wrap because this hit from the front is being stifled once again.
Yeah, things have gotten really disconnected for Envy now in the mid-round. They're trying to rush the spike over to B, 2 versus 4. And Redux is hitting some snappy shots with that Guardian. Had no business getting a couple of those kills, but it's just so lethal with the aim.
2v4 situation, post-plant will be split. Kane making sure no one wraps over through C-Link. Ion will just back up, allow this Dark cover to try to give some separation to Kane, but he's been affected by the fault line, and he will be, whoa, that should be dealt with. Not yet. Double tap's gonna get reset, finds that. Can't snap the link, get the shield back again, but it doesn't make a difference. Whoa, Kane, Zera. And around that looked completely unwinnable 2v4. How about the 3-piece from Kane?
That is just otherworldly. This guy is so different. In the regular season, he was by far the statistical leader in the entire league. No one was even within touching distance of the numbers that he was putting up. He started a little bit slow that first series, the first loss that this Envy team has had since debuting. He was struggling, but man, he is bouncing back. He has had some fantastic multi-kills so far today.
Well, Extra will walk down with this wall just a touch. Redux over the dark cover. Just the pixel peaks just barely not quite there. So no contact. We stay 5v5. Kill contract trying to come through. No one home, though. So now you're going to try to get a walk down through C long, but Inspire is fine with it. Redux is also still sniping over the top of mid, and that will shut down the lurk. So now it's just down to how far forward does Envy get on to try to take this site? And oh, wow. Knight's just spamming, finds a little elimination, and Envy will have to play a 3v5 post plan.
Got one coming up the flank as well, T-Dog. C long, but Envy want to fight forward.
Have to. This is not an option to back off. And they run right into the winning arms of most of this Cubert defense. Ion in the corner. Yep, no problems for Redux. Not at all. Yeah, absolutely pivotal. I mean, because initially, with Redux trying to take that upward angle with the op, you think, okay, he's going to be good for first blood here behind this wall, but never able to actually see Extra, but instead the track back over to mid works out for first blood, shuts down the lurk, and Cubert just suffocates C.
Yeah. Shuts down the lurk is a phrase that we've been using a lot so far in this series. Inspire has to adjust the way that he's playing, because more than anything, I think that Cubert found success with, it's been exploiting him. They've been able to kill him on both maps in mid-lurk positions far too frequently. He's got to wait for a better timing in some of these situations. Cubert are just so aware of his maneuvers at this point.
Yeah.
All right, Envy thrown back onto the eco. They've got one stinger, as always, this time with Eggster, though.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury are at the ready. Orb can be clutch for the defense as well. But the rundown, I mean rundown, C long, has got him into sight. They're going to get a post-plant setup here. Now, again, this is just, again, Stinger, double Sheriffs. Not exactly what you'd call formidable weaponry, but Inspire is making his way around this play. If Eggster and company can hang on, kill some time, maybe there's a chance. Aldrun to clear out Garage. Knives are out for the retake for Redux. Hunter's Fury gonna get called through. That shuts down Nismo. And he's able to find Knights! What? Popping for two. Now this lurk is gonna be here from Inspire, and Cubert have already committed to sitting there and saying, we're gonna save Inspire. Would have loved to have a couple of those shots back, but doesn't make a difference. Envy's going to get the round.
I think that was just a beautiful combination. Kane Zera getting the suppress and the vulnerable onto all those players stacked up in spawn into the Hunter's Fury. What a round to win. What a Uzil combo to just flip that on its head.
Unreal. And again, it's popping. Just that might be all we need to say after map number one. Late into the second half, he comes away with a couple of big doubles. This time it's a Hunter's Fury. He gets perfect timing, perfect positioning off of it for 2 eliminations. That's remarkable, literally remarkable.
Yeah, he really has been finding some high impact kills with consistency. Really stepping it up.
Well, trying to channel some of that magic is T-Dog. Not going to connect through C long. This one across the map, diagonally not going to hit or really stop this play onto B. Quick plant on the way. Paranoia could be cut on both sides, but Cubert not quite able to force this issue yet. Kane Zera, oh my goodness, he's got the hot hand. And let him cook. Popping backside of the site. Looking decent. Kane for 3. Eggster able to find the final. And now all of a sudden, the momentum in this map has completely switched over to the favor of Envy.
I do really like that proactivity from Envy, realizing that they could get into that B site with some speed, get the spike down while that Hunter's Fury was going off, while there was more presence being shown on the map towards C. And then it's just Caden0. He simply walks onto the angle, and Redux just can't find the shot. He just couldn't get the trade. And if you can't get the trade fast enough against one of these Envy players, you're so cooked. They're not going to miss. All of your mistakes against this Envy team will be punished by virtue of them not missing and swinging into you. Like, you have to be so coordinated in all situations against them, and your fundamentals have to be so on point.
Oh yeah.
You're going to get punished because they're not going to miss.
Well, this is going to be a really compelling 7th round. I know it's early days still for map number 2, but in an elim round where you're already down 0-1, Cubert are going to kind of, I won't say limp into this. They're going to have full weaponry, but a lot of light armor. So you're looking at Redux, who's going for that operator pick. Knives have already been spent and not really able to find much besides just the one pick after the round is already unwinnable. So is there going to be any sort of intention here with, especially off this tech pause, where Redux, Nismo, and T-Dog are stacked? Can they get Nismo enough clearance through A-Long to get him the orb, get him a Rolling Thunder, and really throw a mix into how Envy have to approach this next round?
Yeah, just try and get Redux posted up on that A main angle, hold it down so they can have the Rolling Thunder, play for one of those situations that they've excelled at, like a Flood. That's where they've been really good, and the Rolling Thunder is an exceptionally strong tool in those situations. So
yeah,
that's what Cubert are hoping to have. They would love a little situation like that to come up here with their economy on the line.
Well, there's the play. Orb just going to be freely collected behind the recon bolt, but no patience here for Envy. Speeding their way forward, trying to show force over towards B. Can they bait this Rolling Thunder out? Are they even going to need to? Are they just going to go straight for the plant? Sure are. Rolling Thunder's still going to come through, though. It affects everything inside the site. There's still support here, though. Popping from the front is only held by a dark cover, but the spam shots from Nismo are able to find one elimination and still pull everything back. The spike has made its way out, though, and now they're over towards C, where they can join Scuba, who's gotten deep. See if there's an opportunity for him to stay alive. Knight's still trying to get into the site. And honestly, for Envy, this is not comfortable, not at all, as Knights is playing top logs for 3, and the neural theft will confirm that Egg is completely out of this play.
Cubert doing a beautiful job of controlling backside C there. Just playing around Knight's setup. He has the trips on either side of default with the cages, and then Scuba teleporting in to get that forward position. That was really excellent to lock down the site. Just kept all of Envy clumped together.
30 seconds
And then when the
left.
cages drop, they just swing onto them together. Scuba and Knights over on logs. That was very well played.
Yeah. And just like that, now you start to swing the conversation back over to the direction of Cubert. Now, granted, both teams have been able to establish some pretty healthy bank accounts, so we haven't had a save 3.5 buy round in a while. But the Rolling Thunder gets queued out, and Nismo able to follow up with 2 eliminations afterwards to at least get some of that charge back. Maybe a world where he can get this thing back in critical moment before the halftime comes into play. But on the other side, Envy now the ones you really look towards to see if they can swing this back their direction with a handful of ults at the ready. And yeah, this Rolling Thunder, I initially thought they were going to try to just bait it out, especially if you're already hearing that orb getting picked up. But no, they commit for it. They find a couple of connections and makes life that much easier trying to defend C.
All right, heading into this round, well, actually, there are a couple potential ults on the table. Both Kane and Eggstar just one away from either of those duelist ultimates. Redux trying to find an angle with that AWP. Actually, Scuba took a ton of damage over at C. That was just random spam through the dark cover, and he is in a tough spot now.
You see Eggstar's trying to find the right time to pop the dimensional drift. Scuba's just going to tuck himself into a corner. Going 1-for-1 here would be fine considering his health pool. Aldrone going to scout this out, though. Has to bag up. Flash on the way in. Paranoia. No, double tap in the way. Also, the reveal happens over towards Knights on the left side of the site. So now Cubert, whoa, I was going to say, should have a pretty tough question here about how do we get back into sight, but that little push out from Kane's there makes life a little bit easier. The dark cover starts to fade. Dimensional drift in play for Extra, so he's not really in this play right now. Can you give the information to Pop and to come up clutch again? Oh, only able to find one. T-Dog, Nismo, Redux, the three still left alive. Extra is out of sight, and he may be out of mind at the moment with just about half HP, but now all of a sudden, back in the picture. Inspire through window gonna work out. Leaves it just down to Nismo. 1v1 at range. Toggles, holds. Oh, and the shoulders come through, but not enough to stop the spam through the wall. Nismo's gonna find 3 and save the round for Cubert.
What a spray down from Nismo, who low-key has been really on point today mechanically. His aim is looking so sharp. We were on the precipice of another BS Envy round win after throwing lives away. That was so disjointed from Kane and Eggster trying to fight over in that A-side connector. They, when they were playing in that dark cover, Eggster had a flash queued up, but Kane Zero swung through before the flash, and then Exter couldn't do anything on his own and just had a dimensional drift. But they could have just synced that up and maybe have gotten a couple kills there, easily won out the round, but the little mistakes add up. Cubert take advantage of them. And now they've got Envy in a position where their economy is now on the line. I mean, we've been going back and forth saying that. It's just so neck and neck between these two teams.
Just to kind of point it out again, we're talking about Envy / Rankers and the individual presence that Inspire puts on the map. Again, another offensive half where he's just not been allowed to lurk. He's been caught a couple of different times in 1v1s that he's not been able to win. You talked about Nismo being real sharp today. He was the one that was on guard duty back in Lotus and was very successful in that 1v1 kind of off the play to make sure Inspire doesn't get around the back. And I don't know if this has kind of forced Inspire to take longer routes, because if you go back to a couple of rounds ago, he's like going all the way around through A, up and back to the defender spawn. Like, it's just taken the longest of routes to avoid these contacts. And it just hasn't been a part of the, the win condition so far for Envy. Still up, but, if you could find a way to get Inspire heated up, that would be huge, I think, if you're an Envy fan.
Yeah, you're right. That's the adjustment that he's been trying to make. He knows something has to change. He can't keep playing at that same pace he has been, trying to catch the same timings that typically do bring him a lot of success. It's just not happening against this very well-prepared Cubert Academy team. But as we have seen in the past, when you're going up against Envy, you can prepare as much as you want, but when you're actually in the server with them, they are still going to pull off so many crazy rounds to get in the lead, close out games, that all that good work feels like it can be for nothing. That was, I think, really the case on Lotus, to be honest.
Well, this pause, a little heftier than the one prior to it. Not sure what's been causing these players issues, but hopefully we'll be out of it soon. We can kind of get to the culmination of this first half. And again, these last 2 rounds, massive for Cubert, not only to stay away from the eco break, but more importantly, you can keep the operator in play, and maybe even more beyond that, you're now starting to force some difficult decisions for Envy, depending on how this next round goes. Buy your send bundles. The ops team wants you to do that. But
I was waiting. I was anxiously awaiting what the producer was going to type. I saw typing. I was waiting.
Yep.
We got the message.
we got the break message. So this one seems to be pretty significant. So we're going to step away and get off the podcast time here. Let you guys chill, hang out a little bit. When we come back, we'll continue forward with round 9 of Haven here in map number 2 between Envy and Cubert. Be right back. Welcome back there, friends, family, all you Valorant lovers alike. We're back and just about ready to go here with round number 9 after the tech pause. Again, just kind of laying out the stakes and the state of the game. 5-3, of course, the tally. Cubert coming up clutch in a couple of these most recent rounds. Keep them fighting in their eco. And now you start to look to the back over to Envy's direction with things like the kill contract at ready. Possible Hunter's Fury coming up close. Can they find a way to respond and get this game back to within even margins? We're about to find out.
Kenzura is definitely going to be hoping to locate Redux with the AWP and get him in that kill contract if possible, but they just find Nismo and good enough.
Yeah, that's indeed the case. Look at Cubert just quickly trying to rotate back over as Kenzura wins the 1v1. Now over to T-Dog's direction, though. He steps into the dark cover and he finds 2. Oh my goodness. That is a hero moment again coming through for Cubert. And he's still going to be able to get the plant down, but we're in a 3v3 made much easier thanks to T-Dog.
So insane that he gets that second one. Oh, Redux, another crucial miss with the AWP. That's the second time this has happened.
Contingency will block off his field of view for now. Scuba, this is all about his timing and his peek over towards Hell. Knights gets one, tries for the double shot, doesn't fully work out, but Knights drops into the site, able to find this now to a 1v1. Scuba taking on Poppin. Time to come get issue. Poppin trying to play the clock. Scuba has to make the move, and Poppin's out of there. What a set, what a play, but Scuba finds the kill. Is it in time? Sure feels that way, and yep, definitely is. How about that? Trying to play off the clock, not going to be allowed to, and Cubert save another round.
That's crazy. They really had no valuable util to get back in there. They just time it up nicely. One player coming from long. But you have to give so much credit to T-Dog. He is the reason that they were even in this round in the post plant to begin with. Finding the second kill was so insane. What a moment from the IGL.
So now 6-3 the count, and we gave a lot of credit. We were talking about this map again in this particular stage. We haven't seen Envy play it a lot, but when they did, their offensive side was potent for them. Now down 6-3, Hunter's Fury going to be called out, cutting across the backside of a lobby. Does connect onto one, but first one good for Ion. Follow up from Nismo, hanging on over towards the sewer ramp position for as long as humanly possible. And that's going to be at least long enough to get a lurk on the way. Teleport over for Scuba. And you get a chance to still have some heaven control from T-Dog up top.
And are Envy going to be aware that this flank is coming? No one is watching right now. They're so reliant on this trip.
Oh, but Ion, like the spidey sense is tingling, snaps over, finds the shot. T-Dog up top, opens up with one. 2v3 though. Knights is still stuck behind this cyber cage. Now he can make his move. Popping in the close corner. Ion on the initial cross, and no, not gonna step over it. The follow-up good from Poppin and Envy. Finally able to get a win back on the board. We go 6-4.
And what's crazy is that despite Cubert winning a few rounds in a row, their economy never got off the ground.
Correct,
they were all coming down to these clutch situations. So they're on a terrible bye now. And we could be headed to a dead even half 6-6, same way that Lotus started. I mean, it doesn't end up mattering too much because they win the round. But I wanted to point out there, again, there was a moment where things just aren't that tight for rankers. Like that swing from Eggster came before the paranoia went to short. And if he just waited a second, Nisman would have been fully blinded up. Like Envy are still in this thing, but they got to tighten up some of these situations and they could be in the lead potentially. It's just the little things add up.
The way it be sometimes, Knight's going to toss in the deep spy cam to get a peek down towards C-Long off the barrier drop. Does see quite a bit, enough to get Redux with a Bucky into position on this close corner. Does Envy get caught slipping? No, not this time. Aldrone is out, forces Redux to get out of there. Follow-up flash is good, and that's enough for Exter to get first blood. Now it's the Nismo's direction, and yeah, Poppin checks his corners as well. 5v3.
Ion pushed up as well after teleporting, using that ult to get into Heaven, get all that space for the team. Super clean round here on the anti-eco.
Well, Scuba and T-Dog will see this round likely come to an anticlimactic finish. And like you already called, Wyatt, we're going to get a 6-5 tally. Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift at the ready for Envy. Rolling Thunder on the other side, the only notable ultimate that could possibly come through. Cubert will find one more. The economy is okay enough to try to force these weapons out of hand, I guess, if you want to, or maybe even just try to get a couple extra ultimate orbs here across. And that will work out. Iron will find the last two. So 6-5 is indeed what we go to. Just Kane's Zero to drop in. Now we get the pivotal round 12.
Yeah, Kane was the one player who finding those kills would have actually mattered a bit. Could have gotten closer to that ult, but is now 2 away. And he's got the Odin. Can he convince me? Can he change my mind on the only time this guy isn't coming up huge is when he has the Odin in his hands?
This is like attempt number 4, right, Wyatt?
I think it is attempt number 4, and I think right now his Odin KD is 1 for 3.
Including bringing it into a kill contract, including running with it, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah,
it's just everything.
He loves to hold down W with it. That's his thing. Never stands
Dimensional
still.
Drift, that's going to clear out C. There's going to be a 5v5 post plan here.
Planted. Fake teleport. Time to jump.
All right, Exter going to be the only player playing in sight with the Dimensional Drift going out to long. Odin ready to spam onto the spike. That's going to be the maneuver.
That's good information, though, from Scuba. Hunter's Fury as a way to try to counteract some of this from Poppin. And he's actually been able to keep Eggster safe thanks to that teleport back after the Rolling Thunder comes through. After trying to flush out the Cubby, fault line behind it. But this is why you want the Odin or Duryu. Thunder's just going to spam it down through the dark cover. Not going to happen. It's Cubert winning every single gunfight. Now it's just down to Inspire. He's at a slow first half, but he may just come up quick, and he will. 4 for Inspire. Oh my goodness, he was 2 and 8. He's going to finish 6 and 8 with essentially a 1v4 clutch to get us to a 6-6 tie.
Yeah, he has been silent as the crypt so far in this game, and then comes up so huge, 1 versus 4 at the very end. That is so insane. Nismo, he didn't think that he was going to be long because he was so delayed on actually swinging out that Nismo turned around. Cubert did such a great job at fighting through that smoke, finding all the kills on the players spamming as well. What a way to get to the end of the half. 6-6, just like Lotus at the end of the first.
Yep.
Dead even.
Wow, and what a time for Inspire to get that confidence boost as we're swap over to the defensive side now, where he again will be largely trusted to play the island at sea. Paranoia, quick cut over towards A lobby, seeing if Eggster can manifest something quick, but not going to happen. Instead, it's Cubert realizing, all right, no Paranoia, and likely someone with that. We're just going to try to flood over to Inspire's direction. He's got the one-way cyber cage, doesn't see anything through long. Flash comes out, but Inspire, good first headshot, allows KaneZera to step in for a small moment, but respects the boundaries as the defense needs to stack for the retake.
And they're fast to reclear garage. They want to get in.
Wow, the timing here is unfathomable. Now the reset to the double tap, and oh my goodness, Envy, I think he just caught all of us by surprise. Cubert, we're thinking we can get into the site, we can play a little bit deeper. Nope, not the case. KaneZera just tracks back, clears out garage, and said, let's send it.
Yeah, that pathing was really cool from KaneZera. And one of the benefits also of having the shield, especially against pistols, you just feel so comfortable getting back in, taking that space, realizes the garage is totally open. We can just get through here right now while they're trying to plant the spike and fight from behind. And then you have Eggster playing forward out of spawn right here, coming in with the clone that gets triggered.
I need a drop.
That is the confidence of this Envy team on display.
Correct.
They are so fast to make decisions like that.
Cutting through.
So now a chance to build up the defensive coffers for Envy. Double Ares this time. If one wasn't good enough for you, Wyatt, how about two?
And of course it's Kane. And again, listen, the gun's pretty good on this map. There are a lot of angles. I just don't need to see this man holding down W spraying, but we might just get it.
Very well made. The shots are decent. Headshot connects also on the T-Dog. That makes life easy for Ion on the follow-up. And that's enough to get the spike down, plus, of course, more information that the Cubert members are stuck on site. Yeah, really clean there. They will drop two, but the Ares spam works out pretty nicely. And it's going to be both weapons picked up and taken into the bonus.
They get them both. And let's see what they try and buy up around this. Does Cubert Academy get into their full buy? This exact situation is playing out on Haven as it did on Lotus. Second half, Envy win the pistol. Then they won that bonus round. So we'll see if Cubert can avoid that fate here on map 2. Must-win map, or they're getting knocked out of the lower bracket already.
Yes.
Which makes no sense. On paper, it just doesn't add up, but that is the world we live in.
It'd be enough to finish top 6. $1,250. Whoa.
Not nearly enough points for these guys. The coveted challengers points. Not as many as they'd like to get.
No.
Not as many as anyone in the community watching this league would think that they would get if this is where they finish. If that's how either of these teams finish, it's just insane that this is a lower bracket round 2 game. But this is the world we live in. Cubert, look ready to go for this full A-side execute.
Is there any ability for them to get a read on this before it happens? Paranoia, fault line cut across the site. There's absolutely nothing popping to do besides just spam and hope. Eggster, wow, thought he had the elimination bottom side at hell. Not the case. The judge chunks, but not quite able to finish off the damage remaining. So now it's down to the post plant. 5v3. Is there enough for them to actually cut back through this? Ion does have a Paranoia, but is going to try to clear out some space first. Does that allow him a chance to set something up to actually connect onto multiple members? There's the drop down. The timing not exactly great, though, as KaneZera will drop. And Ion's Paranoia really didn't affect too much of this post plant whatsoever. And this will be a 7th round for Cubert.
At this point, Envy just going to see if they can deal any economic damage, but it's been a struggle to do any of that. One gun removed, ultimately going to be very irrelevant, though. Clean round from Cubert. Dismantle what was a really light hold from Envy. Just one Paranoia gets the job done, to be honest. Poppin was just so cooked after he got blinded up, and Eggster just with the judge. Cubert make light work of that round.
Okay, to the full gun round. And Hunter's Fury is already at the ready for T-Dog. Nothing else really in the ballpark. A couple that are 2 off, but largely speaking, This will likely be a full execute right on into C. Oh yeah, fault line plus the Aldrone Inspire dancing, trying to dodge. Can't get to safety though. First blood talent and Cubert around C.
Wow, and Cubert just catches Kane0 in transition, trying to rotate over. Perfect timing on that peak, and this round is just as good as done. Exter has a judge. I mean, his best bet here is to try and grab one of the rifles that were dropped, get the one over and spawn.
Yep.
And then just save. Simple, but really effective execute from Cubert, just getting that fault line in tandem with the Hunter's Fury. Taking out Inspire, trips down, free sight. 2 back-to-back, clean and easy rounds. Get them evened up on the scoreline.
Okay, so 2 purchases will need to be manifested here for NV. But as you called, the Guardian will be picked up where the Hunter's Fury had priorly land. Or actually, that wasn't even the Hunter's Fury, that was on the cross through garage. So Cubert throwing some weight around the rink here on the offensive side. And again, if you're joining us through late, we were talking about how Envy, again, the one time they had played through here, their offensive side was really solid. And it took 9 on the offense, but this still was a map that went a little bit longer than you would have figured because it ended up being only 4 defensive rounds and they had to avoid overtime after the 9-3 start. So talk about playing the same composition here if you're Envy. This had to have been the conversation point after playing this just last week against Blue Otter. See if they can find a way to get something going here because at the moment, a lot of advantages to Cubert.
So Poppin's going to throw that rifle over to Kane, who's playing with the majority of the NV team over on the A side. It looks like they want to refight this.
Bold choice, but see if it ends up becoming doable. Paranoia. That's just, whoa, pardon me? Not affected whatsoever. Ion still collects onto 1. Poppin's able to pick up the rifle, hold the ground, and we're going to get a 4v4. This is very doable. Especially if Ion can find another one. Are you kidding?
That's so insane, man. Just slow walk, re-clear, perfect reaction times. Instant kill. He's going for more.
Yeah,
okay,
he
all right,
checked.
guys, we gotta relax. Like, we got the advantage, man. Just chill.
I think that's one of those plays, though. If you confirm that there's still an A long with 40 seconds remaining on the clock, you know it's going to be either an A or a B head. If you see nobody there, the defense can start to lean over towards Inspire's direction at C. So
yeah, just really wants to get more information. Inspire on this timing out of garage, the one player without a rifle.
Oh, the timing. Oh, I'm sure he's thinking that should have been good for 2. Nismo still tagged up to the wall here, able to still connect. Double tap, alive and well for Kane0 to the 1v1 with Scuba. Kill contract, send him into the ring. Has a chance at it. There's the angle. Scuba, though, connects, finds the elimination, and Cubert will get to 9.
Even had the little jump peek with the shorty tech to try and break the shield. Just a cool little anti when you get sucked into the kill contract. What a kill for Scuba to find. Coming up so clutch. This was a situation where we were getting the rankers magic. They were getting kills out of nowhere, and then we've just done a little bit too much. And yeah, you're right. I mean, you said Inspire's got to feel like he's owed the second kill in that situation, but just can't find it. So they'll remember, that was an eco, so this is the full buy for Envy, or save round, rather.
That was as close as it gets for Redux on that play through A long. Operator does not connect, though. We make our way back over into focus here. Garage. Kane still going to try to hold his ground. Pushes back out through the dark cover. And this has just been a little bit of a toggle, a little bit of vying for positioning, but Ion is the one that's gotten deep. He's already over towards C. Gate crash. Going to be sent for Extra to rotate quickly if he needs to. And I'd say map position advantage right now to Envy.
Redux pushed up so far forward. Cubert want to slow the game down, wait for someone to wade into that operator crosshair. Redux won't have the opportunity just yet.
Yeah, that stray op shot will get the information, but wow, Exeter caught sleeping. A little bit on the backside of the site. I mean, he looked like he was looking down long. I mean, Ion's on that cross already. Fortunately, Ion and KaneZero are able to keep the site safe. But now the pressure moves over to Inspire's direction. His traps and trips and everything else in between is starting to be dealt with. Teleport back up top. Aftershock will flush out some of that defense. And making his way on is Scuba. That's going to be enough likely for the plant. Ion's going to try to go on in immediately, though. Drops on in towards health in the cyber cage. Met by the operator Redux. 3v3 situation. Top of the hat scene. Snap back over. Wow, nice shots coming through. Oh, but Redux not able to find the elimination, so now it's just down to Scuba for a 1v2 of his own. Just 23 HP. Inspire out of the top rope. Trying to make his way up top, but not going to happen. Scuba's able to clutch up the 1v2, and Cubert get to double digits.
Another clutch from him in a crucial situation. The timings for Envy just a little bit off, trying to get back into the site. It looks like they couldn't decide between, are we trying to flood off the spike tap while they're planting, or are we waiting for the retake? And then only Ion goes in, he goes down to the op, then it's a 3v3, and Scuba collects all of them. This guy is so talented. I feel like I've been, and I know I have been saying for years, he's just one of the players that still, it's like, how is this guy never had a shot on a tier 1 team? I mean, he's just been a top Challengers player for years at this point. And that really is the, I know I said this last time we were casting Cubert, but this team is just the how are these guys not in America's team? Redux has been amazing in Challengers forever. Nismo has been a top Challengers player forever. Scuba, I mean, these guys have just been so consistently strong.
Well, looking like we're going to have to fight this with limited purchase here if you're Envy off their timeout. 4 in a row since dropping the pistol and the anti-eco for Sentinel's Cubert. Rolling Thunder at the ready. They're going to get knives for sure before this thing starts to get close to overtime conversations. And depending on what T-Dog's able to do with farming orbs, he may find himself close to 100 Shuri as well. How about this little stack up over towards Garage, though?
Expert's going to try to find a timing before the drone connects onto him. Still able to hold his ground, but sprayed through the door.
Yeah, and Cubert also going to read that there were 2 members trying to play a crossfire setup at the front door at B. They're going to back down. KaneZero still with the hero rifle. Cubert taking their time. Smoke in position over towards A lobby. This is a good spot for Poppin to at least hold for now. It allows this defense stack in Garage to hang here a little while longer, but the killing of the noise has created so much doubt, and now Envy need to go hunt and see what they can find.
Poppin threatening that push out of A, so Cubert have to be a bit weary of that, and you can see Knights is pulled back to spawn just to pick up that angle.
Up close and personal, not going to connect onto the Sheriff shot, so here comes the flood.
30 seconds.
Ion, still with the Bucky, up and over. Good help. KaneZero's right there. This could still be formidable. I was going to say the last one here, though. That's the one that you need to find if you're KaneZero trying to hang out in the back of the site. Not going to happen. And now it's just down to Poppin. 1v3 with the Sheriff. Maybe a chance to upgrade that as he makes his way through Garage. But I don't know if there's really much in this position. He's going to have to get over to logs if he wants to find a rifle, most likely, and there's just not going to be a route for him to do that.
He should be completely cooked at this point. That was so dangerous for but a moment, but Cubert able to stabilize in that situation, and they have not succumbed to the classic Envy Rankers rounds where they get a bunch of kills out of nowhere and win by virtue of that. You would have been able to win out of these scrappy situations the last few rounds in a row. They're the ones coming up clutch.
And at this moment right here, you start to think maybe. But trying to get the Bucky in play, just a little bit too wide in the peak backside of the box. KaneZero has to step up. Too much to deal with. So now it's essentially win or go map 3. Here in this round, it feels like for Envy, who are zeroed out completely with this purchase. Kane right up and close and personal with his trapwire. And I don't know if Eggster saw both players through C long on that peak. Sees one for sure, misses a chance though. And now the op has to come through for Poppin. That gets pushed off. Aftershock forces the teleport. Poppin still desperate in nature, trying to find a connection. Rolling Thunder going to push him back deep over towards the backside of the site. Redux trying to find the elimination. Whoa! He's able to connect on to Eggster, of all people, in the middle of the dimensional drift, of all things.
What the hell was that shot? Mid-ult? Just that is so insane.
Kane trying to get through this Hunter's Fury. Can he open the site up? Finds one in the back. Double tap back in play. Oh, able to at least get the reveal through in the moment of vulnerability, but doesn't really fully work out for anything beyond just the status effect. So now 2v3. Poppin still with the operator in play. Connects onto one, but the bodyguarding not going to be there as Knights will find his third and fourth in the round, and Cubert are going to be on that point.
I still am just locked mentally on the first kill that happened. What the hell was that, man? Redux is full blind, just taps and headshots Eggster mid getting into the dimensional drift, huh? It's so insane. It's so insane. The Knights really stepping up at the end there too, able to shut down Kane's Zero before he's really able to get the ball rolling with the double taps coming back online.
Yeah. Kill contract in play. Knight's the one who gets caught pushing with the stinger because you have to. That will work. Maybe a little of that envy magic starting to come through here. As now all of a sudden, what was a pretty poor buy, well, I was gonna say builds a little bit, but Nismo, wow, snaps across both sides of that grass to take down two. Poppin responds to this Hunter's Fury to keep this a 3v3. The Cubert are gonna have a chance to play Knives and Outlaw out of Redux. And it's still Ares gameplay on the other side for Envy.
And at this point, Envy have no information. They do not know where Cubert could be going. They could be anywhere up in yard right now. They could be working into garage. They could be working A. They could be working short A, long A. I mean, they're almost inevitably going to be in a retake situation here. They know it. That is going to be the case. Really, the only thing maybe in their favor is the fact that T-Dog is on such low HP, and the Stinger could get an easy kill there. Poppin does have a recon to get back in at the very least.
He's got actually a full toolkit worth of utility to spend. Inspire, his first contact would likely be through sewer if it's anywhere. Aldrone out, forces the focus for Cubert to be towards the front. It's taking a long time though up here. Inspire from the shadows going to get popped. Reveal is so good with that recon, but Inspire now on the pinch, able to find one. Here comes the retake from the front side. Redux is trying to play inside of the dark cover. Has Knives to still fiddle with to the 1v1. It's Inspire versus Redux. Inspire trying to get this thing at least to halfway. May have to try to hold it the whole way through though, but Redux over the top. Redux, he gets baited! No way! Envy's gonna get the diffuser, they're gonna stay alive!
How does he get away with that? How does he get away with that? Redux just has to know the timing. He has to peek that at the very end, but he is convinced that Inspire doesn't have the dog in him to stick that, or I have no idea. That is pretty bizarre that he's able to get away with that. Envy are going to be on a bad buy again, all things considered, given that it's only Inspire who, I mean, he didn't even live, sorry. No one lives. They all had to buy, and we've got the Odin. Of course we have the Odin at this point.
Oh, Eggster trying to get cheeky, playing the teleport deep in towards A main, trying to catch Cubert off guard. Not going to happen. Any more heroics from Envy? Ion tries for something. Shock dart to push him off the angle. I mean, you did get a lot of damage tallied up. I mean, you got three members that are essentially a couple of bullets away from death, if not less than that, especially with an Odin on the floor.
Yeah, it's a little bit of silly Odin spray away from dying. I can see the future of Kane holding down W, mouse one, and connecting onto T-Dog and Redux, just getting the dumbest of kills.
Oh, they're going to leave T-Dog over towards A as the spike will be planted on the C site. Here comes that spammability moment, but not able to lock down the shots. Lots of reveal, but Kane Zera just caught looking too many directions. So now it has to be something from this hit through Garage. Redux holding with the Outlaw. That'll work. And now the flank will likely secure this map for Cubert unless the play at Garage does first. Everyone knows where he's at. The fault line cuts across. And Ion is not going to look low and left. And they're looking for the knife. They're looking for the knife. No mercy. But it's not going to come through. Knights finds the final kill. 13-9 as Cubert responds by taking away Envy's map selection, leaving Split as our map 3 decider.
And the comp switch from Cubert coming into this really paying dividends. That was a much better showing on Haven than they had previously when they were trying that Tejo comp. They just brought it back to basics, the good old default look, and it really worked perfectly. You know, it got the op more involved with the Redux. He was finding some value with that when they were over on defense. Nismo's continuing to play great on the breach. And then at the end of the game, though, it was all about Scuba. Back-to-back rounds with those clutches to not just keep them in it, but then get them over the top, get them in the lead, close it out. He really stepped up.
Massive things. I know it's often memed in the VALORANT community, but it's massive. It's big. It's large. It's huge. Maybe even be ginormous. It's one of those. But we've got a map 3. Again, this is an elimination matchup. Loser's done. They have to wait till stage 2. Winner has still a chance to continue through this bracket, which doesn't look like it's going to get much easier with M80 and TSM still waiting behind us. Lots to come. We're heading to the break, and then have the desk right after that. Don't go far.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know the exact reason. If I had to actually guess, it just comes down to the idea of not keeping Redux on a bench. So he gets to play in the league. He kind of gets to, not that he like runs the team or anything like that, but you know, he's like making content. He's still like, you know, definitely like a leadership role like on the team. But it just seems like a good opportunity for him, a win-win situation where he gets to play, keep getting better, you know, stay kind of like fit per se, like playing the game, and then 4 other people that he thinks are, you know, are on like a VCT level, maybe close to a VCT level, you know, we get to kind of like train, band together, and you know, who knows, come towards the end of the season, you know, we might go all of our separate ways to different teams. Maybe we'll join a team. You know, it's really like up in the air, but you know, shout out Sentinels to making it happen, because you know, without them, the teacher scene is, you know, in big trouble. And there's like a couple other orgs like, you know, Shopify, M80, you know, that are dope, that, you know, have teams and stuff like that. TSM, obviously, shout out TSM. But it's just good to see that people still care about, you know, players who aren't in the VCT scene, because, you know, without that, you're not going to be able to get, you know, any new people. It's just going to be a really random system. We're definitely looking to just like make our wins like cleaner. So, you know, where we had like a couple like close maps there, and it's mainly just through, you know, it might just be, you know, us making mistakes as individuals, maybe forgetting about like the
Doesn't really need to do much work though, now that that's toxic. Corona doing a good job holding it down on site. Challengers is reinvaded with that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You don't
worried for Cubert Academy and Cubert Academy fans after the very first map. Their own map pick didn't go their way. We highlighted this as a strong pool for Envy, but once we get to Haven, Cubert Academy go back to comfort, and it proves to be everything, taking us now to a map 3 with a 13-9 victory. I mean, Dan, we had highlighted the composition that they were going to go with, or that they could potentially go with, and I was a little surprised to see them default to something that they tried way back, but pays off gold.
Yeah, Cubert Academy, they go with that standard composition in Haven, and it works out really, really well for them. I think this is what they needed, right? When you're trying too many things, when you've been switching up the compositions on this map of Haven before, you just need to go back to the standards, Redux on the Jet, and everything that we saw from them was simply working out, especially towards that second half. It seems like getting the read on, which is one of the conversations that we had, right? Getting the read onto this team of Envy gets easier and easier. The more reps that they have, the more matches that they play, the more maps of Haven that they played as well, in a composition that we've been seeing since last year. So it was nice to see that Cubert Academy was adapting on the fly. It was also an insane performance from T-Dog as well, getting so many of the first kills, so many of those openings, and figuring it out as the second half went, because for a second, I thought it was going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we all did. We literally all thought this was going to be a 2-0. We were all leaning so heavily. This was an undefeated map for rankers or Envy. But I think that you hit something right on. You were mentioning about the adaptations, right? It really did feel like Cubert had a read on how Envy plays their defense side, specifically with the fast falls. They had a lot of answers to that, but specifically for the proactivity and the re-clears. They would just take map control and they would just sit and wait. And eventually Envy was so proactive, they just kept constantly walking into these traps and these setups, and it felt like Cubert didn't even really need to try that hard for the win. They just had to outweigh Envy.
And it was cool because it was not just the holding towards mid, as we saw we were talking about in one of those rounds right towards the end. It's not just holding mid, it's not just winning, but also in this last round specifically, we see the change of pace as well. So they're bringing a good amount of variety into this attacking side. Okay, sometimes you're just gonna wait for Envy because they're being peeking garage every single time, and other times you're gonna do a fast A, T-Dog is gonna get 2, and that way they're gonna close it out. It constantly leaving Envy wondering what is gonna happen next.
And looking at Envy with the 13 first kills, but not able to quite convert off of them, and looking at the player performances, when we were eyeing up a couple of these players from Envy to really put pressure on, we did get to see the first kills go their way, specifically too, when you are looking at somebody like Zera, but it just wasn't quite in the cards, and it was a really good job, well done from Cubert Academy to really be able to fire back and be able to play together and kind of punish.
I feel like, I feel like Zera had such an insane map. He did only end with 20 kills, He did only end with 20 kills, and he does have 7 first bloods. But then you look on the other side and you see T-Dog, the IGL, just dropping 24 kills, almost matching the same first bloods that Zera had. I think T-Dog was a really big piece, and he was definitely securing a lot of his kills. But T-Dog is not somebody that we always look to for like high max performances, right? So I think going into this next map, we're gonna need to see a little bit more from everybody. And of course, Nismo he's been kind of the henchman, right? He had a great first map, he had a solid second map as well. I'm probably looking towards him as well in the third map. But we're really gonna need to see an awakening here for Redux. We're gonna have to see Knights and Scuba really popping off on this third map, because I feel like it's gonna be a very challenging one.
And just going on about what we saw in the first kills that was going the way of Envy versus the runs that they were actually winning, this is happening as well, because we start where Cubert Academy gets a numbers advantage, and then immediately they get traded off. And we saw, especially on this map, but in the first map we talked about it too, where Nismo was playing by himself and getting taken down. This time around, yeah, he was getting the kills, he was performing, he was playing with the team, which is what you're expecting from the Breach, but it was still 0 and 4 on first kills, first deaths. He was dying first a lot of the times, and it's something that I've seen from Nismo a few times. If you want to win this last map, if you don't want to get eliminated from playoffs, if you want to keep running in this tournament, I want to see these two players step it up. The way that they've been doing in a few of these matches, and T-Dog just did. He did amazing. 24 kills, 6 first kills as well. And Nismo as well has some great moments. Now, if these two are ready for the last map, is a Cubert Academy that can win and move forward.
Yeah, this head-to-head, being able to highlight the initiators from this map. I mean, T-Dog, when you get to have him on the Sova, I feel like it's definitely one of those situations where you get to see a lot more of that impact. And See, there's a lot more than just calling in Nismo. I mean, both of these players, even if you're calling out like, okay, maybe first to die, still be able to step up in a really big way here. And when we're looking at a third map in the series and an Envy that needs to get shut down, Roy, looking to these two again to be able to replicate a bit of what they had here on Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was saying before, how often do we see performances like this from T-Dog? So I think it's just like the IGL curse. You can only pop off so much as an IGL and win matches, right? And it's a really ongoing meme in Valorant. But I think there's a partial truth to it, is because if the IGL is getting kills, it means there's like so many dysfunctions happening on so many layers before it even gets up into a point where the IGL is getting kills, right? Because most IGLs are either on initiators or controllers, agents that aren't really in the front line. So the fact that they have this amount of stats is quite crazy.
Yeah. And now we get a third map in the series as these two teams facing elimination, and it's going to split for the next one. Cubert to start on the defense, but Roy, we are actually not 100% sure that we're going to get to a split. So how are we thinking this one's going to shake up?
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one, because the composition that rankers are running, the Envy's running on this map, is completely off meta. So I'm wondering how many reps they've had against this sort of comp. It's going to be a very different pace that Cubert is really used to. But again, we have seen composition changes from them on almost a lot of their maps, on both maps actually. So I'm looking into this third map. I am wondering whether there will be any changes as well, because they are running a slight variant of the meta comp themselves with Astra, Breach, Tejo, and of course Raze. But their sentinel of choice is Sage, an agent that we haven't really been seeing much on this map.
It'll be interesting to see how much this age can literally slow down what is such an aggressive team like Envy, especially looking at the double duelists. And if they are running back with what we normally get to see from them, this Yoru and ISO. Of course, we haven't seen Split in a while here, Dan, from the team. The last time we actually saw it was way back week 1 of Swiss. So there's always that window of opportunity for change, but I definitely expect to see a lot of aggression here. So at least to slow down that.
It's been about 3-4 weeks since we saw Envy play this map against Blue Otter, and yeah, like you were saying, it's the double duelers that we've been talking about, the same ISO, the same Yoru, but they do play with Clove here. So I feel like for them, it is likely that they're going to keep the composition, but I wouldn't really be surprised if Cubert Academy once again today play and change that composition. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of the Sage. In general, I feel like it can be good to slow things down a little bit, to hold that mid control a little bit better, but I feel like there's better opportunities to do so, and especially if they're stepping away from the Tejo, as we saw on that last map. They have chances, they have ideas to run here and maybe surprise a little bit of what Envy wants to do.
I don't know. I kind of like the Sage. I know sometimes it's just like wall mid simulator and you just kind of go from there. But at the same time, starting on defense, I feel like too, pulling up the last composition that Envy had on Split, again, way back in week 1, that this is a way that you can kind of, well, keep the team in check just a little bit. Like, sure, you wall mid, but that's also going to stop a couple of these late lurks coming on through, other things like that. So with how much they've switched for, I wouldn't be surprised, but I also wouldn't hate running back that comp.
Yeah, I'm actually sort of a big fan of Sage on this map as well. I think in the current meta, it's just so util heavy and so exec heavy that it's a little bit more telegraphed than other metas that we have seen, right, with double controllers specifically. So I think the Sage gives very good Q times to when to throw slows. It's a lot more than just walls, right? The slows are just so oppressive. People have forgotten how oppressive they are. And I think with a comp that doesn't have as much mobility as Envy's comp does, it might be a little tricky for them to get around certain parts of the map and kind of clear out the sites. Of course, Yoru having that sort of teleport power, he can bypass a lot of that stuff, but it's really about how are the other 4 players going to follow up on this. And another talking point that we're going to have as well is Clove has been nerfed. And there's really just not a lot of supporting util for the Yoru. I mean, there's no paranoia, there's no breach stun, there's no real flashes. It's just Yoru trying to get things done on his own. So I do wonder if there will be a swap on the controller here, maybe into an Omen to at least have something to work with.
Especially since it has been, again, so long since we've gotten to see the map of Split coming out from Envy. But then looking at the composition from the other end, I mean, when we have seen a Cubert Academy dance swap so many times on the day, again, it goes back to, are we going to see the Sage again? Or are we going to see the switch up? Or is there going to be any other surprises in store for us?
I don't think they're gonna keep playing the Sage. That's just my guess. That's just vibes that I'm going off with. I feel like they're gonna keep most of the things the same. I actually really like the Astra. I think we always have this conversation of Astra versus the Omen and kind of the value that each of them bring. I like that because it's kind of the narrative that we have at Cubert Academy, right? It's not just one player popping off. Yeah, all of them have their moments, but it's a little bit more of that team effort. And Astra is really allowing you to play for that team, to play for that post. So it is one of the stronger pieces that you have. On top of that, Tejo, if they're going to keep it, I don't know if they will because we already saw the change in Haven. But yeah, you have a lot of post-plan utility to work with. And that's kind of exactly what Cubert Academy need to tie up when they have the advantages. Okay, how are you going to close out that round the way that you want to?
I want to go back to the vibes check. I mean, you're saying you just have an idea about the Sage being played, but the other vibe that you had, Dan, on the day was Cubert Academy taking the win. You said you had them at about 60%. Well, not the greatest, but technically positive. We get a map 3. How are you feeling now?
Well, it was 60%. Well, 60%, listen, hear me out. This means that it was going to be a close match, and it is a close match right now, right?
Agreed.
We are, so it is looking good. I mean, it's still, well, okay. If it's only about this map, I'll give it 70%.
70. All right. You heard it here. Dan Ryan's giving this one a 70%, but Agent selects already. I think that's going to be a lot of where I feel with the 70%, whether it's true or not, is what agents are going to be coming out. Do we see the switch up from Envy? Do Cubert Academy switch up the Sage? They switched a lot on the day, but no change coming out from either team here, Dan, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's going to be just an honest to goodness run back.
It is looking the same. Yeah, the Sage is still going to be played. The 70% goes back. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You're up in it?
I'm just kidding. But yeah, the composition remains the same for Cubert Academy. And on the side of MV as well, we're going to continue seeing this double duelist that is really, really annoying to deal with, Roy. So I don't know. Is Cubert Academy ready for this?
Yeah, I think they're definitely most ready, but there is a small change here. Envy is rocking the Omen. They've swapped off the Clove. They're going for a little bit more supportive util for the Yoru. I think that will make some difference on both sides, to be honest. I think they'll have a little bit more to work with, and it's going to be an interesting one, and it's all about who's going to be popping off, and may the show begin.
And it is the last map. It is elimination as well. So I like that we talked about the changes of Clove, not seeing the Clove anymore, and seeing this composition that continues to fit the side of Envy, continues to fit how they like to play, but also adapting to what is working right now in VALORANT.
A series that's all down to split as two teams, two powerhouse teams that could have easily been in the finals are now fighting for their lives. One final map to determine who's eliminated, who moves on. So let's head on over into the map and back to your casters, Wyatt and Shift.
Yeah, this is as high as the stakes could possibly go for an Elim round 2 matchup. Both these two teams coming out of the group stage as huge favorites to make it to a grand finals, if not both of them have a square up in the grand finals, considering they started on opposite sides of the bracket. That has not been the reality that either of these two teams have been faced with here, though. So Envy going to keep on to what they've been rocking pretty much the entirety of this stage. The double duelist, Yoru Isu on the combination. We're on the opposite side. It's like the antique of the Sage coming to play for Cubert.
Yeah, the ancient relic of Sage mixed in with the new age Breach Tejo, which is what 100 Thieves were the first team, I think, that I saw debut running this comp. And it can be potent, but there are a lot of moving parts to it. It's difficult to run.
Oh, Scuba in trouble, just bouncing his way forward as Kate Zera. Right back over is Redux, though, and he will be affected by that paranoia. Secondary attempt now likely to be through. Drone is out, gets the reveal and the suppress. Ion still in the corner, but no, nice headshot from Nismo. So now Envy are essentially stuck, having to force this bunker on towards the site. Shots just not quite there for Inspire. Leaves it now just to Poppin and Extra. And Extra's just playing a little bit of a crossfire setup on the outside of this Poison Cloud. That's not going to be effective. And Cubert will get a very, very clean retake.
Everybody on the Envy side getting pretty disconnected, but awkward with the weaponry and forcing them to be disconnected. Like Ion feels that he needs to push up, close the distance with the shorty, find a kill, but can't convert. Inspire trying to take the duel towards Heaven, can't convert. The shots just not going the way of Envy. Really since the second half of Haven is where Cubert have taken over this game individually.
Well, we've seen this before. Getting around to the anti-eco
there it is.
on the Stinger. No one's surprised anymore. The question
You got a
will
kill
be, though,
last time.
Yeah, but how do you get this through 2 judges? Like,
yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's pretty challenging. Though the shield, pretty good against the judge, not very good against the wall. That's a little annoying, or the slow. And that shield going to be getting negative value.
This feels very like Envy's offense, though, for what it's worth, is kind of seeing them try to force quick aggression, quick burst to the middle of the map. Now you've got the ability to teleport and even cross through this dark cover onto site. These judges made infinitely more difficult to get impact here. Oh, great reveal. Although, Kane catches one. Should be an easy follow-up, and it is.
For you.
But can you hold this if you are Envy? Still playing on a couple of the crossfire setups, largely looking to see what you can get out of Inspire deep. That's where the judges really struggle. Inspire will find 2, but that will be all he'll grab, and Cubert will win the anti-eco.
Not bad, though, for Envy. Poppin able to just slip in off the distraction in mid, gets all the way into B, free plan on default. So they get the cash from that, get 3 kills. They will definitely take it. Not going to be a particularly great bonus round to buy for Cubert Academy. Chance for Envy to get back into the game here.
But so far, again, I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing out of the tempo from Envy. Just trying to keep the gas pedal down and really force tough decisions for Cubert in terms of utility spends, like we saw with the barrier plus the slow orb on the last playthrough Mail. Just try to make this Breach, Tejo, Raze combination just a little bit softer. Try to pull out things like the fault line early if you can. It's just so difficult.
Definitely.
I mean, it's just a staple trio right now.
Wow. Excellent first kill from Kane. Cracks open Mail and is going to force T-Dog to pick that angle up. Closes the distance with the Bucky, but now intentions, it looks like Cubert want to re-clear into B main together as Envy storm through Mail, get into B through Heaven.
All trying to flash their way into main. Inspire now alerted. Yeah, really good stuff. Cuba will be isolated. Only 1 trade in the mix. Redux up top. Does he want to try to find timing here? Yep, and he does. Wow, that's actually brilliant. So now you can at least get the Tejo over. But I say all of that just to watch Kate Zera rise with a shield, up zip, and yeah, Nismo with a judge 1v3. Gonna have to collect one of these weapons up top if you want to give this a try, and he's actually gonna re-rep this to B main.
And just hope to get an exit. Kane Zero would love to be able to find this last duel and get his ult online.
Well, we'll see. Here come the footsteps. How dangerous can Nismo be in this position? First one's good. Second one a little bit tougher. And that would be enough for Envy to get out, get their round win. And, well, I think that's still not bad news overall for Cubert. You're going to force 3 repurchases here.
Yeah, another fair round of economic damage for one of the teams. That was such an excellent first kill. I like the Cubert tried to press the issue, get into B main to cut off that one player who would be there when the split hit comes in, but maybe we're a little bit too fast to assist Inspire there. They played that well.
This is the key one. Nismo's only got a Stinger out in play. Ares, of course, it's out. Poppin's holding that. Still rocking the Ares. A little bit of a feel out for both teams, as not really much gained nor lost for the time being, as Envy are pretty primed and ready to just get some damage done over through mid. Smoke in the way, replaced by a star. That would be popped immediately, and this is the benefit of having the Astra here. You can just keep replacing that star and keeping smokes congesting mid.
Envy do manage to dismantle the wall, but it took them a hell of a lot of time, and now they have to deal with the poison orb. There's so much in mid from the defense.
Whoa. Kane just walks up, says, what's going on over here at Vents? And comes away with not just one, but a second. T-Dog still holds the line, lets your spike carrier down. Kane trying to save the day, and even off the flash, he's good for it. Follow up as he tries to make his play down ropes. The follow through over through B main is enough to save the round, or is it? Nismo has the health advantage, just a stinger. The timing could be good though. Ion's got a knife out, and Nismo's gonna catch him for free. You thought for maybe a moment Kane was gonna just put the round out of question, but more heroics for Cubert.
Scuba again has just been stepping up, taking over rounds in their entirety. What a first kill again for Kane. Back-to-back rounds with a sick first blood. I mean, the fact that Scuba almost transferred to get the third there as well, gets the dink with the Phantom, is crazy. He has been electric in the second half of this series. Forces Envy onto the eco, putting them in a really tough position.
Yeah, I'll say. Wow, what a start here for Cubert. Throws the flash topside ramp, Redux. Good anti-flash position, and wow, holds the line nicely. Salvo to replace his presence, and now T-Dog can just spam through the nebula. Even that's gonna work out. Kane 0 low. Probably still has to try to force something though, as, I mean, you've got nowhere to go here for him. You're just completely stuck in ramps.
There's nothing to be done. Drone coming through, no HP. All of Cubert here because Knights gets the wall up in mid early. Oh, no one's breaking it this time. All right, no noise on B. All right, we're just gonna go stack up A and dump all of our util on ramp. Get a bunch of free kills. And look at the state of the ults for Cubert Academy when we get into the next round. Redux, T-Dog, both one away from theirs. One of them is going to get it no matter what because, well, I'm not going to say that. I say that now and watch Envy somehow win this round with two players with 21 HP each. But surely either T-Dog and Redux will be getting the defuse. They will inevitably have another ult.
Yes. If there's even a plant here. Kane's going to try to step forward, a touch Mer, pop in, taking some stray shots. Now we'll make his move for the plant.
10 seconds left.
This would have to be a historic lineup. Not going to happen. Nismo able to find his first elimination in this exchange. And now Poppin is going to try to play an angle towards Dirt, see if he can find some damage. Not going to happen. T-Dog's right click is good. So yeah, you got the Cosmic Divide, the Armageddon, and the Roaring Thunder at the ready for the next round. And with this defuse, Redux will add a showstopper to the pile. Where on the other side, to be fair, I mean, it's 4 ultimates ready for Envy as well. So we're going to get an explosive round 6.
Yeah, absolutely. T-Dog definitely going to be wanting to upgrade that Judge and get a rifle. You would love to not be sent into the kill contract with a shotgun.
So far, so good, though. I mean, looking at the eye test, kind of comparing to the results that we had, which was, again, just a couple of days ago, Cubert really struggled on the defensive side with this composition against Core. Not the case here. They've already matched the tower that they had from that half. And there's a lot more possibly still to come. Armageddon. Is that going to be spent here to try to stop this play towards A? And yes, it will. Enough opportunity to sidestep this. Salvos are in place. You're going to be able to at least force in the jamming with the Steel Garden. But Envy's still hanging. Showstopper misses for Redux. And hold on a second. Now everyone's shrugged off the effects of the Steel Garden. They can come back and fight this. And Envy are hanging on to the site in the face of every single ultimate, now including the Roaring Thunder, which does hit onto 3. Oh, the follow-up is perfect.
Spike down A.
Just down to Inspire. 1v2. Over the top, does he get any information? As T-Dog is still hanging with a Sheriff and a Judge combination.
He refuses to pick up a rifle. There's gotta be a rifle on the ground there, man.
Well, here's the contact at elbow. Inspire for the first out of the 1v1. And does T-Dog still have the Sheriff? Apparently he does. Apparently that's all he needs.
No way.
There's legitimately a buffet line of weapons to select, and he's like, nah, I'm good. Oh, mercy.
That is insane. T-Dog has really been on fire. Haven into split now. That Rolling Thunder was excellent. And I love that Cubert, despite being in that 2 versus 4, they wanted to win that round. They sent it with that breach ult, collect all 3 kills. I couldn't believe that they were losing the round prior to that, though. They already used the Showstopper, the Armageddon. They have missiles placed on the site where the players from the Armageddon are getting routed into. There's slows on the floor. Like, there's so much going on for Envy to have to deal with. How on earth they found the advantage, I do not know. But that proactivity from Cubert to then close it out in the 2v4 is really sick.
Unreal. On the flip side of things, you know, I know there's been a lot of conversations about the double duelist. I think early on in the group stage in particular, Envy just outpaced, out-tempoed, and just surprised teams with this composition. But Eggster has not been a participant in this match so far. I mean, it hasn't been pretty. And now he's at 0-6. And you're back onto a broken buy situation for Envy. I feel like this team has shown us, and especially in their opening bracket matchup, they showed us that they can get caught being frustrated. This kind of feels like one of those moments where they feel frustrated right now.
Look at this buy. What is going on right now?
I don't know, dude. That's what I'm saying.
You have 2 hero rifles with Ion and Kane, and the Ares. Inspire just has a Sheriff. All right, but sometimes it just doesn't matter because Kane is going to keep finding first kills. That's his 3rd already, and Scuba gets caught. All right, somehow Rankers, they're getting away with it.
It's that Envy magic. Here comes the hit over towards top E tower. Oh, T-Dog is the worst VALORANT time you've ever seen. Looks away just as the player runs up, finds the cross. So now it's just down to Redux with an Outlaw. And all of a sudden, we look really silly, Wyatt, for questioning this purchase on Envy, don't we?
It genuinely doesn't look like they know what the plan is going into the round. Eggster was on a classic until like 1 second before the round started, then bought into whatever, I can't even remember, but still had 2K in the bank, while other people have 400 in rifle. It's just chaos. But it just doesn't matter because Kane is going to hold down W and headshot the first player he sees.
Wow. Okay, that's a lifeline for Envy here in the middle portion of this first half. But again, there is still something to be talked about with like the efficiency of the ISO with the Euro. It just has not been the same as we've seen. Not to take away from K0, his first blood ratio has been unbelievable this series. Every single time we get to a final scoreboard, he has got 5 or 6 of the team's first kills. But on the other front, Eggster just has not been able to find that same level of participation. We already talked about Inspire having a tough time getting going. This has not been the same case. He's looked better here, but it just feels like one of those matchups right now where you kind of give credit to Cubert and their ability to kind of counteract and game plan against what you know you're going to face versus Envy. They shut down Inspire. They're not letting Eggster pop off. It's just been the heroics of players like Kane and Poppin in particular that's kept Envy in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. This round, however, they've got this dimensional drift for Eggster. Good way to get into a site. What an angle from Redux. Puts Envy on the back foot. Even still, though, they do still have the dimensional drift to try and get into a site, and then you have that Viper's Pit to go down in the post plant. Can still be enough to turn the tide, especially against Cubert with some bad weaponry here.
Yeah.
And forced in nice just with the Sheriff. T-Dog with a stinger.
Oh, Nismo gets a foot. Oh boy, he's seen it. Oh, really good with grenade setup. Now the salvos will be through. That's going to force the gunfight on his terms. A pop into swings, finds elimination, and lets him know about it. Yeah, why not? He threw everything at you. Sage Wall in the way of the dimensional drift as it now starts to open up the B site. Quickly on the rotation. T-Dog, really good fault line. Can he follow through that? Yeah, just steps up into the near side and into the paranoia. Flash to follow, and whoa, what a shot from Knights. Able to help out and keep his teammates safe a little while longer. Next one, not so much, though. 1v1. Garden will be placed, and Inspire's going to be able to set this on his terms with the 1v1 post plant.
That just keeps him safe to get the spike down. This timing right now.
Does he really want to go all the way for the rewrap? Rose gets triggered. Redux still clearing the backside of the site. The longer this takes, the more you start to think that this is a play over towards Dirt. And there's the clearance. Now hopping. Inspire. Close on the corner. Gonna catch him at the right time. Just as about to get the halfway. Huge clutch and Envy. Now pull back 2 rounds in a row, and we can talk about what the rest of this map starts to look like now.
Yeah, that was some really lovely intuition there from Inspire. Stepping up in a must-win situation. After Redux hits a fantastic opener. Poppin stepping up again, too. I mean, you called him out before the round started. It's really been Poppin and Kane for the most part this series, and Inspire now getting into the mix. These guys have to stay sharp. Cubert are really, I gotta say, across the board, everyone has been having their individual moments. They're really on point today.
Yeah, absolutely. Not surprised to see the timeout, but I would be interested to know what they're talking about, because the last 2 rounds, I felt like they were pretty much well in hand for a good portion of it. But the trouble now has been Inspire. These post plants have allowed him a chance to start to pop off a little bit. Kane as well, we keep talking about, is always a force in the first blood battle, so that has to be some level of communication. There's also the level of, like, how do we want to set ourselves up to possibly maybe use a res in this round? We've got a number of players who can purchase full rifles, like maybe there's a chance there. See what they give us. Buckies and Stingers is what they're going to give us. Okay.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot in the way of that early round proactivity from Cubert Academy. Trying to catch a player off with that big util dump on one of the extremities, something super active like that. They've been more reactive. It's been the Envy team taking the fight to them straight up mid most of the time. You would have been more happy to just try and cycle this utility out and play for map control.
Well, now it's not just map control. It's map control as a way to play essentially just basic corners with Stingers, Buckies, and one judge. I mean, you can see in the minimap, everyone's watching a crossfire setup up close and personal. Nismo about to get a world of hurt here. How many can he grab? Breaks a double tap, finds another. That is more than enough. So 2 down. The contingency wall going to allow Envy to push on towards site, though. And you have to know you need to play for tower here. You're running up against shotguns, and that will work out well. Iron's going to catch 2. Paranoia behind that for a 3rd. No, not quite. Knight's still able to hold on to their life, but this post plant's going to be impossible to break down with a Stinger and a Bucky.
I don't even think he knows how he got the 2nd kill. I couldn't even tell. It just perfectly lined up. Inspire on the flank. I think this one might work out. Yeah. A little sad that Ion goes down, but all good.
Well, Scuba. Here's the footsteps over towards ramp. Try to chase down Poppin, who's out of there. And up the ropes is Inspire. Good timing here to give himself a chance at a couple of elims, but not going to happen, as now all of a sudden Envy have brought this back to within 1 after being completely stalled out of their offense. They get a heroic round win in round 7. You follow up with a couple of crazy gunfights in round 8, and now all of a sudden you capitalize on what is just a broken buy situation. You catch off Cubert, try to play sneaky, and you've got a chance to maybe even continue forward to take this half.
Heading into this next one, saw that Redux is picking up the operators, so you could see some kind of defensive setup now where they're going to allow, Redux to just control one extremity, and then you can get that Tejo Breach duo to play together elsewhere, leave your Sage to control mid still. I like this adjustment right now. I like the setup from Cubert, but it can all fall apart when Kane just runs at them and gets a first kill.
Yeah, and that's the idea. Slow orb, that's the second one. Placed over the top, but still, Kane Sarah wants to take that angle away, and Wolf actually pushed Knights back into sight. This is not where you want to be as a Sage in a critical gun round, because you're looking for res ability. Trade over the middle of the map may allow a chance to re-react to this, get back up to tower. Redux inside the site, hoping for support from the high ground, but smoke clearance is not going to be really impacted, and Envy are going to hold on to topside B tower. Timing here, though, not great, as Inspire will drop, and now there's a numbers advantage. 4v3 for Cubert.
I can overwhelm Scuba playing backside A, though. That being said, Scuba only needs to get 1 in this situation.
Agreed.
have to imagine he can do so. Noise being made as Kane drops down.
If Cubert is better than one, he's going to get the second. So now it's just all down to Kane. Give him a 1v3. As he tries to clear out the backside at A, he's going to have to also collect the spike. Giving himself a chance here. It just comes down to when this Nebula fades. Does he get a read on it? And sure does. Okay, hold on a second. He's got time to collect and plant. That's enough for at least Redux to be brought back in with the res. Nismo, Knights trying to come back quickly. Kane's ready for it. Enough time to still plant on this. Knights following up, though, will not allow that to happen. And Cubert back on the winning side of things here, 6-4 up.
Yeah, it really just starts to crumble when Inspire takes that bad timing through the smoke in B main. Caught by Redux. At that point in the round 2, Envy have done a great job of getting tons of map control. After this kill on T-Dog, you could see them in B heaven applying so much positional pressure on Cubert. They were trying to over-rotate towards B. And if they make that pivot back to A and Inspire takes his time, we might be looking at a very different round, but punish for that little mistake.
It's really been all it's been largely for these two teams. In those really tight gun rounds, it's just been little mistakes here and there. Envy stacked up at ramps. They're going to leave Inspire over towards B main. Here comes the utility to allow them to get onto site. Blocks off screens as well. Redux going to be red over towards B main with the operator, so this should allow some commitment to come through. Aftershock right on top of the default plant position. Those stalls just had a little while longer. Cubert will try to stack for a retake early.
Envy have got this planted for heaven, so they're going to want to try and get someone to wrap up there late as the pit goes down.
Yeah. Armageddon to try to flush it out. The kill contract was sent right there. Still able to find first blood. That's Extra who drops again. Yeah. Kane's there versus T-Dog, and whoa, not clean from Kane, but still wins it. Cosmic Divide for the defense, splitting off this post plant. They need to make a decision. Do we commit to get into the pit, or do we play from outside? Because still hanging right now is Poppin. He's still actually looking pretty solid in this position. Him and Kane Zero, a bit of a crossfire situation, and Cubert cannot get back into sight. Great commitment to play just on the edge of the Viper's pit from Poppin. The crossfire is perfect, and now we're 6-5 going into the last of the half.
They've been sitting on that ult for a minute, but when they finally get it down, gets maximum value. Armageddon was spent by Nismo as well just to try and re-enter into the site. Wasn't enough. And then once they have to pivot and try to get out of heaven, Cubert are absolutely cooked everyone on that angle. Last round of the half, and they have less than an ideal buy, Cubert Academy. Not terrible, but just a sheriff for Redux who's hoping to get one orb so he can get that showstopper, and he does collect it.
Bold take here from Inspire. Oh, but he catches Nismo rotating back just as the execute to his front side of B. Calls for help. Scuba trying to play from inside the site, down to 56 HP. And with that elimination, Envy can now hit a pause and try to see if they can move this Cubert defense around with a numbers advantage.
Yeah, I like that. They didn't try to force getting into B off of that presence that they had, seen over at A. Inspire knew there were two players. It looks like they want to now work towards A, get a re-hit going over there, make some noise over at B with Inspire and Eggster. Wow, just that one flash. Look at the top of the minimap.
Yep.
Everyone from Cubert is running over there. Steel Garden to sell as well, and they bought it.
I mean, you have to commit if you're Cubert with these weapons. You have to try to play off the rifles that you have. So now Kane can get very deep and scale through screens. But if he gets caught here, it's going to be a weapon. This comes down to if he does, and uh-oh. Here we go. Now you've got Showstopper. You have the Rolling Thunder. You can clear out a lot of this site immediately. But look at the long wrap from Envy. Their post plant's now all of a sudden going to play up towards tower, but they're aware of that. And Ion from inside the site, the only one not affected by this play, is all of a sudden tee it off. 3 for Ion. Scuba the last one. Left, not quite able to find the shot as Ion. It's not the 1v2, but Inspired from behind. Secures the round, and it's another 6-6 half.
Hey, that is crazy. Back to back to back, 6-6, neck and neck halves every single map. The shots from Ion were beautiful, so crisp. And he needed to step up given that Envy across the map, they were not playing together at all. Kane pushes up, gets caught alone. They still had 2 players towards B who had to run all the way back over to A. They needed someone to pop off like that.
Yes.
Otherwise, things could have gotten really disastrous.
Look, Wyatt, I might be on more tender ground than you with this community, but Envy is currently tied playing a 4v5.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So I was about to say, which of us is going to point it out?
I'll be that guy. I'll be that guy.
One of us is going to have to direct the eye of Sauron over to the goose egg on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
You hate to see that.
See if they can manifest something defensively. Oh, Kane, his shoulder seen on the cross. Follow up decent from Inspire, but he can only collect down to 1. So now, again, kind of what Envy just did to Cubert. Cubert's doing right back to Envy, saying we've defeated your A setup, and now we can kill time, force you to consider multiple angles where we've got numbers advantage. I mean, wherever they commit, they're going to have at worst a 4v2.
Envy are pulling 2 players over to the B side as Cubert just slowly work their way up mid. Fully contact pushing. Getting into heaven. I like this from Envy. Double re-clear of B main. Try and isolate 1 fight.
So far, so good. Spike will very tenderly make its way on. Oh, what a read here. They find 1, not quite the second, but again, just too much presence for Cubert. And now we go to Eggster. Is this the time?
Is this the moment? If he wins 1v4,
all the rest of this map is moot.
Don't care. Doesn't matter that he hasn't gotten a kill yet. I'm rooting for him.
I think the whole of this broadcast is rooting for him right now. But classic from this position against 4 ghosts. Don't feel great about it. There's the check. Yeah,
that's
easy.
Tough.
That's tough.
That's real tough. That was a great stun by T-Dog that came in last second just to get that clear into main as the smoke faded. Just aware that someone could be playing in that smoke when it's about to drop. So let's play it safe. Get the stun on that line.
Love it. Okay, pistol win goes the way of Cubert. Kane, yep. Stinger, no. Bucky?
I have your back.
Okay.
The rare Bucky purchase. Gotta say, Cubert, they must be pretty dominant in the pistol rounds at this point, no? I can't think of the exact number, but surely they're in the lead. They've won both on this map. I know that for a fact.
NV won 1 in Lotus. And they won 1 on Haven, so bit of an even split. So at this point, but Kane, okay, this Bucky is finding value. Oh my goodness. If it weren't for the paint shells, I don't know if Redux would have lived through that.
I mean, this man Inspire only has a classic, but combined, Cubert have 46 health. This is so winnable. You could kill someone with a razor vine.
And look how nervous Cubert are about this play on B.
They're sweating bullets, and for good reason. Bulldog recovered now. I mean, Inspire could even take them out with the right-click Bucky at range if he really wants to. Wouldn't advise it, but he
30
could.
seconds left.
They're going to get to a spot for a post plant. Inspire seems to just be hard committing. I'm sure he's gotten the information that, everyone is so weak. Like, if you have to play retake, you have to play retake. Which will be what comes through. And Redux is going to try to play top tower on this post plant, leaving Nismo down low.
Retrieving flash.
Yeah, it looks like Nismo might just want to rotate to him, double up. Play off the spike planted for them. But with that low HP, it still might not be enough.
Yeah.
Redux has an opportunity to just close this out right now.
Timing. Inspire gets across. He's going to try to chase this down. Salvo. Whoa. Does he get him in the corner? Yeah, sure does. Now it's just time to the 1v1 with Nismo. How big can Inspire be? Toggles on the spike. Has the arc rose to try to play off of this, but no. Nismo just too quick around the backside elbow. No worries whatsoever. Now the question will be, coming into this next round, what does your bonus actually look like after a very messy affair in the second anti-eco?
Yeah, Scuba still had a lot of cash, so he's going to get a third rifle up. I mean, one of those rounds where, you know, your rankers, you're going to feel good about doing all that damage, but it's going to feel bad that you know you were so close to legitimately winning with one Bucky and all classics. Kane is just a different breed. There's Kane Zero and there's everybody else in the server.
There's definitely been plenty of moments where we've seen that. But Envy need to manifest some more of it because they're still down 2. And in terms of quote-unquote this being a normal bonus round, because of how many eliminations Cubert have found in the first 2, this is actually a full gun round for both teams. Just a couple of light armors in the way. Poppin, just spamming the corner. Takes off the head of Nismo. That's a critical elimination for Envy as well, for what it's worth. I mean, not having the Tejo here makes the executes a little bit less, I would say, potent in terms of their ability to break down these sites with how wide they are.
And bear in mind, Cubert have not gone for the bonus. They invested into this. Yep. 3 of their players on effective 0 credits.
Poppin. Oh. Back over to the ropes. Showstopper out on the chase. One player still up top. Wait, Exter. Okay, that was the same. We got to capitalize here, my guy. He's got himself 2. More on the way. No, Scuba with the shutdown. Kane Zero, double tap in effect. Rotating over is Inspire. 30 seconds to the clock, and whoa. Cubert going to try to rewrap this through ropes, and Inspire may catch a sound cue off of this. If not, he's definitely going to catch him on the drop in.
Yeah, here's the audio on the angle.
Spike down A.
Scuba's got the spike. Chance to still plant this. There's enough separation for him to reset to the 1v2. Cause of Divide is earned if he wants to try to play off of that, and yeah, looks like he does. No, just stars for now. Kane up top, couple of shots through the nebula. Not effective. Is there a chance to isolate onto Inspire first? Kane is still playing way far away from this. Excuse me? Just a little spam shot towards elbow from Inspire, connects on a Scuba's head, and that's how we win the round? Okay.
All right, cool. They will take it. Envy desperately needing an ounce of their magic to return to the world because it has gone a little bit quiet for them. Poppin starts off just pre-fire spam, then Nismo takes a nice little stroll into, and it happened. It has occurred. Exter is on the goddamn board with 2, and he needed those 2 desperately. The team needed that.
Okay. 8-7 Stingers, 2 Vandals for Cubert. Again, talking about the fact that bonus was a full purchase for them. Now they're in a broken buy situation. Slow Orb trying to combine with the salvos. Pop in, yep, it does get affected by that, so good break off here for Cubert. Following up into that position, though, is going to be Kane. He doesn't want to let anyone come back through here. Now all of a sudden you've lost 2 rifles, and this has become very doable for Cubert.
2 rifles for... Look at Cubert's money. They went all in with the Stingers on this round. Confident that they would have the read on the situation. They punish Poppin. And then that lovely double swing, just full sprint. Kane is overwhelmed by numbers. And now an opportunity to reset in the mid-round. Meet up with Scuba, who's just been controlling A passively.
Oh, he's going to like to hold this line. Wow, bold choice. Punished for it. And now it's on to Exter. Flash out. He hits everybody with it, but Cubert still just too many players to deal with.
30 seconds left.
Find the kill they need. Plant is now in play. And Ion 1v3. Eco is about to be broken. I imagine he probably just looks for exits here.
Yeah, absolutely. That is so incredibly bold from Cubert to send it into that round with 4 Stingers fully bought out, knowing that they would break Envy's economy if they win this round.
Yeah.
This is the tail end of map 3 in an elimination game. So gutsy to go for that. So confident in the read on the situation.
Oh. Ion not going to be allowed to bring anything with him. into round 17, and that is an immediate flip for Cubert. I love the game plan idea of how you just execute through mid like that. Hadn't really seen that happen yet, and I know that we've gotten Envy largely just playing off like poison clouds and dark covers in through mid, and Cubert are like, well, if they're not going to be able to stall us here, why not just run it down, see if we can create an opportunity to collect weapons? And it doesn't just turn into one, it turns into two, and at that point, you're like, wow, we're going to win this round.
Yeah, they just knew. They had the sixth sense that they'd be able to punish Poppin on that round, that he would play from Mail again at that angle he played on the prior one, where he got that pre-fire kill on Nismo. They just felt that he would go for that again, and he did. And they get him with the fault line into the missiles. And now we have a tech pause. Love that.
Yeah.
Love that for us.
We've had a lot of that so far today. It's been a marathon of a series, but it's been a good one. All three of these maps have been unbelievably tight. And we talked about this a little bit back in map number 1, but I think the thing that's been really fun about this series is watching both these teams adapt and adjust to one another. A lot of it coming after timeouts, but finding their vulnerabilities and then finding the immediate response has been brilliant for both these two squads.
Yeah,
now,
absolutely.
So if now the thing about this is, with a broken economy purchase here for Envy, can you find some of that creation? Because the difference is, as you mentioned from a couple of rounds ago, is like it's just been small mistakes. Like Thrifty's here, Clutch is there, but this is one of those rounds that Envy needs that magic to keep Cubert off double digits.
Kinzera is buying into the Guardian, has the kill contract, could go for some kind of crazy duel. Just pop the shield, try to get the kill with the Guardian. I would not be surprised if he sends it.
Me neither.
I mean, they certainly have the ults to turn this around and get a little eco win here of their own.
The thing is, like, you can't, if you are going to commit to popping the Steel Garden in this round, you have to know it has to hit. Like, you can't get baited into pulling it out. It also throws in the level of, like, maybe we do just upgrade pistols here and give ourselves a chance at what is essentially an anti-eco. Hard to say. But if you're going to pop it, it has to connect on at least, I would say at least 2, if not 3 members.
Yeah, just see if they can't get into a good post-plant situation, fire it off while the spike is going down. Something where you know you're just going to get a couple of those people tagged up by it. I'm currently looking at the Discord channel.
Not yet.
If we find out what's happening. Has a player finally forgotten to charge their mouse? The classic timeout cause.
That's classic indeed. Oh, there's the word. Okay, so it looks like this will be a bit of an extended tech pause. So we'll hop off the air for now. We'll come back. Again, 9-7 the count. You don't want to go far, so don't. Stay around, and we'll be back after this as soon as we're through with this tech. All right, we're back into it here after the tech pause. Again, 9-7 the count. The big curiosity point coming into this next round is if the Steel Garden comes through, can Envy utilize that as a chance to get this thing close to a one-round game? Otherwise, Cubert will find themselves on double digits here in map 3 of an elimination matchup.
And they have intentions of fighting forward towards A right now. Kenzira pushed up off the arc, rose, but immediately shut down.
Yeah.
That was the one decent weapon for the Envy side. And it's taking a lot of damage on top of that.
I think that's all from the boombot, Wyatt. Like, it just went right by him, and it definitely got activated. So just trying to overplay for the kill. Poppin looking for an orb, punish for that. And Cubert likely to catch their 10th round here with this 5v3. And as you mentioned, the hero weapons that were purchased are now down and out.
We're getting to a point where you're also just thinking about the fact that this Cubert team are filled with players that are so much more experienced, deep in tournaments, in high-pressure situations than the guys on Envy are. You know, they're mega talented, but they haven't been in situations like this often, if at all yet. You know, they've been dominant in the offseason, dominant in the regular season, but this is a totally different situation to find yourself in. One map away from getting knocked out in the lower bracket, coming into this playoffs as a massive favorite. That is a lot of pressure to be able to handle. And it might just be too much.
Yeah, and
Cubert
honestly,
Academy have really shown up.
I was going to say, like, there may be something to be talked about, you know, in retrospect once this tournament is over, about the teams that got out of the group stage quickly, whether it was flawlessly or just one with one loss. Like, their kind of game plan and identity, catching a lot of teams off guard, that was a month and a half ago. And so it's like you're coming back into the game playing the exact same way, and even though the teams that had to kind of fight for their lives to get to playoffs in the first place may not have been as complete of a squad at the beginning of the group stage, they're facing up against teams that are trying to replicate what this Rankers team had done, replicate what Cubert had done, and they're getting reps versus it. And then, of course, you have the ability, like Cubert Academy, to utilize your coaching staff to do the math, do the research. We saw the counter picks come through in map number 1. They've done a really nice job of keeping one of the 5 members of Envy out of the picture.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There are other teams that are just getting so many more reps than these guys, which can certainly be an advantage. We've got Cubert now really on the precipice of collecting this map 3 win, moving on in the lower bracket. Envy feeling a lot of weight on their shoulders. Economy on the line, big ultimates to play with, must-win round.
Yep. Yeah, this may be the most important round we've had so far. We've had a lot of really close maps, so it says something. Similar look in terms of the utility spent towards the front at A ramps. And wow, we're gonna pop the dimensional drift here to see if we can just catch the information behind this play. Kill contractor to come through. Steel Garden also gonna be in the mix here as Kane's gonna find himself in a 1v1 with Knights. Quickly found the win. Cubert in some trouble here, and wow, Envy have just hit the gas and absolutely decimated the Cubert setup at A.
That was a devious play that they just hit with the dimensional drift into the Steel Garden with the suppress from K0. Extra pops out behind them, finds 3 on the round while Kane wins the duel. What the hell is that? That is so sick. Flawless.
They died underneath our boots.
I love it. That's going to play with your mental a little bit if you're Cubert. Now, granted, it was an expensive round. You're using a lot of ultimates to make that happen. Kill contract, dimensional drift, Steel Garden comes out. On the flip side, you spent nothing if you're looking at this from the perspective of Cubert. But an important round to feel like you're back into this game with conviction if you're Envy. It helps reset the mental a touch, and I think in particular that last elimination from Egster is going to go a long way of him feeling a little bit more steady as we get into the depths of this map.
That also might have been the highest value picture-in-picture on a Valorant broadcast I've ever seen. Where we got all of Egster plus the ult. Crazy.
Oh, it's a Cubert's time now. Armageddon at the ready. Rez at the ready. Cosmic Divide. Flash over the top, though. Oh, and how about this? Breakers are trying to force the issue, but Redux, oh my goodness, he takes it 1v3. just sitting in the corner, backside of the box. The only place that Envy doesn't look, and that turns into a 3v2 after what looked to be an absolute shock and awe defensive moment for Envy.
He just slips the net and gets into a perfect position to catch Envy off guard while they're trying to continue this defensive aggression that was looking good in that moment. Even winning the last against Kane Zero, who had the shield. So sick. Now it's really all on Ion if this hit comes in to be, if he can find value, find a kill to at least maybe bring it to a 2v2 retake, but it's Cubert cutting noise.
Yeah. Salvo to flush out the back of the site. Showstopper out. Clear out the front. It's good space, but I don't really know if Envy's going to care too much that the Showstopper is spent there. This is the one thing that I was going to say is going to cause the most amount of issue. But that told, Envy's in a pretty decent spot to try to contest this from both sides. Paranoia cuts across the site. Ion trying to work forward. Inspire waiting for his time to go. And I don't know, they may have missed a window on the time with the Paranoia coming through. Yeah, you get back onto site, but how do you challenge B main or just this Cosmic Divide? They're going to wait for it to fade. Lots of time taken off the clock for that to happen. Follow up now from Inspire. Able to tally onto one, but again, tick, 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 tick. That spike starts to get closer and closer to the detonation, and the crossfire setup that leaves Cubert in the corner. The 1v1 win, and Cubert will find himself on 11.
Scuba has been so ice cold in the 1v1 situations in this series. Getting a crucial final kill onto Inspire there. Zenvy were just waiting out that Cosmic Divide. Like you said, it just got so much valuable time off the clock, forced their hand. But it was this play. It was Redux tucking into the corner here. Excellent 3K.
Yeah, it's definitely a round defining one without question. Nearly good for the full ace for what it's worth. We had a good look at those last two. But 11-8, purchase is still good for the defensive Envy. Pit called him late, very late here at mid. And those spam shots coming through Mail, I don't even know if he can step back in comfortably to get the integrity of it back up. In fact, they're going to have to get Extra in first just to make sure this Viper's pick can stay up and stay in play.
And luckily, he got the molly down just in time that forced Cubert to fall back out of the pit, so they still have some mid control. But yeah, mid control they have to be nervous about, because at any point Cubert can try to re-clear in there with the stealth drone from Nismo.
Yeah. Inspire still playing off of his own utility inside of the A site. Help nearby from Kane, and he's going to need it, and it's a no because of course it is. From the shadows, get the defense over. Ion's going to try to help out, but Cubert are out of there and already making a move to get the spike over to B.
And that being said, time is getting a little bit low, and the majority of the Cubert players are nowhere near the 2 on B. Ion has a chance to shut this down.
Yeah. Good utility coming through. Paranoia comes out, though. Extra's right there to help teleport Braddock over, and all of a sudden the defense is in spot for this. You're going to get out of the pit and immediately jump into the site here if you're popping. Ion's still alive and well. Envy's still holding from inside the site. Cubert have nowhere to go. They have to win these gunfights, but how can you? You can't see anything. Down to under 5 seconds. Scuba caught on the cross. No chance for T-Dog to get in, and Envy will get their 9.
The pace from Cubert was just far too slow after they got pushed out of mid when the pit went down. Just taking too much time on A with the majority of the players there. And despite Ion missing that first shot, which had me worried when Nismo peeked the corner, that Paranoia was perfect. And then Eggster comes in, who, by the way, at one point was 0-12. And so since then is 9-4 on the board. He's stepping up after having a tragic start to Split.
He's back, baby. I'm telling you, that last win at range, little clean tap to the head, that's one that gets your mojo moving a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And on that round too, where they went for their crazy triple ult aggro play, he teleports out behind them to get that 3K. No, that is more than the confidence builder he needed.
Good manipulation of space from Ion as well in the back here, just being thrown everything was thrown at him, legitimately. But outside the timeout now, Cubert find themselves in a bit of a predicament financially. Envy hoping this is a chance for them to not just get to 10, but also build up on a couple of those key ultimates. Dimensional Drift is already one away. Kill contract also really close as well for Cainzera. So the path has been paved here for Envy, tell you that much.
Yeah, just every time you think this series is going in one direction, something shifts, and all of a sudden, Envy are back in the game with Cubert Academy on an eco. Real chance of getting this to 10. I mean, they would love to have a clean round to stabilize their economy for the rest of this game, too.
A little blast pack play, trying to win over towards Mail, but Eggster will catch one on the cross. Oh, blender over towards ropes. And now the double tap, and Cainzera is going to take the challenge. That will get him the kill contract. So very efficient here with the Odin. They know T-Dog's in the corner, and he'll get a right click off, but nothing more. 4 in the round for the Odin carrying Cainzera, and Envy cleanly and flawlessly get their way to double digits.
Getting into this buy round, it's Cubert Academy who now have to be so concerned about another crazy aggro play with that dimensional drift in the kill contract, like the one that destroyed them a few rounds ago. Eggster and Cainzera have just been racking up so many kills. They're cycling the ults out so quickly.
And here we go. We're up for some fireworks to finish off this map. That much feels certain.
And Knights has been sitting on that res for a minute. T-Dog with the rolling thunder. Cubert Academy's economy on the line.
Yep.
So important that they win this round out.
Well, they're taking their time on this approach. You've got the rolling thunder. If you want to use that as a entry tool. Again, on the flip side of things, though, the dimensional drift just to play for a safe retake could be a possibility. You also have the kill contract to confirm for sure you're going to have numbers when you do need to defend. And Cubert, outside of a couple of smokes and a boom bot, they really haven't shown force anywhere. So Envy's just hanging around like, all right, cool.
Yeah, dimensional drift's going to get info towards B. By the way, Inspire has that shear up on A main. Hasn't been triggered. So yeah, you just have Envy all around B and mid at the moment.
Paranoia comes through. Wow, and that extends, finds Nismo. And now here comes the battle up top at tower. The offensive barrier orb to block things off as they can dive on in towards site. There's the rolling thunder. It affects just one member. It's the one on site, but popping from the backside of dirt, able to keep Ian alive. And now is he able to stand a little bit taller? Cainzera was spamming over towards top tower, could only find one. 3v2 situation. 15 seconds on the clock, and we're trying to wrap. There's not enough time.
T-Dog just doesn't know where to go because Cubert have no control of the map. The Envy players are in the walls. Eggster is pushed out of B main to get that kill. And at that point, Cubert Academy, they can feel that Envy side just completely encircling them. They had really no option but to go through B heaven. But even, with that rolling thunder, it's only hitting sight. They have to deal with a crossfire with one player in spawn. They know they've lost B main control already to Eggster, so they have to deal with someone there. It's just way too much. It's so overwhelming.
I was about to say the same thing. As soon as you lose B main there, that rolling thunder barely even gets you onto site. I mean, it's just, there was never a moment where Cubert were able to even show any sort of concern to the setup that Envy would put together.
Cubert is still able to get a reasonable buy online, though. 4 rifles plus that Guardian. Poppin doesn't want to hang around too long in vents, considering he got absolutely fried there by Util earlier in the half. He's going to take a shot and get the hell out just in case.
But again, outside of him getting a little bit of contact through mid, we're down to under a minute. And we haven't, okay, now we're gonna maybe pop this shear wall. There we go. That will put a little bit more concern over to Envy's direction, not having any information at mid at the same time. This makes this defense feel a little bit more split, but popping on this rewrap back over from when he initially was playing over into ramps itself, he can still watch that cross, and Kane can just lock things down at ramp. What a huge first blood.
Long have we waited, but the Odin is now going crazy for Kane at the very end of this series. 11-11.
30 seconds left.
Great snake bite. Oh, man. Kill contract does not hit, though.
You will not kill
Salvo comes up towards the top. Regen and Rez is going to be here now for T-Dog, but Inspire walking back up before the Nebula can pop has found the first. Backside elbow! Oh my goodness, Inspire! Absolutely critical eliminations coming through. Poppin knows he's got Redux on the plant. Hopping forward, he'll find the final 2 kills, and Envy will get to series point.
They are just so fast on that flood together. Cubert Academy have really been going slow in a lot of these late rounds. And Envy take full advantage of that. Inspire finding that kill just before the smoke was obscuring his view was so rapid. And then I love the decision for him to just try and get right into elbow. And he's just calling for his team to get in and help, and they sprint back in while Cubert are feeling the pressure of needing to get that spike down last second. That is so confident from Envy in such a high pressure situation. Everything on the line now for Cubert, trying to get into OT, or they're going to be eliminated from the playoffs already, which no one thought coming into this. No one thought we would have this matchup in the lower bracket, that one of these teams would be going home already. It is madness.
Could we see some sort of a pop here for Cubert? Last pack already over towards A ramp. Kane's was able to forward the operator to try to help on this cross, and Redux has already been tagged. Of course, the health orb is still in place, so he'll get back to at least full HP, but they're forcing the gunfight. It's a pinstripe kill feed. One that favors Envy for now. 3v2, if you want to call it that. Poppin's out of 2 HP.
Yeah, time for Poppin to be the guy who runs in and gets baited.
Oh, if there was ever a moment for Eggster.
Spike planted.
Popping over the top. Scuba holding in the close corner. Eggster will get into elbow. T-Dog pops through. First 2 kills are good. Now it's just down to Ion. 1v2. Will get clearance through elbow past this Cosmic Divide. Does he get the timing on the T-Dog for a freebie? Sure does. Now it's just down to the 1v1. Scuba right there for the snap. Paranoia comes through. Ion resets. Seeing if he can catch Scuba on the exit. Teleport back over the top. Is Ion able to find him? Scuba's still holding tight. Scuba! Oh, just the absolute ice to sit in the corner. Catches Ion trying to manipulate with the teleports up and over and around the Cosmic Divide, and we've got overtime.
There's no way, man. That was so sick from Ion, the pathing there. If he just looked down at Flowers, he was so certain that Scuba, after getting paranoid, would have tucked back around hell, but he just stood his ground. That is so insane. I love that decision from Ion to get up there with the teleport opposite side of the wall so Scuba wouldn't hear him.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, earlier in that 2v3 as well, though, Cubert, they were playing active, taking that double face, finding the kills together. What a banger series between these two teams.
Yes.
Again, this is the kind of series, I mean, we keep saying it, but it's like, this is the kind of banger we expected from these two teams in like the upper final. It's so insane.
Makes this playoff that much more interesting. So here we go. Off the Cubert timeout. Our first taste of overtime in what feels like one of likely many. And wouldn't you know it, Wyatt? Are you surprised? I'm not surprised. Kane Zera's got the Odin
right
out
into
again.
the Odin.
Right into it.
I mean, again, he's been playing well. Poppin has the Odin too. We have the double Odin right now.
What are we talking about?
On attack.
On attack.
We have the double Odin, Redux, Glass Cannon Operator. Okay, we only have the one Odin now. It's just Poppin.
Okay.
Gain's gone back to the rifle. Who's on for a 30 bomb right now, just one away.
Poison Cloud up, Redux. Oh, are you kidding me? That should have been Redux's win every day of the week and twice on Sunday. But it's just a Vandal headshot from Kane Zera before Redux can pull the trigger.
It's so crazy that we saw that exact situation in regular time, but this time, K0 was locked in on that angle, so ready to get that kill.
Wait. Oh, the double tap too strong. Nismo was in a perfect position. And now T-Dog in the corner. Catches the spike carrier. That's a massive elimination, but there's just nowhere to go from there. And you've got Kanzera now with a kill contract on the Knights, wins it, and Envy will take advantage in the first OT.
The win rate of Kanzera in the kill contracts is so absurd. I would love to know what it is in the series. How many has he lost? Just one, I think?
I think just one.
I think just
that
one.
Was when he brought the Odin in it.
Yeah, which was the Odin, which he just bought, by the way, on defense. But and he gets a kill contract in OT, by the way. Finding the opening kill, second onto Nismo when he's got the shield popped. Crosses the line for the 30 bomb. He is just on a totally different level.
Yes. Ion holding close over towards B main, just looking to see if he can catch anyone slipping on this dark cover. Not going to happen, so he will replace it and step into it. He's got a little bit of a walk down, a little pop flash here from Eggster. Dealt with beautifully, though, by Cubert. They're going to have the res. This is going to be a full-on 5v3.
Envy were really hoping that they would not be running into that many players, maybe just isolate one who was trying to insert themselves into the extremity, control it there. Now it requires something heroic.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at Kanzera to do it.
I mean, why not both these guys? There's the spray down. There's the spray down. All plus a little bit of vulnerability coming through, but no. Not enough to find anything beyond that. And it looks like the double stack may have been enough to shut down the play through Mail, but now it falls onto Inspire for the 1v3.
And Nismo getting topped off. Heal from
Planted.
Knights coming through as well. What does Inspire opt to do? Wants to just slowly work his way into B main. They have an opportunity to take maybe one duel against Knights if he peeks onto that angle. That's probably the best opportunity he's got to get an opening.
Flash placed. Flashing.
You know, here's the opportunity off the flash. Got to make a move. Not going to happen. Nismo dialed in, locked in, back to level. And overtime, too, coming up. Are we going to get more Odin gameplay?
And poppin'. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Redux does not want to op again after what happened on the last round. He's going to go ahead and just pick up the rifle. Kane had a real opportunity to win out the round there. Probably regretting even trying to use the util, honestly. I wishes he just kept the gun out.
Yeah, for real. Oh, fault line burst play. Wow, Inspires very lucky to be alive. Orb will be collected off that barrier. Orb here at mid just to slow down any potential quick wrap in. And that will be map advantage now to Cubert.
There was even a Sage slow lineup from Knights that fell down there, but it was just a second too late. Or would have caught Inspire before he rounded that corner. And they feel like they have a strong chance of just re-clearing P main for free, and they are right.
Shoulder is going to be revealing. Double tap with the contingency wall. Knight is on the site. Actually avoids the undercut initially, but the follow-up from Poppin is enough for the trade. T-Dog still on the site, though. Doesn't get cleared out. And now he's got the fault line to give himself a little bit more until Poppin shuts down the potential disaster play from Cubert's defense. 2v3 on the post plant, unless they decide to try to pop through this immediately, which they're trying for. Viper's been earned, but not going to be held. Quick on the follow-up as Redux, and now Cubert takes the advantage here in the second OT.
That was some good pace of Cubert getting back in. Poppin had gotten thrown that spike so he could get the pit in time, but Cubert beat him to the punch. Just takes a little bit too much time for that to activate, to actually spread and cover those angles. Knight's getting that first pretty crucial on the drop down off that distraction. Then T-Dog opened up to being able to swing around a back pillar safely, find that second, further delay, get everyone back in position that had rotated to A previously. And now Cubert on match point. Kane 0, we've gone back to the well. We have the Odin.
Oh boy. That's going to be over towards A ramps here, but immediate threat for Cubert off the barriers falling is towards B main. Get a little bit of forward pressure in mid, but nothing really worth considering. Poppin's been in and out of that position a couple of different times in the defensive half. So Envy once again are going to feel pretty stable in this setup.
Very passive at the moment. They're getting that good passive info though, yeah, by Spire over towards A. Comes the hit onto B. Pressure onto Ion. Extra wants to get in. Support with a flash.
Ion's in trouble though. He does stay alive behind this aftershock. Salvo to try to clear the site, but honestly, that doesn't really land maybe where it's fully intended to. Doesn't make a difference though. The player's stuck on site. Still have to hold and fight back, and now it's just down to Egster from inside. Inspire's rotating over. Scuba though up top. There's the edge, and now it's just down to Inspire. 1v3 situation, and they know exactly where he's at. The kill's there, the crossfire setup is perfect, and Cubert will take it into overtimes, eliminating Envy in elimination round 2.
Insane that the favorite coming into playoffs, the undefeated team in the regular season that were undefeated overall, had never lost a match until the playoffs, are out into only collecting 1 win in the lower bracket, bested by one of the other favorites, to be fair, but a Cubert Academy that came in today very well prepared to deal with Envy's play style. You could see how ready they were across all 3 maps to handle them. The way that they were able to deal with Inspire's very proactive lurks when he was on attack. Some excellent flood retakes that they had on Haven, Lotus. Coming into Haven with the comp switch too, that paid off. They were just so well prepped for today. I think that's what really pushed them over the edge.
You have to have it at this level and at this stage. I mean, we usually say those, with these matchups that happen in like upper bracket finals, grand finals, lower finals, but this happens much earlier, but does not excuse you from being ready to go. And Cubert showing that they can cover all their bases, cross their T's, dot their I's, and an unfortunate early exit for Envy after the recent signing. One of those things that I know Roy is going to be talking about, signing conspiracies and things like that. He tried to do it last week.
I know he's so hyped to be proven right. I know his ego is out of control right now.
Between him and Sierra, hard to say. We'll find out. And actually, I think Dryad was the only one who picked Cubert to win.
Yeah, so I mean, it's an ego battle when we get back to the desk.
This desk is going to be insufferable.
I'm muting and I'm leaving. I don't even want to listen to it.
Down. I'll be right behind you. We're going to go to a break. We'll have the desk afterwards. We still have one more match, so don't you go anywhere. We still got a full night worth of VALORANT coming up after this.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
It took all 3 maps. It took 2 rounds of overtime, but in the end, Cubert Academy come out on top, keeping the lower bracket dream alive and eliminating what was the top seed in our playoff bracket, Envy. I mean, Roy, that was an insane match through and through. This all coming down to split, and it takes the overtime. What a crazy match for what could have been, realistically, in another world, the grand finals match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we got a glimpse of that. And it was an amazing match, an absolute dance in the back and forth between these two teams. But ultimately, Cubert did finally push themselves to the end. But I do want to talk about several things. One, Wyatt, you're absolutely correct. The org debuff theory proves to be correct. Shift, you as well. But I would like to remind all of us on the desk and in the caster's booth that we all picked Envy. It wasn't just Sierra and I. We literally, the only person here who has the right to gloat, and I'm sure she's waiting, can't wait to get her chance, is Dryad. She's the only one who voted for Cubert.
I'm jotting in the chat. I'm ready to talk. Let me talk. I'm waiting for my moment. Guys, sorry. Prediction, can we show predictions again? Do you mind?
I wasn't even this loud about Winthrop University upsetting every team in the upper bracket. We get an honest to goodness even match, and Dan's like, guys, I'm right, you're wrong, suck it. Like, what is this?
No, I when I said it was 60% out, I want to explain it why. It's just we knew there was going to be a back and forth between these two teams. When it's the top 4 that we had coming into playoffs, and when it's Cubert Academy, a team that was built around Redux, one of the best duelists that we have, and you're going against a Rankers Envy that was the #1 seed coming into playoffs, you knew that it was going to be very close. But what I liked the most was seeing teams adapt on the fly. It was Cubert Academy that we thought we're gonna take a stronger lead on the first half. Then things got a little bit more even out. It was 6-6 once again, as we saw in the previous map. And in the second one, there was a crazy change of tempo depending on the round. There were some plays that we saw Cubert Academy play before, some of the faster plays with Redux, double satcheling in and picking one, then heading back. And then some others where it was the same as we saw on the previous map, just kind of holding back, holding mid, getting that control, waiting for the mistakes of the enemy. So it was a crazy match. I can't believe that means that Envy gets eliminated, but it is kind of what we expected in terms of the back and forth.
I mean, going into today, it was 4 of the strongest teams that we had. And production's just the biggest off right here. That's all right. I mean,
production is on my side.
The instigators.
Just a reminder, everybody. And also, sorry, reminder, Cubert Academy, if you have one of those Cubert plushies, hit me up.
Cubert, I'm just saying, she right from get-go was talking about not necessarily believing in her prediction. She doubted. She only jumped back on the bandwagon, going map 3. I don't know. I think you have another couple games of predicting Cubert before you get that plushie, Dan.
There's no okay.
Wow.
That's fine.
That is your biggest off. That's crazy.
No, yes.
I love you, Dad. I love you, Dad. I mean, if Cuberts keep playing like they have been, then there's going to be ample time for you to get that plushie. That's for sure. Because this is a Cubert Academy on the day that getting into this overtime, the adaptations up against a map pool that did not look favored when we looked at these first 2 maps at all, to still then take it to a map 3, to still win against a Kane Zera that's then going 33-20. I mean, right, Dan, I know I'm being an op right now. Dan will have her day. She'll get that plushie. I fully believe in that, just like I am, I think, signing on for this Cubert run ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about coming into this match about the variance, right, in performance between Cubert and Envy. Envy's performances have looked very top heavy. It's been Kane Zera, it's been Ion, it's been somebody on the team constantly popping off, heroic moments, a lot of these things, right? But then we talk about Cubert, it really does feel like all their wins and losses are being done as a team. I mean, yeah, Scuba had a great performance, Redux, performing quite well himself, but ultimately every single person on Cubert's had to try their hardest to push the team to a finish line. Their structure is starting to kick in. A lot of what they're doing makes sense. And I'm not too surprised to see a win here for Cubert.
I mean, I'll say I was a little surprised after the map pool and everything else that we got a series this close. But considering the talent on the team, that's where it doesn't surprise me at all. And being able to see that step up from Scuba, I think, was big. And we had questions too, Dan, going into this map about the composition, looking at the Sage for Knight, but something too that I think fared quite well for the team.
Yeah, the Sage, and just in general, I think the way the Knights play just fits the team really well. So that is, he had his moments throughout the map. He had his moments with the Sage. I mean, even in that overtime, we see one of the reses. It's just the little things that are coming through and allowing this whole composition to work. And that is one of the points that I wanted to make. I think today's match, it is won by Cubert Academy more than anything because of the experience that the team has as a whole. At Knights, we've talked about coming through from the other side. Potentially, there was a word where he was on the other side, where he was on the losing side today, but he gets to win with Cubert Academy, so it has to feel good. And then on top of that, you have a team that has the experience in challenges, has the experience even in Ascension for Nismo, for example, internationally. And then you're looking at these faces that know how to adapt on the fly, and they understand that that is going to be the win condition to move forward and maybe continue on this lower bracket run.
Yeah, such a solid piece for the team, and someone that, I mean, definitely in this moment, Envy have to be missing just a little bit, at least a little bit, but to be able to get, you know, good old-fashioned rivalry against his old team and eliminate them, I mean, that one's definitely got to feel at least somewhat bittersweet on the day. So huge congratulations. This being able to just like see this great gameplay from the Sage here, Roy, it was just really nice and well done by Knights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's definitely a young star in the making. If you're wondering why my camera got darker, well, it's because my cat unplugged my lights. So there's that. But yeah, he's young. He's able to dodge Yoru flashes. He's quite the zoomer, and he's surrounded by a great staff. Also, another person we never really speak about is Dapper. Obviously, a very experienced coach. He's been around the FPS scene for a very long time, even though he's young himself. And I think he's in great hands to develop into what is going to be a superstar in the making, essentially.
I love how Dan's cat is so cutely just like poised there saying hi. Mine's asleep in the background, and yours is just being a menace, unplugging lights right and now, everything. Yeah. Yes. But we'll give you time to sort that light, and Dan, for you to cuddle your cat, as we have none other than Knights on the line now for the post-match interview to chat a little bit more about that match. Huge congratulations. That was definitely the series. You're going up against not only your old team, but you eliminated them. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling good. Had to take down the old team. Something light. Wasn't really much pressure at all, really.
Not much pressure.
Nah.
Every team here in the playoffs, every player, y'all amaze me because these matches have been so close, and every time it's like, nah, there's no pressure, anything else. This is a 3-map series, overtime. Like, no pressure during these matches with elimination on the line?
Nah, it was just a bunch of throwing from us. There wasn't really any good round wins from them at all. It was just a bunch of throwing from us. We cleaned that up, cleaned up the game. Simple as that.
Hey, you take the victory. That run stays alive here in the lower bracket. You've played up against Envy before, previously when they were rankers way back, and it was a very, very different result. So I want to know, too, if you think this is like the evolution of the Cubert Academy team and just meshing more as a squad, or if you think your old team's kind of figured out a little bit and you're able to take them down that way.
I think we definitely improved a lot over the last time we played them. There was a lot of errors, fresh team, and then Envy really abused all our weak points, and we just were really confident playing them again.
I want to talk about that confidence going into the rest of this playoffs and looking ahead as you continue this lower bracket run. Next, you're up against M80 versus TSM. How are you feeling going up against either of them?
I'm pretty sure we beat M80, but that was without Sato, so that would be fun. And then TSM, I got some good friends there, Vora, Rico, Sim. So it would be fun to face them also. So I probably think TSM is going to beat M80, but anything could happen in this. Anything can happen in challenges, bro. We've been seeing a lot recently. Keep it a buck, but yeah.
Really have. This bracket has just been absolutely amazing. And the one thing I wanted to touch on from this series for the Cubert Academy is we got to see comp changes. A little one on the very first map, Lotus, then a big switch up going back to an older comp we've seen on Haven. So I want to know a little bit more about these comp changes. Is it just going back to comfort or trying to counter in a way?
I think it's more about comfort. When we really just thought for Haven, I guess, we thought the vibes would be absolutely broken. But I guess it wasn't like what we expected. So we might as well just went back to the comfort and don't make anything like uncomfortable for our players.
Makes a lot of sense. And then I want to talk about you on this team, because when we were with Rankers, we got to see you in a little bit more of aggressive roles. We got to see the Clove, etc. Now you're playing a lot more of like the Sentinel and stuff nowadays. So then how has it been for yourself kind of doing this role and adapting to the team?
I've been learning a lot on Sentinel. I had Dapper helping with me. I had like a lot of friends helping me with the Sentinel. It's really a different feeling or a different play style from the last, what I was doing, just running it down on Clove, really just valuing your life, living, just, yeah, it's a whole different play style that I got to adapt to. But I think by grand finals, because I expect to be there, I should be. It should just be a slaughter fest.
I'm excited for it. I love the confidence, and you've definitely been crushing in this role. Knights, congrats on this win, and have a good night. Thank you so much for chatting.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. It always amazes me. Again, the confidence after these matches are so close, but I'd love to see it. Slaughterfest for the grand finals. You hear it now. Of course, we got to find out who's going to be meeting them there and who's going to be meeting them in the next round of the lower bracket. It's going to be TSM going up against M80 after a short break. Stay tuned. First series of the day, Cubert Academy. They live to see another one and move along in the lower bracket. Now to see who is going to be facing them is M80 going up against TSM next. These two teams, these two orgs that actually were teams that made it to Ascension last year. Of course, it's been a very different challenger scene since then, Roy. These are very different teams, minus a core of TSM still. But still, I think it's really interesting to see that it's going to be these two fighting for their lives here now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same exact feeling we had in the first match that we watched, right? I mean, it's a little surprising to see these teams in the lower bracket so early. Of course, somebody has to be down here. It's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that it's these two. But I think despite that, it's going to be a very move your tail. I think that besides that, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I think the level of talent has most definitely been, it's been increasing despite the results, despite everything that's happening. I think it's almost inarguable to not see the growth that these teams have.
These are some of the biggest matches that we had with the biggest names facing elimination, and the Cats are just on one today. They're absolutely just messing around.
A menace.
Just an absolute menace. But let's talk about these teams. First, talk about M80, because this is a team too, of course, when you're looking at the prestige of this org and the fact that they've made it to Ascension and just the names on this team, there is a lot of expectations here, Dan, and they've definitely been able to step up throughout different points, but that last match they had in the playoffs was a little bit of a rough one, so I'm wondering how they're able to bounce back here.
This is one of the teams where I look at the roster and I know they're good. You look at them individually, what we know from them about them last year, including Sato, including Oki, all of them, and we know how good they are, but it's kind of like I still saw them just by names kind of in the upper mid table. And now I think what really has been making the difference is the coaching staff, Drew Spark and Psycho, what they've been bringing to the table to allow M80 to be even here in playoffs in the first place has been pretty good, and I think it's going to be one of the biggest win conditions they're looking at today. I really like what the team is able to have when it comes to Oki being a little bit more aggressive no matter what role he's playing. But the question is, how are you going to structure yourself around Sato? Is it still going to be the playstyle around Sato when he hasn't been performing the best, or is that going to change a little bit? Because we have And all of us have our eyes on Sato, looking at what he did last year in Brazil, and we keep having an eye on him. Okay, when is he gonna turn up? When is he gonna have those 30 kills, those 25 kills every single map? And to be honest, it just hasn't happened. So then you're relying on everybody else and playing a little bit more like a team, as we were talking about Cubert Academy.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sato most definitely has not hit his stride, but I think I speak for all of us when I say that we're kind of all just waiting for him to reclaim his glory, right? We're just, it's just a matter of time before the superstar player finds his comfort, kind of just settles down into the play styles, into the different tempo that's happening in this region. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There's really no other way around it. They definitely have not hit their peak. I don't believe they have. And you know, with their last match, yes, it was, you know, some of the maps were swift, but ultimately it was a 2-1. They had a very clean win against SRB in their second map as well. And I mean, there's really just no other way to put it. SRB is looking like one of the best teams in the league right now. They're hitting peaks at the perfect time. And, you know, the fact that M80 lost in them, there's really no shame in it. Yes, it would have been cool if the first and third map were a little bit closer, but we still got to see glimpses of M80's potential on that second map. And if they can bring just a little bit of that flavor that they have on Split into their other map pools, I mean, they're going to be just fine.
I definitely don't think a loss to Shopify Rebellion Black, eyeing up to be the best, one of the best, if not the best team here, is a bad thing. I think more so for me, it's in the fashion in which they lost, considering, yes, that second map is a great win, but the fact it was a watch of like, nah, surely they don't get 13-0'd here, I think is pretty stark. Dan's trying to change her predictions here.
Yeah,
It's production.
crazy.
Do not let her. She's switching things around. She's absolutely like hands on one today. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, it's the fashion in which they lost. Okay, Anios has been a really bright part for the team, and this team through and through, I think, Dan, has a lot of talent. Even if you're not a believer here, it's just whether they show up. Caillou had mentioned that this team was about 60%, but when do they hit that 100, and will it be in time for staying alive here now that they're facing elimination?
No, yeah, this is an insanely good team, and they have proven it, as we got to see in the group stage. I think individually, all of them have had their moments, but I think it just goes back to me for on that conversation of how is the duelist going to look like, because you are going against Sim, who is one of the players that we talked about the most when it comes to best duelists, best players in general that we have. So I think that's why I'm a little bit concerned. I think M80 itself, the strategy that they have around this team is great. The compositions that they've been running and working out for them are great. But I think in a match like this one, when it's an elimination match, you do need... My cat just muted me. My cat just muted me.
Yo, they're menaces right now. It's the tabby cats.
How is it the orange cat the only one behaving? That is the real question. Keep going, Dan.
Anyways, you do need like a little bit extra, and I think it's gonna be on Sato. And we don't want to put that pressure on him. We don't want to put that pressure into that one guy. But it is a situation, and the situation is asking for Sato to come up and have a big performance, and that's what he needs to do today if they want to win against the other side.
Especially to Anios, as I said, bright part for the team. And this is someone who's gone over into that flex role to allow Sato to just take over the sole duelist. Some maps are running the double duelist, which is just absolutely fantastic to see. It's more catch. Oh my goodness. There's, yeah. But no, Anios has been someone that's been really clutch in a lot of these different compositions that they've had. So even while it is a Sato waiting room, Anios has consistently, no matter what the role is here, Roy, really being able to pop off. It was a little bit rough in the last week of the losses, but when we did get to see that split, this Tejo was absolutely unmatched. And I mean, we're talking about a lot of pressure on Sato, but I think still a lot of pressure on Oki too in this series.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Oki personally, I definitely think he's putting a lot of pressure on himself to. I mean, he's definitely the standout player for this team. There's really just no other way we could say it. He's performing well. He's flexible. He's performed well in almost all of his roles. He's played duelists. He's played info initiators. He's adopting the Tejo. All of that has gone incredibly well. And knowing Oki, knowing the level of impact this player likes to have, I think he's definitely going to be a force in this matchup. I don't think he's going to back down. He's not really the type of player that will be intimidated by the opposition. So I'm definitely looking out for an Oki performance right here. But that being said, I don't think there's too much pressure on him specifically from our point of view, because his team is so stacked.
100%. But there is a stacked team on the other end as well. And this is where we can start to shift the conversation. Talk about TSM. TSM, when we're talking about teams that made Ascension and the changes here, of course, this is a different TSM, but we are still looking at the same core now with Recoil, who was their sixth man, and Vora, the new young IGL for this team. And is it TSM 2 that when we looked over what they're able to accomplish throughout the season, Dan, I've been really impressed with how things have meshed, but an early loss here in this playoffs, and now they're having to do this lower bracket run. And then, I don't know, that made me worry a little bit for the strength that we see from this team. And I'm wondering now, with backs against the wall, if they're able to clutch up here to keep the run alive.
We were talking about it in the green room, how TSM in the first couple matches that we got to see from them this year, I was putting them in #1. Like, this team looked insane. And the core, I feel like, is a big part of it with GMD, Sim, and Seven. They have been really good. They made it to Ascension last year when everybody was predicting pretty much any other team to make it to Ascension instead of TSM. So they are already known for having those miracle runs. And GMD, sure, he's not the captain making all the big calls anymore, but he's still having great impact inside of the round. And I feel like having that experience and having that extra support for the team are just all great ideas for today, because I feel like it might be just like the first match for today with Cubert Academy. It might be one of those where that extra little experience that you have can be the difference maker to win.
Yeah, I mean, on the topic of GMD as well, I think him being relieved of the IGL duty has opened him up to have impeccable performances. He's been one of the most consistent players for his team. He's had huge moments, and I think he's able to, it's kind of like the BCJ effect, right? Where he's able to, instead of constantly calling, constantly microing his team, he's able to come in the mid round, in the late round, where it really matters, and just sort of save his energy, save his mental power for those very specific high impact moments. But that being said, I think their losses have not been too bad. I think their last loss against Winthrop University was very close, despite it, obviously being a TSM favored matchup. But ultimately, I think they're completely fine. They're in a great position, and their style fits very well into the meta. And I think they're in a really good spot to challenge this.
I definitely think they can be in a really good spot, but looking at the last match against Core, since we didn't really get to see a full series, this is where I still have a little bit of questions looking at this TSM roster, because I'm looking at where the bounce back is after that loss to Winthrop, being knocked down into this lower bracket early. And it wasn't something that we necessarily got to see. And this bind, their map pick, something that they're really proficient on, ended up being a decently close affair. So I think that I still have a couple of questions. I'm not writing them off by absolutely any means, because I think the talent for this team is through the roof. But sure, Dan, I wouldn't be so sure to be like, okay, things are bounced back. Like, I think this is going to be a really big test for them up against an M80, where we definitely know the talent is there as well.
Yeah, it's hard to tell how this whole match is going to go, especially because we're looking at what happened on that previous match. And the first map they didn't even get to play. It was like a long issue that they were trying to solve. Core had to FF the map, so there was only one map that was being played, and it was TSM's map, that 1310. And honestly, I think that's fine. 1310, maps being closed, this is what we expect from challengers. Even if it's your map pick, even if it's the one where you're playing a little bit of an odd composition that you have extra reps on, whatever it is, these maps are always closed, especially when we're looking at this lower bracket. I mean, we talked about it. The lower bracket that we had at the beginning of today, that was at 1 to 4 positions coming into playoffs. And so it should be closed. We should be expecting 13-10s, 13-11, overtime, 3 maps, especially against a TSM and M80 that they know each other so well.
I like it.
Yeah, this will be exciting. I'm excited to get into this. The fact that, again, is these two orgs that are looking at, well, one of these teams getting eliminated is absolutely humongous. So I cannot wait to get ready. I know too, once this is all done, that our map picks and bans are ready. And I think that's going to be a big thing for me looking ahead at this series, because they definitely, both teams, they have their, they have their good maps. We look at TSM, we look at that bind, etc. But I want to see the official pool, how this one's going to be shaking up. So any ideas here for the map picks and bans? All right, split. M80, Roy, how are we feeling?
I am not surprised to see the split. I think their last showing on that map went extremely well. They looked very good. They looked very comfortable, and I'm not surprised to see it here for the first map.
And I'm not surprised to see M80 just banning out that bind. They want absolutely no part of that. Yeah. Fracture, TSM, and then Lotus at the Decider. Dan, how are you feeling about this group of 3 maps?
I feel like no matter what, this is going 3 maps. But the thing is that I don't know if they're going to win their map picks. I feel like this is one of the scenarios where things might change around just a little bit. Just looking at the compositions as well for our first map of Split. Last time that TSM played this against YFP, that was actually one of the off maps for Sim. So if we're talking about this duel and how much these duelists are going to play a role into today, this is a good opportunity for Sato to step it up.
Yeah, it's the Sato waiting room. I do not think that he's performed bad, but this is still not the Sato that was going crazy that everyone was talking about when we were looking at Ascension. So I'm hoping that now, when it's the most important, that we really do get to see him pop off. But two other people that I want to talk about when the going really gets tough for the series is looking at these IGLs from both of these teams. Because going into this, when you're seeing a lot of the talent on these teams, well, these are a little bit of like the newer names here, Roy. And I think too that both have done a fantastic job in the stepping up. But this is going to be now a really big test for the teams going up against, well, also a very proficient caller when there's elimination on the line. So when the going gets tough, how's it going to go?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think ultimately though, these IGLs, considering this is their first time, in such a high pressure position on signed teams representing, pretty prestigious orgs, they're ultimately doing a great job. They've been calling very well. They're very flexible. They're able to integrate their team's strengths. They're able to do so many of the high level things that you expect from IGLs in terms of strategy, in terms of, mid-rounding, in terms of being in the moment and kind of just reading what's happening within the game. Prep, a lot of that stuff that you expect from veterans, these first timers are doing it perfectly. It's impressive.
It really, really is. So I'm excited to see these two minds go up against each other as our agent select is ready for us to get into our very first map of the series. And this one should be cool. I know that we didn't get to necessarily talk too much about what we've seen in the past in terms of agents here, Dan, and we won't have to speculate with us just getting straight into it.
I want to see, there were a few differences here, but yeah, from everything that I see, M80, were they playing the Sage before? Yeah, they were.
Yep.
So things are looking the same. Sato and Sim are going to be on that Raze head-to-head. And both of the Tejos as well being played. I feel like the more that we see Challengers, the less that we're seeing this Tejo. Teams are really opting out of it. But without any changes, I feel like I'm going to give this one to TSM.
Wow, you're just going to gift them a map like that?
Yeah, it's up to me, actually. I choose.
That's crazy. No, I think this is going to be very close. I think both teams are pretty versatile on this map. I was a big fan of how they were approaching it before. I can only imagine they've gotten better with time. So I'm expecting this to be a super close 24-rounder.
All right, well, I definitely hope so. With two Titans at the team, this is certainly going to be exciting. And Split is now ready, so it's time to head into the first match here of our second elimination match of the day and head on back over to your casters, Shift and Wyatt, to take you through.
Another instant classic in the making, or so it feels. It's just one of those things. Our top four teams finding themselves in elimination round 2, and map pool that, honestly, again, I think I'm on the same page as Dryad here. Like, I wouldn't rule either of these teams out from being able to take their opponent's map pick. This just feels like a really balanced set.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think coming into this, one of the really cool things about this matchup for me is that we have two of the orgs that have persisted in Challengers Tier 2, but this year, both of them opting to try and bring up new, fresh talent surrounded by some more experienced players that can rub that experience off on them. Last year, especially TSM, they really just went back to getting a lot of the tried and true players in the Tier 2 scene, but I like that they've brought in some unknown ranked gods to pair up with a guy like GMD who's been around forever.
Whoa, there's a set play. A little frenzy action at Male. Set up really nicely by the fault line initially. Sim still holding for a chance to contest, but it's just gonna be paint shells as the wall will block him off. Amande would at least find one on this exchange towards B, but the site is taken and on the spike is making its way out.
Yeah, a lot of damage to Voro as well, so he was temporarily forced back towards spawn as the remaining two TS members, aside from him, are trying to get some ground in heaven to make this retake a go.
Heaven's kind of been voluntarily given here. Everyone just stacking up down low, and that will work out the frenzy gameplay. Superior and the opening break off plus the follow-up, and M80 take the clean pistol. And really, I think that just sets the tone here for what TSM are going to have to deal with all day long in this first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was going on a goddamn diatribe about this team, and then suddenly the round just started, and Sato just hits the most precise satchel, zooms into nail, and gets the free kill with the frenzy straight away. That was a sick opener. This is a light round 2 buy from M80. 2 pistols right now.
Yeah.
And a Spectre, Bulldog. They've got the 1 rifle on Caillou, but even still, it is a light one.
Classics, though, on the other side with just 1 sheriff. So maybe a little bit of knowledge between these 2 teams that we win the pistol if you're on the offense for M80. You're not going to face up against much resiliency on the other side. Could be part of it. See what we get. Stealth drone up and over. Staying largely covered from that, though, is 7. The walk down into mail, though, is on the way. Sim. Contact with Bao. Nope, not going to go his way. Goes for the headshot. Now you've got the break on in towards sight. Ooh, a little bit of the team stun, though, comes through. Gives Vora a chance to hold, but eventually overwhelmed. Same can be said for recoil on the site, and now it's just down to Gabon.
Some very weak players for M80, but not going to be a problem. Heal on to Caillou, who's really in the danger zone. I mean, GMD somehow finding 2 with the classic long range, huh? And B-Dog is miles away. All right. Thank God Caillou won that. He was front low as well. What the hell, man? That should not have been anywhere near as dangerous as it got.
No, not anywhere near. But it's still round 1 for M80, and now you should be able to upgrade this bonus into a little bit more stock in the arsenal. A couple of rifles can be purchased. So it's really a clean start here, though, honestly, again, for M80, just over-embellishing through middle of the map. I am surprised to see them, like, as they take through top tower, they're all just opting to just give it up and play down on the site, but I imagine that will likely change as we get into riflery. TSM full purchase, not looking to do anything different, though, just kind of still hanging. Letting these stars kind of be the main kind of point of contest through middle of the map, especially.
Still a very light buy here for M80. 2 sheriffs into this one. Looking at Caillou and Sato, who's going to be taking point here with that rifle opportunity, but tough shot on 7, who's just jump peeking.
Careful on this timing here from Sim at mid. Paint shells over the top. Doesn't really do too much besides get a little bit of damage. Does also allow Gabon to play a little bit deeper in towards B. But main has been let go of here, and honestly, there's not a lot of stall tactics available for TSM defensively if this is a hit through B main.
In the meantime, you have B-Dog way over on A, just chilling, hoping that someone is going to push up at some point. He could get a freebie. That is not going to be the case, so he'll be on a very late backstab as he places down the stars, allow the rest of the team to get into an uncontested B site.
Yep. Recoil catching 1, though. Whoa, Gabon just stepping into the site almost with a fine 3. Eventually shut down. A couple of the right clicks allow Bao to get a weapon in hand instead of the classic, and Caillou will work on the plant, but this is still a 2v4, and TSM are now here. And with Sim finding one over the top, it's a very easy isolation onto Caillou. So just 1 will drop. Gabon doing a nice job just staying inside the site, collecting the majority of the eliminations, and making sure TSM are comfortable on the retake.
Yeah, not a lot of damage done. Can start building up the economy a little bit. Gotta say, and gotta respect, the consistency that GMD has had for so long. He has been performing at such a high level for this TSM team all across last year in 2024 into 2025 now, different rosters. Doesn't matter. He is just a rock for this team.
Looking solid to this point for sure. And it's another one of those players, like we continue to talk about. I mean, he's been around since the game came out in a major squad or some sort of a major contender. Still trying to fight for his place, stay stable in the VCT spot. Stealth drone in towards vents. Again, the same mid pressure for M80 continues to persist, but honestly, TSM continue to allow it to happen. And then once utility is spent, you take a double check just to make sure no one's home, and you can get back on your merry way of just holding the same spots you're already in.
And now it's the stealth drone from Vora, trying to get some info towards A, but M80 wait for it to expire, then contact up. Hoping that that'll draw some TSM players to fall away, and that is going to be the case. Sim is out of there, and now Recoil feeling the pressure.
Yeah, but still alive, shakes off the stun. smoke. Doesn't really do too much as Vora can throw a couple of shots in. Rolling Thunder, that's going to be more of an issue. But he's got help up top. I mean, Sim's stuck by a smoke right now, but Recoil is still alive and well. No one's clearing the back of the site. Hello? Sato eventually able to snap and find the elimination, but it comes at a really steep cost. And now we're in a 3v3. The defense can get the Cosmic Divide in play.
Sato a little distracted, didn't get to backside. Honestly, they're lucky that Recoil didn't get that second. He's going to be frustrated that he whiffed those shots.
So now it's just battling through the Cosmic Divide, and B-Dog, a key win up top. Has this defense having to either play aggressively forward or deal with the pinch first, and they're going to get caught in no man's land. 7 last one left. Caught in the cross, able to tally up one and a second. Wait, pardon me, B-Dog's only a bullet worth of health. There's the shoulder check. No immediate angle here for B-Dog, but he doesn't get stunned by this. It's all about the timing. Does B-Dog take the check? No, he doesn't. Holds his ground. It's the right call. Punishes 7, but that one got way too close for comfort.
I cannot believe that 7 got the second one through screen. That was pretty wild, but regardless, I think it really comes down to that moment with Recoil. They set him up perfectly. And by they, I mean those TSM players that were getting in through heaven right there. Sim, look at the distraction that he caused. He dragged 3 crosshairs onto him. Recoil's really going to be kicking himself that he was only able to convert 1 in that situation where they really set him up for success. Side hold completely crumbles. Luckily, because of that clean pride around TSM, I have a lot of money. Oh my God.
Gravity Vortex in combination with the Paint Shells. Bow will take a little bit of damage, but is for the most part fine. So TSM continuing to show that, hey, we can play this game too. But 3-1 the count. The stinger for 7 is giving him a pretty one-dimensional peek here. Topside box. Nice snap. 4 with the trade. Stay 4v4. Sim up top. Okay, re-clears. Now Showstopper. Doesn't catch anybody. GMD. He's also going to kind of push out and just make sure, yep, no one is here. So this rocket for Sim will go empty. But you have to draw the line in the sand somewhere if you're TSM, and this might be the exact spot to do it. Don't need to go too far forward.
Yeah, Sim doesn't even want to fire the rocket off just so they can hold that silent, close, double angle posted up there with the GMD. M80 fall away, though. Disadvantaged. Not anymore.
Oh, good catch. So now that puts this site into the immediate danger zone. Salvo trying to stall out the hit, but honestly, Cayu's already in a very comfortable spot to plant. B-Dog still lurking at mid. Has TSM needing to clear him out first before they can even attempt to get ramps control, surely.
Yeah, Vora knows that he could be there, but you just can't overcommit to chasing because B-Dog can just run away.
Wow. And they're going to let tower control come. Bao's going to hear a footstep. Up for the first. Does he have the second? No. Long wrap on the way, but this is taking too long now. The only question is, where is B-Dog gone? Gravity Vortex to stop the defuse for now. Sim immediately back on. You got to go if you're B-Dog. Trying to find an angle, and no. Sim steps off, finds the double team, and that's enough now for him to claim 3. And with that, Recoil will get the defuse to be 1 off from the Steel Garden.
Yeah, I think B-Dog's going to certainly be regretting trying to go for that long wrap and not just playing more safely in vents, holding that closer position to get back to help his teammates in time. And that spike is just planted awkwardly, regardless if you're playing from heaven or coming from spawn like he did. It was a crazy kill from Sim to get that advantage in the 4v3 off the rope. Pretty sick.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, like, I think there's also a level of, you know, B-Dog trying to make that long wrap around the back. You got to keep your gun up if you're on site. Like, you have to stay alive. Opening shot through mid as we look at the coffee menu here at Split. Bow will drop, and what is already kind of a half-buy situation for M80 has just been made severely difficult in this 4v5.
Yeah, 7 just knowing the economic situation picks up the outlaw, but right, M80 just swing out of the smoke together to even that up.
7 connects again. Whoa! Trying to work with the showstopper. Sato gets caught blast backing midair before he can pull the trigger. And now Sim, awkward timing here. Okeanos actually connects really nicely. gives them a chance at this. We have to be a 1v3, but the quick follow-up is right there from Gamal, and then we're going to get a 3-3 tie immediately.
TSM are loving to run out of heaven while that hit is coming into A. They are determined to fight in that little transitional situation where the attacking side are getting out of the choke 2 times that they've done that now, so M80 are going to have to be concerned about that, ready to fight that angle.
It's been a battle, though. I mean, we expected this to be the case. It's a lot of back and forth. It's a lot of 50-50 battles that a key gunfight gets won somewhere on the map. That changes the dynamic of these big pivotal gun rounds that we've had. One upcoming here as well. B-Dog will only have the Guardian, but everyone else is full armor, full weapons for the most part. Not a ton of ultimates to speak of outside of the Armageddons. And you have 7 one-off from a Rolling Thunder, so those are the big keys that I'm kind of keeping my eye on here as we get a little bit deeper into this round.
TSM very early, pushed way deep out of A. Sim is all the way through sewer, and now you can see at the top of the mini-map, they're going for that rotate over towards the B side. They just have far too much map knowledge to not do so. It's dangerous for M80 when they execute into this site. It's loaded with players.
Sim, though, does he catch timing? Hello? Okay. He'll drop. Armageddon trying to funnel everything back, but he gets caught the wrong timing. So now Gamon has to try to hold the line. Offensive Armageddon with the Cosmic Device starting to make a play through. Gamon, good for the first. Cannot delay anymore, though. Okeanos makes his way in. Spike to follow. And the defense trying to quickly rotate.
Yeah, Rez comes through. Steel Garden.
Right click, though, at this range is pretty good. Vora able to at least tally up on a 1, but no, M80 holding strong. And a big bounce back round there for our attackers.
TSM with the wrong read after Sim goes down. They assume that M80 are just going to try and run all the way out, get towards A, since they'll have known that TSM will be stacked up on B, but they just pause for a moment, re-hit. TSM have left the site. It's just GMD, and 1 for 1 is not enough for that situation. Certainly not after the res comes through as well. Really just comes down to Sim having that awkward timing where he's doing a weapon swap during the peak and gets caught.
Yeah, during the Armageddon as well being called in. Very odd. Maybe he thought that they were all a little bit deeper in towards B main and was going to be able to catch them a little bit cleaner, but this time that one. So now it's M80 again, right back over to the same kind of mid walk down that we've seen. Star placement in towards vents. Salvos are through, and spam fire is all it takes to catch Sim. So first blood again for M80.
There.
And often is the case with Sim. He's going to rack up a ton of first kills and a ton of first deaths. And when he's having a game where he's like hitting, he is going to just completely take over. He outright wins so many games for TSM. He did that frequently in 2024. It was a big reason that they were able to make it to the Ascension tournament, go on that run late in the year in the qualifying playoffs. But man, when he's not hitting, it can look rough sometimes.
Oh, tried for the 3-2-1 go call against that shear. Doesn't fully work out, but Recoil still not going to be able to hold their ground. So now the Rolling Thunder could potentially be the next thing up if M80 don't feel comfortable with this breakthrough. Lots of utility trying to stall them out, but the slow orb deeper towards screens is the most pesky of them all here, as TSM cannot challenge the site. That barrier orb is also extremely annoying. There's going to be no peek through a ramp, so this is one of those for TSM. You're looking at this saying, maybe we catch an exit, but largely we're probably sacrificing ourselves to the spike.
Yeah, just do whatever you can to try and not let this M80 economy get out of control, but they are going to have a tough time as far as that goes. M80 will be happy to just get out over towards A main and this wall. Pretty annoying for GMD, who is
for real
doomed in about 10 to 15 seconds or so.
Oh, wall breaks. Hi there, guy. How are you? Sato able to find the elim. Gets him closer to another showstopper. Hopefully one that will be a little bit cleaner to execute off of. And Vora 7. Yep, they're just going to sit here. Perish to the spike detonation, and we'll have a very solid start here for M80. 5-3 up. Yeah, we had a little bit of, the Nixier moments earlier on, but honestly, out of these last 2 rounds, the most that I would say we've really been able to look at and say, okay, patterns are really starting to establish now for M80.
Absolutely. Also, just a small thing of note from that round is the fact that M80 didn't even lose a point of damage. They don't even have to rebuy armors in this, just util. So they are sitting at a hell of a lot of cash moving forward for the rest of this half. TSM, multiple players gathered up in mid. It's like they want to get active.
Yeah, fault line coming through. Salvo behind it. Sato in trouble, trying to blast back away, but the paint shell is too strong. It's just your typical Tejo breach raise combination, isn't it? It's just gonna happen from one side or the other.
It's the state of the game. It is the 2025 meta. You've either got the breach Tejo or you're running the double duelist. That is currently just the state of the game. Seven might be in trouble. Never mind.
Yeah, he knows he's taking that challenge with at least the ability to get it traded out at worst. Bot immediately destroyed. Ooh, Seven just can't quite lock down to find the headshot. So Kayu's able to get this thing within grips for the offense. You've got 2 defenders over on towards Ace. This is the pivotal moment right here, but Sim stepping right through the fault line is going to take care of both at male. And yeah, there's just nowhere for Okeanos to go. He'll back off.
Slowly dismantled after that initial play to fight down mid, find that first kill. Force M80 to have to spend all this time slowly re-clearing and then just walking up into held angles. Pretty clinical from TSM, who started this half very passive. And now as it's progressed, they're beginning to integrate a couple of these rounds where they're going for that early aggression, catch someone off.
I think there's some of it like kind of reflecting to TSM in the past. Maybe not the most privy to like jumping on the gun immediately for tempo and playing trap plays, but they definitely have a setup for it. And I would think more often than not, we'll do it when it's gun rounds. Like try to catch someone before they can get a setup. Give yourself an early advantage. Maybe it's enough to build a bit of an eco advantage, or I think maybe more in particular, knowing that if a trap play fails, you may have an ultimate behind it to try to save the round. But I mean, there is just nowhere for Sato to go here. Just a complete trap down and just caught. It's just blind counter. I mean, what do you do there? Like Sato's trying to peek mid and you just get hit by every piece of utility in the game.
You're
like,
not playing. You're not playing Valorant. You're ready to spectate after that happens. That is your only option. All right, both teams stable with the economy at the moment, so they're able to full buy after this round right now. Some critical ultimates for TSM though to get this one over the finish line with the showstopper, Rolling Thunder.
Just a small feel out over towards mid with the stealth drone.
Oh, this is a cool little setup from TSM. If the wall gets popped, they're going to fault line, and then Sim is going to just double satchel into the player.
With the showstopper, but beefs it.
Oh, beefs. Yeah, and the showstopper wasted. And it looks like off the back of that, M80 want to go fast towards B.
Yeah, that's not that Wagyu beef right there. That is that Walmart beef.
That low tier beef.
Low tier. Who knows where it came from? Wow. Steps up. Whoa, what a snap from Gumon. Gives this a chance for the defense to retract back into this. And Seven up top is able to find one more. Down to the 1v1, or to 1v2, but 1v1 for now. As Caillou is still stuck at the back of the site, but B-Dog taking his time. 33 seconds, and Sim is going to try to choose to rewrap this back up to heaven.
Yeah, B-Dog has been so slow and on really big flanks, so understand Sim's concern here for sure.
Well, the plant's going to have to come through in the next couple of seconds here. B-Dog has already stepped through the line of sight of Sim. Does he see him underneath ropes? No, not quite. B-Dog looks up, finds his freebie. And M80 back to their winning ways. 6-4 up through 10. Here we go.
Yeah, it was a cool trap play from TSM, but unfortunately, the util just did not connect. The satchels were not the best from Sim and just totally goes awry. And then M80, just easy call after that. Oh, they've got multiple players set up for a trap play over on A. All right, time to hit B. And then Bao went over his own wall. The TSM players were not expecting that either. Just wraps back pillar.
Yeah, been a couple of moments, a couple of mistakes here and there, a couple of miscues, but for the most part, clean Valorant being played right now. I mean, a lot of just scrapbooking between the two, especially I think if you just looked at the gun rounds in particular. Like, again, blind counter here. The set play with the Armageddon, that one felt bad. But outside of that and a couple of the showstoppers that just haven't landed, it's been a really solid game. And both teams, again, just kind of battling, toggling, vying for, you know, how they need to adapt, how they need to change. The TSM trap plays have been solid. They found efficiency. They just haven't been able to keep their numbers advantage. That's probably the only thing I can really point to. You know, we'll see at the first blood tally. With, you know, if that tells most of the story here, depending on the outcome of this map.
Yeah, definitely. I like what I'm seeing from M80. And despite that series against Shopify being incredibly swingy, where they got blown out on 2 maps and destroyed them on their pick, I have been impressed with this team since bringing in Sato. I mean, we mentioned it in our last cast, just how little time these guys have had together, and they're already looking so high quality.
Or up top. Boom bot in. Showstopper going to be earned here for Sato. And that was just utility simply to get that orb. So will this be an execute up to male? Will they try to take this all the way through sewer back over to A? If it goes male, TSM, they're here. Let's put it that way.
They're ready to play off this wall. I mean, not, you know, it looks like Sim just wants to get into the smoke, but that is not the timing, brother.
Salvo in now through mid, just trying to hold this back as much as humanly possible. Deep slow orb tossed in for the offense, though. That will push everyone a little bit further back. And, ooh, Gomond is going to take an advanced angle at A. And if he can collab, or at least find one and get away, that would be huge. Although TSM are rewrapping through B main right now, and now Gomond has to know that he's in trouble. And yeah, that's indeed the case. You have to stall as long as humanly possible. There's a showstopper in the way. That connects into the corner just as the Steel Garden gets called in.
30 seconds left.
So, or the Razor Wire, pardon me. So, a small moment of hesitation here for M80, but this will be a plan.
At this point, I mean, TSM got to be feeling like they just need to save this. Maybe, you know, walk forward to someone from M80 over push. Maybe we, you know, little jiggle peek into elbow. We find one and then we try to go, but they would hate to have their economy broken at this point.
Salvo, fault line combination. That does damage to Okeanos, who still steps up and finds the kill. Follow up through the smoke. 7 will drop, and nowhere for 4 to go but down. So 7-4, and now you look over to the economy of TSM, and they're going to be in a scattered position.
That is so brutal. I like the fault line into the salvos to try and find that opening, but you can't let Okeanos get that kill.
No.
That just needs to be your opening to get into the retake. Pretty tragic that that one isn't found. Now M80 are just in prime position to have a dominant first attack half here.
Yeah, it's a scattery buy here. Guardian, Sheriff upgrade. Rifles for most, but
there.
Quick action from M80. Get them already towards B main. Cause a divide for the defense to try to stall if they want to, but an Armageddon on the other side for M80. And that is just a show of force to see if they can pull anyone out or maybe find a first blood, but nothing occurs. We'll go 5v5.
Cool little play to try and find a pick in B main from M80. Sato on the satchel, and then you have the concuss sent out from Oki that banks off the wall. Nearly got the connection. Cool little way to open things up, though. They definitely like these fast util combos to get Sato in position to find the opening off satchel. 7. He's got to get the hell out of there.
Paint shells really well. Wow, what counter utility that is. Armageddon also a part of that. So TSM initially thought they were going to survive, but now it's on to Gomond, who does well to catch 2. Okeanos still alive in the site for now. Trades are decent, but Vora has the last word as Sato drops, and now it's just down to B-Dog for the 1v2. And both defenders have successfully escaped back over towards dirt.
30 seconds
Watching each
left.
other's backs at the moment.
Last player standing.
Wow. Okay. 1v1. 20 seconds of the clock. Do you play for the Elim or do you play for the plant? Spike is pretty far away. And here comes B-Dog. Recoil holding in the corner. There's the footsteps away. Left. Recoil, sees the exit. Chance to possibly plant, but no, just the one tap, all that needed. It'll be a 5-7 half. Not bad news, honestly, for TSM. It's just, again, outside of the pistol and the follow-up. it was M80 looking pretty darn clean there in the last handful of rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. They just go for a cheeky little setup, get GMD boosted onto the top box, which M80 were simply not prepared to clear whatsoever. Just so unlikely that someone would be up there. Gets the 2 for 1. That's a clinical little one tap from Recoil as well. So, yeah, all things considered, not the worst for TSM.
Yeah.
Given that M80, looked like the pretty superior team so far. They'll definitely take 5.
Statistics, honestly, as well, you'll take a look at the attacking versus defending sides. If you're TSM, your attacking side has definitely been stronger for you. They've also played a lot more rounds on it than they have the defensive side, so that has something to do with it. Nice little trap here as M80 are just ready to capitalize and collapse on this A ramps play. And yeah, Okeanos, just one last salvo gets tossed, plus the spam through the smoke. He'll take down 3. And whooped. It's a photo gallery. Everyone's just waiting to take shots. 4 up for 1. And a second, not bad in terms of finding some value economically, but largely speaking, as perfect as it gets for M80.
The fundamentals there are really excellent. That pivot into the 3-man hold on the angle, and then immediately they just push down together to collect the last kill as a unit, trading off of each other. That was really well done. And again, I mean, it's just Taeho breach, man. The initial hold, Taeho breach, we stun, we shoot them, we throw the missiles down where we know they're standing. We know where they're about to have to run to in the corner as well because of where the missiles are. Free spam kill. It's just too good.
Interesting. Outlaw for Sato just on the opening peak. And then immediately backs out and forces Bao to have to spend a pretty good amount of their utility. Barrier Orb's going to be committed here. A little bit of a late rotation for Caillou to be aware of this play at Vents. He's got a Spectre, so not the worst weapon for the job, but there's a world where he could get overwhelmed if this ends up being a 3-man hit.
All right, Jerome going to get the info on him, and that triggers the fault line.
Oh, Okeanos, let's say, caught with his weapon. Not necessarily ready for the gunfight, still finds the win. After shot to clear out the corner. Command also playing in the backside over towards Elbow. That works out for a couple of kills, and on top of that, a couple of weapon upgrades. Chance here for TSM to get the plant off. And M80,
utility.
They're not able to contest this. It's going to be a 3v3.
Awkward as well. B-Dog just has that ghost. How does Sato find value here with that outlaw?
Swaps back to a sheriff. Come on, inside. Oh! How does he get 2 headshots there? M80 just left to B-Dog. Ghost in hand, swapping back to a Spectre that he's found. But Vor's got the cross with an outlaw. Come on.
Player standing.
Dealt with swiftly, but yeah, there's Vora on the cross. Thrifty comes through, and TSM all of a sudden can flip the script on the eco.
That was a really impressive recovery and some great util on the fly to clear out positions like where Okeanos was in hell. They get it with that aftershock, and then would love to know how GMD was able to get that instant double with the Spectre just flicking onto 2 players. That, like, headshots as well, pretty sick.
Oh, they kind of line up.
Yeah, Sato just kind of, all right, less cool than I thought it was. He kind of just held down mouse 1. Didn't really have to move his crosshair, but.
Based on what we saw, it looked like that was more dramatic.
Yeah, it looked pretty crazy from theirs, yeah. But no, pretty boring and standard, actually.
Ooh, that's not boring nor standard. TSM, first blood. Followed up by a second, clean from Sim. Gonna give him a chance at getting closer to another showstopper. Hasn't been great so far with the ultimate, but you figure that won't necessarily continue to be the case. Paint Shell's finding value here, and Sim's not done. He's going to keep moving forward. He's got Bao next one up, and that's where they'll draw the line in the sand. Or will they? Sim on 4. Is he good for the ace? Recoil, you going to steal it? Sure will. Flawless round there for TSM.
Sim getting super close to that all like you called out. And there it is, because he got spiked down last second. So Showstopper is ready to go off the 4K. And I know that's just an anti-eco, but when Sim starts heating up like that and hitting those kind of first kills, that is when TSM are just in God mode. He is the definition of a feast or famine player. But when he is on point, he takes more first duel engagements than just about any player in the league. When he is winning them, when he's hitting shots like we just saw in that last round, TSM could run away with this game, get right back into it as they are.
Okay. Now things will start to become more normal after the anti-eco thrifty that came through. See what we get here in the follow-up. Because at the time being, TSM have really asserted, and Sim in particular, it's just kind of makes up for the two beef showstoppers from earlier in a certain regard.
Especially if you can get a kill with this one.
Yeah.
We'll be taking note of that. Recoil is still just chilling with this outlaw, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
One light armor on Caillou, but at least based on the minimap, probably not going to see him anytime soon, if at all.
A lot of defensive pings over towards B main. Some sort of a setup here at the fault line. Looks pretty likely. Gomond has committed to getting inside. The spike right there with it. Is it just going to be on Sato contact? If he sees anything, do you just hit the call for this fault line salvo combination? Sure feels that way. Ooh, that timing is miserable. Trying to play off the fault line, but TSM right there with it. Sim, hello? Oh, he must have been suppressed. Okay.
Yeah,
I was about to say that one was
tragic.
the worst.
That's brutal. The second he was trying to click mouse hold, he got suppressed. You really, truly hate to see that.
Well, that sets everything into a much more standard next 50 seconds. I say that with hesitation because we're still in a 4v4, and that was an explosive entry for only a single elimination on either side to come through. Recoil is just going to walk up first, though, with this outlaw that you called. Caillou just still playing deep over towards tower.
Wait, hold up. The light armor guy.
Oof. Shot misses, though. And then the Nova Pulse gets spent. And honestly, TSM is stuck. Caillou steps back up, finds himself onto 4. Come on, last one left. Okeanos finds him at B main. And how about the sturdy play from Caillou?
And M80 just had no reason to ever really rotate off. I mean, a little bit of concern late over on A, but ultimately didn't really matter. You know, that's only after the Sage wall expires, which just went down early from Bow. And in that setup, it's just, all right, our Sage plays A, wall up, no one's breaking it. Okay, cool. Let's just stay stacked up with 4 players towards mid and B. Easy to shut this down.
This is how it ends.
Immediate Armageddon getting called. Oh boy. Little crunch right here as TSM. Wow. I mean, right off the rip, as much as you'd like over towards B main. The interesting thing about this, though, is that Bao is actually, I was going to say, maybe about to sneak through Boba. Not the case. The lurk out of recoil too strong, and now TSM's going to have pretty much a freebie round here.
And Sim just continuing to heat up, and the aggressive play that M80 went for got negative value. Just could not find those opening kills. Sato's timings trying to get into B main have been pretty awkward. That's the second time for him that it's been really unfortunate. Just tried to round that corner, but Sim has already beat him there. Just gets the free first kill.
And this will be a very anticlimactic finish to this round. Unless this hunt starts to turn into something a little bit more dramatic. Not quite. B-Dog, do you catch anything through vents here? Maybe under recoil if you see a barrel. Yep. One of those, like, I'm checking my corners. Oh, never mind. I didn't really check my corners.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
I kind of checked it, you know? It's like, I'm just going to flick it and then come back.
All right, M80 now. This is a crucial round. They've got to make the full investment here. About buying up to absolutely nothing. Rolling Thunder to play with for Caillou. It looks like they have intentions of going for the old Breach Tejo Raze play on A. Let's see if recoil gets caught.
Well, They're looking to crunch up or top onto Mail. Slow orb is too deep. Sim looking for timing. Salvo is also thrown deep. Wait a second, B-Dog still crossing on this corner. Everyone's still alive and pretty healthy. And Bao comes back to the play. What a brilliant sense he has. And then also towards a ramp, Sato finds another. And just like that, TSM thought they had him at, I think, just completely caught off guard, but not to be M80, the perfect response.
Yeah, there was some cross-map missiles from Okeanos that came over towards Mail, so it denied anyone being able to follow up on Sim from TSM. They couldn't push into heaven to help him, and then all of a sudden, he's trapped in a crossfire from stairs, B-Dog on rafters, doesn't know where to look, gets shut down, and now easy for M80 to just play for this 5-on-3 retake. If they really want to, they could send the Rolling Thunder into it just to ensure that they win this round, which they might want to do, given that their economy is
30 seconds left.
just hanging in the balance right now.
Planted.
Excuse me. This is going to be a really tough retake. Quamon also, ooh, he's caught there. Shots deal damage after trying to follow, forces the gunfight. Quamon's still fighting back. Wow, just gets initiative onto him. But M80's still able to follow this up, no problem. Decent effort for TSM. I mean, trying to set that post plan onto your own terms, trying to get the spot to cut off that cross over the backside of dirt. Just too aware of that as M80 with the fault line play coming through.
Yeah, they'd have to go for that kind of play, like you said. Just do what they can to even things out. That was some great util throughout the round, though, from M80. The coordination for these guys has been looking really solid in the playoffs, and again, it's just a team that hasn't had their full 5 for very long. Still only been a few weeks or so with Sato finally being able to join up with these guys. All right, TSM there gathered up all 5 players outside of A with some big ultimates to use to get into the site.
Oh, opening battle right before the Rolling Thunder comes through, gets a little bit caught. They're trying to combine that, I think, with Okeanos, just based on if you can find information, but now the Rolling Thunder is essentially null and void. I mean, you get a little bit of separation onto Sim here. The defense is rotated over just to get the res. Salvo gets placed behind that. Okeanos will stay alive, if only barely. He's down to 36 health.
Who wants to play a bit more safe. The entirety of M80 are gathering up towards this A site right now, by the way. They just do not care about B. Wow, Sim, another first kill. He really is heating up on this attack side.
Yeah, he really is. Can the defense still hold the line, though? Boombot clearing up top. Do they anticipate this play out of Sato through ropes? Steel Garden comes through, but before it does, shots are up. Delise cleared out tower. Armageddon to the backside of screens, forcing M80 forward. The gravity vortex keeping him in place. Oh my goodness! How about just the absolute reception from M80? Looked like they're about to be battered back. Sato wins a key 1v1 up top. That tower position with the gravity vortex ends up winning that hold. What a play from M80.
They've had such a read on where TSM are going to hit. Just far too many players stacked up towards that A site. And if you've not thrown off the defenders in any way and you're running into the Tejo Raze Sage Breach Astra comp, you're just cooked to the maximum. They're just put in the air fryer and choke. They cannot get out. It's way too overwhelming. TSM needs to do a better job here mid-rounding, trying to drag some of these rotates around. They are getting destroyed by the stacked up players anchoring.
And that has the stacked up players. That's absolutely it. I mean, so many of these highlights here on the timeout are 3-4 eliminations from the solo players playing around the site, just giving away the space that they can, not giving up too much to where once the defense starts to come back over to help, that they're too far away. And you get these multiple moments where it's just like, that's a 2v5 essentially right there, just with help from support of the utility from the rest of the teammates. But I mean, Sato and Bao take away, I think, at least 4. Maybe B-Dog was in the mix, but still, it's just, that is essentially a 2v5 defense, thanks to the assistant that's coming across the map.
Out of the timeout, full investment here from TSM, who had intentions of using the array of ultimates that they had, but did not even really have an opportunity to do so. And Santos brought the off into the mix.
This may catch them a bit off guard. Now Steltron has to force it back. Caillou supporting Aftershock just to stall. And now Okeanos. You can see how the responsibilities just shift. It's like, okay, Aftershock's out. Okeanos can step up. Hasn't heard or seen anything, so thinking about the Steltron. Boombot has one last moment of consideration for TSM. They're going to leave recoil here with the Sheriff.
Try and go for the re-explore mid. I like this. They're taking their time now. Out of that timeout, trying to explore the map. Again, try and some rotates here from M80. Spread this defense out a bit. Probe and find the weaker site.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they shift their focus here for this B defense. The barrier orb currently the thing trusted to hold off any play through mill, but once that breaks, can you find a way to hold from B main? Timing starts to get a little sus.
30 seconds left.
Fault line down, but there's a slow orb there. 27 seconds. Defense not fully committed to the rotate as of yet. One more slow orb here for Bout. Replaces the one that was just there a moment ago and also gets the heal off. Gotcha Divide is coming through. Showstopper with the Rolling Thunder. Nothing is there. Absolutely nothing is there. So you get onto the site slowly. You're going to get a plant, but M80 is going to have a 5v5 retake.
Yeah, investing every ult just to get the site. You can't say one of the three for the post. That is really tough because now they're staring down retake ultimates. Cosmic Divide and Showstopper from M80.
You have to call in the Cosmic Divide, you think, here for M80 just to break down this setup. But they're already clearing out a lot of top tower. Star plays towards main. Here's the Showstopper. Trades out Sato's life. Vora, though, key from Mail. Shuts down the play to retake tower, and there is just no way M80 can stand tall in this. They're going to back away.
Yeah, that was a really excellent backstep from Vora. Getting that second shot was really insane. B-Dog trying his best to save this operator. M80's economy is still pretty good, though. They can get rifles, of course, but they would love to get this op into the hands of Sato again. They've really been leaning into him opping since he's been able to join up with the team. They try to do a lot of attack side opping, too. We didn't really see it here on Split, but on other maps, that's definitely a big part of their game plan.
Op still in play. B-Dog holding on to it for now for M80.
That is a throwback to the B-Dog jet opping days. Now he's going for the old-timer Mummy approach with the opping smokes player.
Uh-oh, Sato stuck by fault line. It's exchanged on both sides. Chaos. It's messy at B main. And when everything's said and done, everyone stays alive, if only barely. Vora taking a brute force of, I think, a salvo at the end of it.
Yeah,
leaves him with just 6 HP.
He was right in that salvo stun. Well, drone for TSM discovers that there's a wall in mid. So now they're just trying to do what they can to be main. Oki caught on the swing, though.
And Guamon's going to stay. Whoa, but whiffs his shots. So Sato's going to return this back to a 4v4. That's going to give a little more comfort to B-Dog, who's just playing backside screens with that op. And now TSM, with 45 seconds, need to make a decision. Uh-oh, a little sloppy here from Sim. And Sato, backside of the site, does his job looking for the ace. Not quite. And smart play for Caillou. Get out. Get with your teammates. Play this 1v3. Get to map point.
Those are some devastating shots. Being able to get that second there. All the pressure on 7 to really keep TSM in this. Or M80 get to match point.
Well, everything is currently being watched and covered. This is taking some time. And there we go. B-Dog up top. Able to lock down the shot onto 7, and M80 will get to map point. It's been a chess game, though. I mean, a tug-of-war between these two squads, but you can definitely tell a couple of rounds here, a couple of rounds there, a couple of key moments, including that one from Sato. M80 are taking advantage of it and are looking to close out their map selection.
Yeah, definitely. TSM, they've been able to hang around, but M80 just look, I don't want to say like a full cut above or something like that. I don't want to exaggerate it, but fundamentally, they've just had more rounds overall where they've been more clean in that aspect of the game. where a lot of TSMs, or a fair amount of TSMs rounds have come more to the heroics. Off back in Sato's hands, out of B-Dogs, but there's a wall in his face, so he can't even get a shot off.
Well, that was what I was about to say. He's waiting to see if it's going to get spammed down. 7 tagged. Paint shells to replace. TSM looking for some tempo. Slower up in the way. Bao showing a shoulder, but they lose track of Sato. I don't know if he just poked through that nebula or if it was not there before it actually blocks that line of sight regardless of it, though. It's a 5v4, and TSM backs against the wall trying to manifest something, and they don't have a lot of ground to work with.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, that's the key point right now. Vora feels like he needs to re-explore towards A. The rest of the team are gathered up over at B, just hoping that this stealth drone will sell enough of a presence that M80 will keep attention here.
Yeah. B-Dog in the corner. Oh, seen by 7. Problem is the cross is also being watched. Bao, though, falls off the high ground and gets stunned, so 7 can turn that into a double, plus collect himself a rifle. And here we go. TSM's going to get a 3v3 post-plant. No tools for retake for M80. Actually, they still have to use an operator to try to retake.
Pretty sick peaks from 7. Utility not great right now, though, for TSM. Certainly better in the hands of M80, but yeah, that op gonna be tough.
Oh, and Caillou able to find one over the top. That's trouble. 7 following up. He gets 3. Wow, what a shot from Sato. Vora, now the last one left. Showstopper out. Toggles, tosses it. Not gonna connect. Looking for the angle. Does Vora call his bluff? Doesn't need to. Salvo's out. Finds the fall down over to ropes. You have to toggle this again, though. Paint shells the delay. Sato gonna get it to halfway. Does he pop up, try to find the kill? He tries for it, but Vora on 3 HP finds the win, survives, and keeps TSM's hopes of map number 1 alive.
That is insane that they're still in this game. Kind of the heroics are really keeping them in this thing. 7 with that swing. The initial kill with the Stinger and B-Main was great, and then being able to catch Bao just on the retreat. Excellent play from him. He's having a decent game right now, but I have really enjoyed watching 7 after this swap to Initiator that he made last year. I think it's a role that has really suited him nicely.
Trouble brewing here for M80. Yeah. Weapons aren't great. Sim's gonna get a showstopper. Does he really want it, though? It has not been good. He's been
for 4.
Yeah, he has been in some bad luck situations with that showstopper to this point, but in a round where M80 really were just hoping and praying for sheriff shots to land. Things are looking pretty comfortable here for TSM, and more importantly, the Rolling Thunder is also a part of this. Sim continues to collect with the rifle, and M80 are going to see this thing go to a 12-11 count with round 24. Was it Roy who said he was predicting a 12-12 here, map number 1?
Vora happy to just get 1 kill. Now has the Armageddon for the last round.
Yeah, decent fight back, but you're absolutely right. I mean, we're going to get a very explosive round 24 here. I mean, we've got Armageddons, Rolling Thunders, Cosmic Divides. You want it, you got it, essentially.
Yeah, just across the board.
Yeah.
You know, this op has been not terrible for Sato, but there's been a lot of awkward situations where he's been left on the retake. And that's been making it difficult for M80 to get back in.
At the same rate, though, it's just like, I don't know, he also just has not had anyone peeking where he's set up.
Yeah, kind of just,
you know,
sometimes you're just unlucky.
Yeah.
And you pick the angle where, yeah, the enemy team, they just don't really walk to. Though, that being said, looks like he may have his opportunity this round.
Drone is down.
Yeah, Stealth Drone just to get him a little bit further forward to see if he can catch an opening angle on this rotation through sewer. There's also a star in place around this. Steady as you like. Sato connects. Showstopper for Sim. This time it is polished. Rolling Thunder behind this play as Caillou is able to see at least the barrel of Sim. Follows up nicely. Armageddon exchanging on the both sides. It's messy. It's crazy. It's beautiful to some. 4v3. M80 with the numbers advantage. TSM, though, rewrapping this all the way back up and through tower. does allow a little bit of space for Sada to be brought back to life, and now we've got a 5v3 and TSM are stuck at tower.
Sato, oh my god, that was so close. Jeez, I'm trying to get into spawn. They're just trying to find an opening anywhere.
Well, they're going to have enough time here to get the spike to flip back over to
30
B.
seconds left.
If only just barely. I mean, Seven's got to run.
It's 25 seconds and he's scared. Silently trying to cross mid.
Yeah. We gotta go. B-Dog stuck in a corner. But the defense is rotating over. They're predicting this. There's the salvo. Stars are placed and popped. B-Dog gonna hit the gravity vortex. And if he catches a spike carrier, it's just over. Like that? This is how it's gonna end? You have to stick for the plant. Not gonna happen. And M80, just by leaving one defender on the B site, is gonna stall enough clock out to TSM to where they can't get back on and plant. Unreal.
And we definitely thought that this would be a close map since it has been pretty strong for both teams. But have to say, walking away from that, M80 definitely the better team as far as the team play. Like, no doubt in my mind. TSM made that close because Sim started heating up on attack, was getting some sick first kills, 7 clutches out that eco round. They were making some big plays happen individually, but yeah, definitely more impressed with M80 walking away from that as a team. Will that continue when we get to Fracture, which is TSM's pick? We'll have to see. But as of now, looking good.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, there is a level the individual performances have definitely gotten TSM into fighting form. A couple of mistakes here, and there are a couple of unlucky streaks, I think, is probably the bigger part about it. But you're absolutely right. It looks like M80 just very solid and complete in their game plan of what they wanted to do on the map. Just enough to get through a couple of moments because, well, to be fair, they also had a couple of big individual pop-offs that saved rounds. So a little bit of this, a little bit of that for both these two squads. A tight one at map number 1 as we head to break and get ready for Fracture for map number 2.
We started extremely late. I kid you not, we have 3 weeks of practice. I said this in the first week. We walked into the first week having 1 week of practice, right? But the amount of work that we've put in compared to everyone else is absurd. It's like an hour and a half to nearly 2 hours of server, 4 blocks, and review afterwards, and with homework afterwards, right? The team is like gelling together pretty consistently. Obviously every team has some days where we're peaking higher than others. I think we recognize what we need to fix instantly, and I think that's what makes this team so special. I always put 100% into whatever team that chooses to play with me. Obviously, Blinn was a more unknown team. It was like a collegiate esports club. While M80 is like, the principal of tier 2, they have made essentially grand finals twice now, so they obviously have that level of prestige to them, and so that obviously has to affect my demeanor as well when it comes to just overall like how I present myself, right? Because right now I'm not just establishing and representing like a group of people that enjoy the game. I'm representing like a high profile organization that has had tons of gravity in the tier 2 scene, right? So I obviously have to hold myself up to a higher standard, and I'm trying to do that. But I'm also blessed and grateful that I was chosen to be able to, fill in.
We talked about how close this series had the potential to be heading into it, and we'll get to see that on full display here. Map number 1 as split, 13-11 M80 in the end to take it. I mean, Roy, there is so many questions that I personally had going into this, but Sato is doing good. M80, they take their map, and they're going to be up one in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think they showed us why they picked this map, right? It's been a map that they're extremely dominant on. They took down SRB very cleanly, and they're doing it again versus TSM. But yeah, shout out to Sato. He's finally waking up. He's finally doing the duelist things for this team, and they're looking very clean doing it. Of course, we do have to credit the win to a double pistol win as well for the M80 side. I do wonder how this map would have been different had TSM secured either of those 2 pistols, but I think that is where the variance of quote-unquote luck, the infamous luck that players talk about very often, this is probably where it's coming in. You have to be able to close out one of these pistols when it comes down to a 13-11, but overall, I do agree with the casters. I think M80 had a very good game plan coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, looking at M80, being able to see highlights from across the board, and the casters too highlighting like the team play that they had. This is an M80 that I definitely want to be seeing more of, especially on the back of, I mean, a pretty harsh defeat last week.
It's what we talked about, right? It's a team that is not just one player popping off and opening up every single time, especially because we were not seeing that from Sato. But this time around, it was different. It was actually a Sato that had some really cool set plays to open up the round, and then the support of everybody else kind of coming through right after. So it was a cool back and forth. I think on the other side, though, for TSM, they also had some great ideas, but things just got messy when time was running out. I mean, the way that the last round ended was very much anticlimactic. We thought it was going to go overtime. And it was like a lot of those plays after they get past the mid round of, okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to organize ourselves? What is the step after? And it was like little things like that that were missing for TSM, because it was very likely that we were going to go into overtime.
Yeah, so at least you know, like, okay, it was a couple of missteps. This was definitely a very, very winnable map. It feels bad when there's elimination on the line to be down 1 in the series, but I think a testament, Roy, again, to just how close this is on paper, and the fact that, okay, well, it's going into your next pick, and like you definitely have the tools in your toolbox to be able to win out this series.
Absolutely. I mean, we've said it so many times, but I think this time we genuinely mean it. This could go in any direction. It's really about which team is closing out the most important rounds. There's very key rounds to win. Whoever wins those rounds will probably come out on top in this series. I don't expect a sweep. And of course, coming back to the scoreboard, Sim versus Sato having a great head-to-head against each other, and of course everybody else on the team popping off, minus Recoil, 6 and 17. That's really unlucky, but yeah, it's a very close game. I completely agree, and I think this is going into this next map where it's going to be a very duelist-heavy map. There's a lot of contacting, there's a lot of set plays on Fracture, and there's a lot of lanes to challenge. It's going to be an insane one, and whoever's going to be coming more prepped is probably going to come out on top.
I think for me, going into Fracture, there's definitely 2 people that I'm very much so looking at for the impact, and it's, of course, the 2 MVPs of this map that we had here on Split, looking at Sato and Sim. This is definitely, Sim's someone we highlight so much on the team, and Sato, even if he wasn't quite at the Sim level for the team, definitely someone that Dan was coming up huge in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, I like seeing the back and forth. This is the kind of fight that I wanted to see between these 2 duelists. Sim, a player that we know so well in Challengers NA for such a long time. One of the topics of conversation of, okay, when is this guy going to get picked up for Americas? Because he's just that good, especially at initiating the rounds for TSM. And we saw, I think he had 7 or 8 just now. But for Sato, that was a question that we talked about before we went into this match. Okay, when are we going to be starting to see that Sato that is opening up, that is saving the rounds for the team as well, and he just did exactly that. So I'm happy to see it. This is the Sato that we want to see more of, and the Sato that you're going to need absolutely on Fracture as we go into the second map, because it's going to be both of them on the race, on this map of Fracture, where you're going to need those frags a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this is also the Sim that we love to see as well. I mean, he's 8 and 7. The first kills, first deaths are almost tied between both of the duelists. Sim, of course, having just a little bit more in first engagements, but that just speaks to the level of aggression that Sim has. He's been that key player for TSM. He's been that player since last year as well, and now he's just continuing the trend. He's the most experienced in terms of raw first engagements. He probably has the most ever in VCL. It feels like almost every single round is him pretty much on TSM side. And I'm going to be expecting that as well for the Fracture side. Now, the only key thing for me personally going into the second map is the fact that it is a 4-quadrant map. There's only so much your duelist can do when your Sentinel, on the other hand, is getting ran down with, reacting based on the early aggression. So it's going to come down to recoil. It's going to come down to the Sentinel players, making sure they can lock it down, making sure they can find gaps within the utility combos that it's so heavily relevant in the Tejo Breach meta.
And looking ahead at the second map of Fracture, when these two teams had gotten to face off in the Swiss stage, this was actually the very first map, and it's one that went into quite a few rounds of overtime, with TSM barely taking that win 16-14 at the end. But Dan, it's also a map that, if you're looking at M80's recent history, definitely went a little bit sideways up against the Shopify Rebellion Black there. So TSM, it's been a while. They're feeling confident to pick it up against M80, but is that confidence a little misplaced? Are they underestimating M80 here, or?
I don't know. There's a couple of things to talk about when it comes to this map, right? So like you said, the last time that M80 played this map, it was a 13-1 that they lost against Shopify Rebellion Black. 13-1 is insane, by the way.
Tough.
It's crazy to see, especially in Challengers, where teams are able to at least do a little back and forth. 13-6. It's kind of the result where we expect kind of teams ending up in. But also, last time that these two teams played each other, they played this map. It was a 16-14. And Okeanos was still on the duel list. So we haven't seen this map of Fracture between TSM and M80 with Sado added to the table. So this is something that is going to be new for both of them. The compositions should probably stay the same. I did have my questions about if we're going to continue seeing that Killjoy from Recoil or not. But overall, I think it's kind of those questions of, okay, are we going to continue seeing Sado popping up? Are we going to continue Sim popping up? What is everybody else going to be adding to how different that map of Fracture plays compared to everything else?
I'm definitely intrigued going into this, how M80 is going to adjust considering that 13-1 loss. And I think that the composition they have, this is something that they were running even when they were having Super Sub weeded in before Sado got to join the team. So I think this late in things, it would be a little hard pressed to be switching up what should be a really, really strong comp, Roy. So then it's down to the play and what changes here.
Yeah, honestly, I would not be surprised to just see small changes like a Sentinel swap or a Duelist swap or maybe an Initiator swap. I don't think we're going to see massive overhauls to these compositions. I would not be surprised if we saw just tiny little adjustments just based on, comfortability, just read on the meta. But another thing for us to consider as well is the last time TSM played this, we critiqued their KJ into the Tejo pick quite heavily. But now the nerfs have hit the salvos and they can't really counter the Killjoy ult. We're probably going to see a little bit more value from the KJ kit, something that TSM's experienced running. They've been running the KJ on this map. They didn't really care about the Tejo counter. They've kind of just bashed their head against the wall, and they've secured both times they played Fracture. So I think now they're even in a better spot to challenge this map in the current meta.
Yeah, the fact that we have a lot of aggressive options on this, but it's just looking a smidge weaker, considering those nerfs up against the KJ, TSM aren't necessarily in the position where they might be as forced to be switching that up or even considering it as maybe they would have been a couple weeks ago. But talking about then this TSM comp, this KJ, it definitely has its merits. It definitely has this use. And for TSM, this is a map that they've been looking good on with. So then I'm curious then, Dan, if we exactly are going to see that KJ again today.
But the thing is that they haven't even played this map as much as you think. So it's really weird, but it does seem like it's just one of those maps that they pick because this is TSM's map pick. They're picking it based on what we saw last week for M80, that 13-1 that we talked about where they lost. So it does seem like it's a little bit more that rather than that this team of TSM having enough reps on this map, playing it enough, being comfortable, because the Killjoy absolutely had some issues. Yeah, you can still run it for sure. I mean, they've been doing it and they were kind of getting away with it when it matters the most, but it feels weird. I'm wondering if this is more of a countering map for TSM to play against M80, or is it just maybe in this past couple of weeks to figure out something completely different that they want to play?
Well, I'm excited to hop into the agent select to see if we are going to be seeing switches coming from TSM or either of the teams, considering M80's recent loss and a TSM that's playing something that's a little bit outside the norm considering this point and things. And there is going to be the switch, no more KJ. Eyes coming out.
That is really surprising. I feel like Cage is in a much better spot than it was last time. So the fact that they've now swapped to the Vice is pretty interesting. But I think overall these compositions are not surprising. They're very meta. A mirror matchup, a great way to potentially end the series 2-0 for M80, or perhaps take us to a third map. We'll find out.
And switching things up just that little bit, how are you feeling now heading into this with, of course, elimination on the line for TSM?
Obviously, I like this way more when we get to see the Vice. I feel like it's just one of those opportunities to exploit and to take control more than we had with the Killjoy. That was not working the best against the Tejo, which, I mean, we're seeing both of the teams have. I like the mirror match as well. I feel like it's just fair. It is exactly what we want to see for an elimination map against and between two teams that we saw in Ascension. They're both going to continue being back and forth, and we should be expecting, I feel like, a third map.
It was a map that definitely went the distance, multiple rounds of overtime last time these two faced off on Fracture, but with a recent loss for M80, can they overcome that and close this series out in 2, or can TSM take us to a map number 3? Time to head back over to your casters, Wyatt and Shift, to find out.
Yeah, it definitely is. You know, I think the Death's final evaluation about the switch off the Killjoy raises an eyebrow, but yeah, to Roy's point, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams kind of go to more of this standard approach. I mean, it's just that sheer is so valuable for the defense to gain a little bit of extra time to rotate over through Fracture. So definitely feels merited, even though, like we kind of have heard and had seen the history on, it's been a really solid map for TSM over the course of the group stage.
Yeah, definitely the key heading into this, which was on the little graphic. TSM, they played it twice, 100% win rate. M80, they played it 3 times, 0% win rate.
Yeah.
So heading into this, there is a clear favorite, but perhaps this is when M80 turn things around. They've cleaned this map up. I mean, they've left it in the pool, so that says something to some extent, surely. Maybe it's just false confidence, but listen, it's not their band at the very least, so they must have confidence in some capacity.
Can't get any worse, right? Oh, I guess it could, but
I mean, yeah, if they lose
if
4
they
times,
13-0'd, yeah,
yeah, it could get worse.
Yeah, unlikely to be the case though. TSM on the defense, kind of fueling out this attack, which is trying to play passive. Simi will at least get the opener, but immediately traded by Caillou. Follow up off the flash is starting to make its move over towards the B site, and then immediately pulled back as that sheer wall had been popped over towards A walls. Rotation back through a tree with the drone. Gomon has stayed very silent, very covered. Help from Vora on the long cross, and TSM have suffocated this approach.
Vora able to swing out just before that smoke bloomed. Perhaps M80 needing to wait just an extra moment for that one to come up over towards Generator into the 2v3. Still winnable though for M80.
A little bit of space here as Okeanos. It's going to likely just play this through Arcade. And this is really going to be on Bow here to see what they can find off this crawl-through tower. Aftershock out, Okeanos showing a force of presence. Crossfire setup at TSM, very unable to catch this one. Perfect stun. Vora for 3, and a really, really tidy pistol from TSM.
Yeah, just throwing the defuse as well. Get him closer to that Armageddon. And M80, yeah, Oki playing to the win con there, about playing to the win con. They got the double swing off together, but just couldn't connect any bullets to the heads of those TSM players. So strong way to open things up. GMD fighting forward. Vora over at Gen swinging off of him. Looking solid so far on their map pick. Must win or TSM are getting eliminated after a very strong regular season in stage 1. I mean, again, 2 teams that you expect to be going really deep in the upper bracket, and we're in the lower bracket. I mean, haven't been harping on it as much as the craziness of Envy being there, but still, this is another one where you just wouldn't expect it.
Yeah, I mean, and M80 had, I think, a little bit of forgiveness because of the roster swap with Sato coming in with just a couple weeks to play. Took a little bit of getting them used to, I think, playing with the boys and also just setting up the strategies they want, but that recency can still exist here as Sim has found a very good opening first blood. And I like this a lot from TSM. Both the opening 2 rounds at this point, just walking down and forcing M80 to have to play from one side of the map, and then as soon as they get the read, you have them trapped. You know exactly where they're coming from. Nowhere to go here. and it will be a flawless round, and this is going to be a absolutely brutal bonus that TSM is going to be able to pack a punch with.
Yo, this so far, I know this has just been a pistol round and an anti-eco, but that was beyond effortless. Sim is just walking around finding first kills at the moment. He is 2 for 2 on first bloods, and it looks like he's ready to walk at them yet again over at Dish with the Tejo breach setup when we get into this next round.
I'll see if they find contact here again.
Oh, it's just a full north side crunch.
Yep. But Caillou, fault line out. Looks like that has landed. Forces TSM to stand their ground. Sim will be the first one to drop. Recoil in trouble as that crunch from Dish is dealt with. That's actually enough for M80 to kind of take pause and say, wait a second, we don't need to force anything over towards B if we know we can get this defense to move around a touch.
Over on the north side, Vora would love to grab that rifle. Finally does.
My ultimate is ready.
So he gets that Armageddon online. B site is wide open for the taking. TSM taking a bit of a risk, gambling towards A, not going to pay off.
Armageddon clears out B tower, and that will be where M80 will make their home. Wow, spam shots from Command actually tagged on the Caillou. Salvo down, but that's for the default plant spot, not for the one back of sight. The shear wall is also popped over towards tree. Bowser's going to have to hang out by himself for a little bit. He has a razor vine to try to stall things out of touch, and TSM are... I don't even know if they're going to get this like a full-on try. I mean, you have to wait for this long wrap from Guamon to get here, and they just don't have much entry, and this crossfire setup is just so potent.
They've really got nothing to get back in. Would be content at this point with just doing a bit of damage if they can. GMD does get one on the arcade exit. We'll have an opportunity at a second. Weak Caillou trying to retreat over there.
Enemy remaining.
Hey, they'll take it.
Yeah,
4 guns taken away, not too bad.
Andrew able to lose Carry and Phantom. That's really solid, honestly, for TSM. Expected to lose that round. Didn't even look like it was going to come close for a second. So, yeah, really good on the exits. And now we get into our first full gun round. That Armageddon being tossed in early was the only ultimate really even close to being earned at the moment. So this will just be kind of one of those raw vanilla gunfights where let's just see whose game plan is better, not needing the ults.
And it looked like Recoil, he is going to pick up the Outlaw. Just given the economic situation, feels like there might be a decent amount of light / regen armors to get one-shots on. There are 2 players with it. Could have been a third, but Sato wants to go for the Stinger with the heavy armor. Just get in deep off a double satchel play.
Stealth drones exchanging information. There's a satchel play for Sato. He's going to take this up top on A.
Oh, we are going for a silly post-plant setup. Sato's in some serious trouble, but if he goes down, it doesn't really matter.
A couple of attacks from Simmons, yeah. Have him down to 7 HP. They eventually do spam him out. But again, this post-plant, what can they do to try to hold off TSM from getting the high ground control? There it is, the set for the Molly. Aftershock to help get them back into play. Still being held on to for Caillou, just in case he hears another toggle. Bow now through halls. This is a pivotal one. Wins it. No one can hop on for the defuse, but your stall tactics are now essentially null except for the salvo.
Stupid.
Golly. This is ridiculous. Now again. Sim spammed out. And again, Bow winning that gunfight at halls. So pivotal. So many ways to deter this defuse, but M80. Wow, that's annoying as hell. That is so annoying.
It is so stupid. Fun fact, they stole that from Leviathan, who ran that play on a pistol round in kickoff. That's my little nerd fact of the day, but it is a diabolical strat to be bringing out. You hate to see it. And it's nice they won the round, but you hate to see what Valorant has come to.
Yeah, that is annoying as all get out. It's like one of those, it's like, yeah, this is a perfect third person on this. It's like, you thought you were done, huh? And again, just going back to it, that 1v1 that Bao wins at Halls right there allows for them to continue to just play off that same post-plant location. So
yeah. All right.
What? Hello?
I think there may be an issue temporarily.
This isn't normal, so...
Do you want to try to cast this?
No, I don't, because that would mean that we have to talk in slow motion, in reverse, in fast forward.
I think Sato's popping off, though.
I mean,
what I've gleaned from this. I think he's going off.
I think so, too. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure we're just watching the replay operator feed right now. Like, I think this round is live. We're just happy to be watching this from the replay operator feed.
Oh, yeah, I think you're on point. Some damage from Vora. That was a good shot. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant, but a nice shot.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, and neither do
Hello?
I. Is this thing on?
Okay. Would you like to see a replay?
Oh, yeah, let's get a oh, wait, okay, so, yep, Sato, he swings, he gets his 2. They clean things up. There we go.
All right, M80 take the round.
All right, back in the game. We got the replay. It was only an eco round. We're back in the game.
Oh, showstopper. Up and over. Sato, good for it. Immediately traded, though. Impact relatively low. Orbital strike also part of that play as recoil finds another. So 4v3. Caillou will spam down with the team. Has now a quick retraction back to the B site, but tower is open for the taking. Good flash. Bao peeking off of it. Yeah, really well done by Bao. And the Razor just to block off another way of entry. 3v2. Tough retake here for TSM, but they do have the Steel Garden if they can find a way to get some space to work with.
That being said, M80 have all 3 ults for all 3 living players at the moment. It's going to be so tough for TSM to even extract any of this recoil. What a peek.
Yeah, Steel Garden does come through. Rolling Thunder cutting across the site. 7. Oof. Yeah, just from this position in Cantina, no way.
That's a wrap. No option but to save. TSM, they are loving going for these north side crunches. That's, what, 2 or 3 times that they've done that already? Just full send. This time using that orbital strike, but just didn't really bear much fruit. And then the rest of M80 just realized over on the south side of the map, we can get into B for free and stuff TSM at the chokes and arcade. Just get that free site. Have all the ults for the post plant.
Okay, so way better for M80. We can say that much than the last time we saw them.
Yeah, it is. It's better than the last time we saw them, and they got destroyed. It's a good start.
And if they win this round, they're on cruise control for this first half. So we'll see if TSM can stand tall. They do have Showstopper, Armageddon, and Steel Garden of their own. So pivotal ultimates here for TSM and what is largely a lot of light armors. Just comes down to the timing of Bora's peak here. Avoids the fault line from his teammate and turns that into a nice clean double, but does not track down Sato. Showstopper feels like overkill, but it connects, so why not? And it's just down to Bao. So TSM perfect here. Only have to spend, and they really didn't have to spend it. Like all they spend is the Showstopper.
Yeah, and at that point, why not, I suppose? Even though you have that advantage with your economy being this low, must-win round, just make sure you can lock it up. Bao alone going to get triple swung, and to wrap on that crucial round for TSM. Stay in this first half at a reasonable pace. Off just a good trap setup play. Vor kind of taking contact there with the stun, and then you have Sim just ready to swing off of it as well if he needs to, out from Generator. Simple, but very effective.
So now we get back to even footing in the economy here again. But again, the ultimate advantage starts to build a little bit for TSM. And are they looking to, again, get aggressive through Dish? Last time they tried this, it did not work all that well. This time it's just a small feel out. A little bit of utility coming out of Caillou before eventually backing away. That was just a flash toss towards Arcade. There were no defenders there, though, so they don't really care too much about that.
Interesting. That was Caillou playing north side alone with a spike. Not gonna lie, kind of a risk given how much TSM loved pushing north side. He could have gotten cooked, but yeah, he just sends out one flash, then meets up with the rest of the team on the south side, just trying to make it seem like they want to put a lot of presence toward arcade, but they don't, and TSM have re-cleared it. There's much movement on the map.
I mean, the thing about this, though, I mean, if you really technically talk about it, M80 get what they wanted. They get the defense to be interested in arcade. But now the problem is they're going to be a little bit late to the party, as TSM are very aware that this is actually an A hit. Unless Bao can find one, this would be very difficult to break through. I mean, the Armageddon could be very disastrous here if M80 try to commit through the smoke. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Bao! Just barely able to get alive. Salvo also avoided. Now the retraction back over towards ropes. Recoil holding nicely. Oh, great support over the top, but doesn't make a difference. Vora has to back off. Stealth drone just trying to stall this. Orbital strike over the top of the site. That actually lands on a 7. Trades are good. M80's still dancing here. 2v2, 13 seconds. You gotta go. Come on, uncovered, unshacked. He will find the final 2.
I'm shocked that it even got that close, I'm gonna be honest. Like you said, they're running into the rotated TSM players over on A, which was a breach, a Tejo, and GMD staring at the smoke with his molly, and they have the Armageddon play into the salvos. My God, it is just a nightmare to try and get out of A main against this comp. But hey, M80 did a pretty good job drawing out the util, repushing sand, decent effort, but that is a tough situation to try to win out, to say the least.
Yeah. I would say appropriate to call the timeout here after 2 very convincing rounds. And again, all that was utilized was just the Armageddon. So we talk about value here for TSM. It's really starting to stack. You still got the Steel Guardian, you still got a Rolling Thunder. That's massive. So yeah, M80 is going to be in a little bit of trouble here with these last couple of rounds remaining, especially considering that their bank is starting to get broken.
Yeah, we might be, I don't want to speak too soon, but we may be approaching the TSM fracture takeover situation.
Yeah,
where they may be a little too good on this map. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. So M80 have been doing a better job than they've done on this map in the past. With some cheese rounds like this.
For real.
The pure cheese.
What did they say? Imitation is the finest form of flattery. A little bit of that.
Yeah, it is a little bit of that. Leviathan should be proud to see them use their little strat that works.
Well, here we go. Sato is just going to jump on for the plant. Going to put the pressure on TSM to come back to this play quickly. Now, Gamon is still on site, so that is troubling as soon as these sky smokes fade, which is soon. A lot of this post line's actually in tunnel right now. Steel Guardian to be called in, giving maybe a chance here for M80 to reset. Rolling Thunder also called, and wow. Yeah, that should surely work. Not much delay tactic besides that aftershock. We've got a special delivery from Okeanos. The Armageddon going to be called in, though. Hold on a second. Maybe there is a chance here for M80 to re-wrap on this. 7 already had it to halfway, though, and that will be enough to finish things off. The salvo is there, but a little bit too late, unfortunately, for M80 fans, as TSM will clean things up, find the kills they need, and get their first lead now in a while.
Yeah, seems like they were under the assumption that the spike had knockout and stuck to half. And if that were the case, I think they would have won the round out, but it was. And so salvos were just a little bit too late to deny getting the other half stuck. Suppose M80 will be maybe content enough with getting a couple ultimates out of the TSM side. A tiny consolation in the round loss. And it was just an eco.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like kind of talking about the bonus round. Like, TSM was fine, kind of mitigating and catching losses. Like, it's just one of those things. You're not looking to win those rounds. You're looking to win these rounds. And Sim's going to get caught for the first time over towards A ramp. I mean, we really have not seen this offensive breakdown yet. And here's the interesting thing about it. A lot of noise is about to be made over towards B at the same time. Thing is, 7 is holding an aggressive angle. That's enough to see that there is some sort of a commitment over here towards drop. But Okeanos catching Vora makes this difficult. Caillou also over towards the backside at the north ropes. Isolation is good. We're re-wrapping the spike to B. And 7's in trouble.
Round where M80 are really able to exploit the fact that TSM have been so willing to walk around the map early, take the fight to them. They slow down after getting that first pick over towards A on Sim, and then are able to just cut off all of those TSM flanks, making it look quite easy. An important round for M80 with their economy very low at the moment.
Yeah. So 7 maybe going to check to see if he can catch some exits over towards the north side of this post plant, which he may be able to find 1 or 2. But for M80, I mean, again, just kind of evaluating and like talking the story from map 1 to map 2. I think what they're doing game plan wise has been really solid. I mean, it's not relying or trying to specifically enable one player or another. It's just good team chemistry coming through. And that's, I mean, to be fair, like that's what you expect to see from a Bridge Tejo and Ray's combination, right? Like if you're trying to play for individuals off that, you're probably not playing the comp as efficiently as possible.
Yeah.
But again, it's just you look across the scoreboard and it's a pretty even battle here from, you know, really individuals as well as the teams.
Yeah, definitely. Feels like they've been putting some work into this map for sure. Looking better than we've seen in the past. I mean, yeah, bear in mind, they are 0-3 at the moment on this map in Challengers this year. If they can beat TSM here, it would be their first win on Fracture, period, against a team that's 2-0 on the map.
Yeah.
It's pretty sick. TSM, I think they've learned their lesson from the prior round. They are playing a bit more slow here. They do not want to overpush.
Yeah, good respect game here. You still have the showstopper for Sim as well, so you want to make sure you can utilize that in case you see pressure, which they deal with the lurker. And look how quickly TSM realized that. If we take care of Bao, the hit's going to be coming the other direction. Showstopper. Sato looking to try to find a way to use it. Probably just going to toss this out blindly towards mid. Not going to connect. Guamon still tucked into corner towards Hall. And he's going to line up 2, make it 3. The showstopper behind that. Absolutely perfect for the retake. And TSM going to go up 6-5 with 1 to play in the half.
Yeah, it's just a great position from GMD. And M80 feeling the pressure of needing to get in fast. Understanding that anyone playing towards B is gunning it to the A site after they pick off their lurk. And because of that haste they needed to play with, things get a little bit messy. They don't really hard clear that corner, and GMD makes it look all too easy.
Okay. I mean, 7-5 is going to feel like a victory still. I think if we're looking at this from TSM's perspective. And the offensive side of this map has not been as good as their defensive side per se, but they didn't really need to have a defensive side versus Winthrop. And then their defensive side was technically stronger versus M80 way back in round 3 in the beginning of February. So, you know, your playbook is still looking pretty solid for TSM on the offensive side. So if you can get to 7, you're feeling pretty solid about your chances of taking this to 3.
Off your feet! All right, Rolling Thunder coming through from underpass, fully clear out the site, give M80 access to tower. We're headed to a full 5-on-5 retake. Or perhaps TSM want to flood back in, just send out that orbital strike on Spike Tap.
Well, there it is. You're going to have to sacrifice the life of B-Dog. He's got nowhere to go. Here comes the full flood. A lot of it coming from right in front of Canteen. Bao is in the way of this, trying to spam, not going to connect. Up top at tower, Sato had one job, not able to follow up with it. Nice on the special delivery. Armageddon now earned off of that, but chasing him down is Guamon. And now it's just down to Caillou, who's just got too much to deal with. I mean, the idea is good for M80, but the proactivity is better from TSM. They just take away the space before M80 have a chance to react.
Yeah, that was really a perfect flood from TSM. Doesn't matter that the spike goes down. They know they're getting that free kill with the stun into the orbital strike. Just way too easy for them. GMD is on fire at the moment. Sitting at the top of the board. Back on map 1, Roy mentioned it on the desk, but TSM, they weren't able to win either pistol round, and the game was still that close.
Yeah.
So maybe they can just cement the lead they're already in with a pistol round win here.
I wouldn't say it's a must-win for M80, but yeah, I think it's one of those, considering the current status of the map, especially with how TSM have put together a large majority of their rounds in a row, 5 of the last 6. You want to just get on the right side of the scoreboard here. but TSM's offense right behind the sonar is going to just make their way up and in towards B. At least that's the attempt. And Sato is stuck inside the razor wires. He's going to have to hold this sky smoke. Spam shots are coming his way, but none of them are landing. Seven still has the freedom to plant them.
B-Dog in the meantime is able to pick one up. Fighting from stairs, M80, they pushed the south side of the map, hoping to pick off a lurker. Wasn't the case, but on the re-wrap back in, they get one. GMD is miles away.
Still finds one, though. Now the pressure towards tower has to come through. Bow cleaning things up now as it goes up the ropes. Whoa, agile and nimble as ever. Come on, now the last one left. They know he's playing from the defensive spawn, and that's a hell of a pistol round from Bow.
Even just adds on the little one tap at the end. Why not? A little flashy kill. Up the rope. It's pretty sick from Bow. B-Dog finding that opener down on stairs as well. Nice retake from M80. I mean, they give up the site essentially for free. They're not playing from arcade, but they get map control elsewhere. And I like that they went very fast as well. Even though GMD gets that kill, they know he's so far away. We just need to fight forward together right now before he can even get back towards the site and support the team.
So now into the anti-eco. And TSM really isn't working with much. A sheriff and a shorty. And you're running right into the waiting arms of Sato with an outlaw. This is the first. Fault line makes life a little bit easier. Yeah, really clean, good help. And that would be a perfect initiation here for M80. Following up by also clearing up the top side of B.
Last player standing.
And yeah, there's just nowhere to go here for TSM.
That is so free, so easy. Trying to look at the ults here. Nothing is snowballed too crazy, aside from Bao has gotten relatively close to the Steel Garden, but
yeah,
unlikely that anything can be used to tip the scales of the bonus round for M80. Just going to come down to trying to get in some close angles with these SMGs. Close the distance, or maybe Sato can find another opening with this outlaw.
All right. Let's see what we get here. TSM on what is essentially the full purchase. A couple light armor still in play. Actually, just one. Looking for a little bit of spam. As there's some pretty heavy focus for M80 to take tree control away. They'll have to track back, though. That means they don't have any B tower control. Salvo to try to stall this out. Sim taking a little bit of damage, but nothing too concerning. Okeanos on site, but unsure if he needs to be watching over towards main or watching towards tower. That molly gives him a little bit of clearance. Sato now working with him, and Okeanos with the stinger going to swap between weapons as the aftershock will push him back. Come on for now 2, make it 3 kills. And just like that, it looked like M80 were going to hold off the play, but Govan gets a free angle from the middle of the map. And now it's just down to Bao.
GMT has been really incredible. Just patient in that smoke. It drops. He finds the 3-piece there. I mean, Bao gets that 1 kill, but should be irrelevant. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah. Ooh, that spam shot was pretty darn close as well. Now getting across here's the tough part.
One enemy
little double peek. Hold on a second.
Ultimate's ready.
Thought about it.
Oh my god.
Thought about it.
That was a pretty insane effort from Bao. He is looking so sharp. A lot of damage dealt. M80 will be content enough with that. Even though it always sucks when you feel like you could have won the bonus and were oh so close, but then you lose and then you have to say, well, good damage. But it is good damage. Definitely going to add up.
Yeah. So now you're into your full purchase. And M80 are going to make the math read and say the outlaw could pack a punch here. So Sato's going to bring that. Steel Garden also part of the play as we saw Bao earn it in that last round. But Sim has kicked us off with a free first blood into Sato. That angle not going to be owned by the scope. And now Vora's to the door trying to maybe break down the display at tower, but stepping through. How about that from B-Dog? Caillou trying to deal with it while also playing a separate angle, but not quite. So now B-Dog's by himself. Good smoke. Does he see the coverage inside of it? Oh, they're right next to each other. It's messy, it's sloppy, and it's recoil into a 2v2.
How's the Steel Garden, though? When that spike goes down, knows that he can rip that, at least get the gun out of one player's hands for free.
Oh!
Spike down B.
Make it a little bit easier now. Nice little snap from the M80 players. Has recoil by himself. Trying to take a wide angle. Not going to happen. And how about Bao and Okeanos holding on to the site from mid? And now we're tied at 8, and the economy is going to flip up a touch here with TSM not able to secure a plant.
It really gets disjointed in that 2v2 for TSM. GMD pushing out of the smoke alone. Recoil trying to cover the flank in tower. Falls apart. M80 take advantage of that mistake just by doubling up. Better fundamentals in that situation. They're taking control of the game now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, of course it's tied, but I mean, you know, control of the game and the fact that they're in the economic lead now.
And the ultimate economy is also going to start to even things up a touch, but again, being able to match and having a general financial bonus is going to feel really solid for M80. TSM, can you create much havoc here, though, in this thrifty round? 2 sheriffs, so look to see what Sim and Recoil want to do in terms of routes. Recoil is the one on the island, so he's just trying to give himself a chance, whereas Sim is the one kind of leading the action forward. He's also one off a showstopper, which could be key. But so far, it's just going to be a walk-on.
No more guards.
Now Sim will drop.
Get that first trade from the missiles.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of space here for TSM to work with. Good flash, though. Wow, that helps out for Gawon to at least be able to make this more interesting. But the problem is 7 still doesn't have a weapon. He's trying to get to one, though. Picks up the rifle, but caught changing weapons. It's Caillou for 4. And another one of those moments, you kind of let it sit in the back of your head. M80 in a couple of different rounds, both here and in the prior map. 3, 4 kills coming out from individuals, and it's led to some hero moments when things start to get tight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, of all the players to pick up the 4K on the anti-eco, you're happy to throw that to Caillou. He was the only one that was far away from an ult for M80. Now they pretty much fully caught up to TSM. Both teams on the cusp of having all 5 ults heading into this pivotal round, which would be worth 2 for M80 if they can get the win here. TSM's economy very low. Sato locking down A with the AWP.
Yeah, this is a very important round here for TSM. A lot of tools either earned or about to be earned. Everyone who doesn't have an ultimate earned up is one away from having one.
You can see off Sato's contact here as well. M80, they're ready to just fault line into the missiles the second he takes a shot.
There's the Armageddon orbital strike combination. Oh my goodness. Wow. How do you deal with how do you deal with that?
I mean, you're just not playing Valorant. You're just getting deep fried, man. You're not even playing the game. Okay, round over in a flash. No money for TSM. M80 are looking pretty good.
I mean, I don't have the words.
You can't do anything. You just can't play. Oh, contact? All right, bet. They're stunned. If they go forward, Armageddon. If they go backwards, orbital strike.
Yeah.
Cool.
If you go forwards, you got operator. Like, it's just unreal.
What can you do? And then to watch their back as well, they had the sheer over at drop with a razor vine next to it. So you can't even get through to try and pinch onto these players while this is happening. I mean, Sim does because he can double satchel with the rocket, but at this point, can't say that's particularly relevant. Yeah, good time for a TSM timeout.
Yeah.
You need that after a BS round like that.
I mean, I think the thing about this timeout, though, Wyatt, like you mentioned, is you figure because of the limited amount of purchase that can come through, TSM are going to have to likely forfeit this round. Or you're not really thinking about this round, but the thing about it is you know what you're going to do in the round after that when you've got every single one of your ultimates ready. So I think you have to be discussing how do we make this round come to life as a potential thrifty. And they're going to call on Sim to pull out a Hero Vandal. You got Cherish or everybody else, and this is going to be as simple as hit your shots, kid.
They want to go. They just want to get Sim over into A main. Temporarily held back by some missiles that were sent out from Okeanos.
Drone going out.
And thing about this is M80 are going to be playing counter ultimate positions pretty much from here on out until you start to see things like the Rolling Thunder come through. Yeah, an attempt was made to try to clear out space here at ropes. But Okeanos, primed and ready for it, takes down 2. And, well, we tried for a little switch up there. Not bad to find a couple of eliminations, but there's nowhere for Kamal to go. So, okay, a couple of repurchases, but all things told, that's not really an issue for M80. But this right here is the game. TSM better have something ready to go for us here.
Absolutely. And Caillou there, getting a kill, going down, doesn't matter either way. He's able to get the Rolling Thunder up, so have that mirror match with ultimates now. First shots from Okeanos. Been having a really great year so far with M80, whether he's playing Initiator, whether he's running the double duelist. Having a great 2025.
Oh, man. Not what you want. Absolutely not what you want right there. To especially lose recoil. So no Steel Garden. M80 owned this angle. Steltron has already cleared everything out towards the bottom side of the map. And now you have to hope and pray that you can find information for 7 to connect onto a Rolling Thunder. Maybe you can combine it with the Orbital Strike and Armageddon to get this round back into grips.
Have to be worried about the flank, which Okeanos has pushed through now, exploiting the fact that recoil is dead. He can just walk right past where that wall, the trip used to be. TSM have so much to be worried about at the moment. As far as the positioning.
Rolling Thunder doesn't really connect onto anybody. Sky smokes are down. Orbital Strike will clear out space at mid. Everyone alive still. Showstopper on the back. Wait, Okeanos. How does he find that Elim? 7 drops. And now you got the defensive Rolling Thunder. This could possibly be the game-winning play right here. TSM are stuck on site. They're surviving. The Armageddon's going to give him a little bit of space, and maybe it finds elimination. But B-Dog, no, he finds him first. Caillou through Canteen, cleans it up. And now TSM are 1 foot out the door. Need a miracle.
It's just that initial confidence from Sato. Not having a phenomenal game, but it didn't slow him down. He still just pushes through the Razor Vine to kill recoil. All of a sudden, that trip watching the south side is gone. Okeanos slowly pushes through, kills 7, who was holding the spike over at B main. It is crumbling for TSM. Who so far this year, again, they haven't lost on Fracture yet. M80 haven't won on this map yet. And at TSM, who had a great season in a state on the verge of going out in the lower bracket.
Well, here we go. A little quick hit from M80, a little heat check out of him. Oh, just a firing line here as TSM have to try to take this fight. There's just nowhere for them to go. Yeah, there's just nowhere to go. Oh, not like this. This TSM squad put up a hell of a fight. Not just through groups, but also in the playoffs. Never a moment that didn't feel like they were a top contender, but luck doesn't quite go your way. You find yourself on the other side of a very hot M80 team that has really done a nice job over the last couple of weeks to get Sato included and incorporated to their roster. And TSM will find themselves out at the same position. This is wild to say out loud. I can't want to say this. The same position as Envy, and it's top 6. Like, how? How did that just happen?
It simply makes no sense. It just does not make any sense that the #1 team and the #2 team have gone out today in the lower bracket. It is so insane. But I love watching this M80 squad, I have to say.
too.
Still, just having brought in Sato, not having much practice, you can see the potential that these guys have. Really excellent showing today. Super impressed, especially that they were able to turn their Fracture around.
Oh, big time. From, again, 1-13 loss. Didn't see any of that today. Tell you what, that's a quick turnaround. Quick turnaround.
So much better.
M80 is looking dangerous. They're going to move on. They're going to have to wait to figure out who exactly they play. Actually, no, they're going to play Cubert Academy next. So, whoa, that's tomorrow. Sheesh. Winners
crazy.
finals followed up by that. Yikes, tomorrow's going to be a fun one. But don't go anywhere. We're going to head off to a brief break, bring the desk back to give us the final thoughts on the day, and we'll be back for more tomorrow. See you in a minute.
go the distance, and M80 said absolutely no way. They're going to take the win on Fracture and therefore be moving along one more step in our lower finals after a 2-0 victory. I mean, Dan, going into this, it was a pretty tough loss M80 had to bounce back from, but they made it look easy.
That was really nice, actually, for M80. The casters were talking about it. The way that they recover on a map that looked like it was just cooked. Like nothing was going to work after we saw that 13-1 on that last week. So it's a good recovery from them. I like the little things that they were bringing, especially into that first half. But I think it was towards the end, grabbing some momentum to close it out because it was 7-7, 8-8. You really didn't know if TSM was going to take the advantage at some point and be able to hold on to it. But it was M80 on the other side who grabbed it. So it's nice to see. This is the M80 that we've been wanting to watch since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, it really does feel like TSM might have been baited by M80's last performance on this map because the way M80 looked like today was insane. They're very drilled. They had really sick trap setups towards the A main. They had clear ideas of how to work the map, and I think most importantly, they had ways to like manipulate the meta by having the Raze opting towards B site instead of having the Brimstone constantly jiggling from Canteen. Overall, I really do feel like M80 came extremely prepped for this map, and the fact that TSM won a pistol and M80 still looks so dominant is a statement in itself that M80 is most definitely out for revenge and they're out for blood.
And as soon as they started really showing that discipline, it was tough for TSM to contend again. And even looking near like the tail end of that match, it kind of just seemed like it was M80 all the way. They could do no wrong. Dan was even over on the desk trying to caster curse it a little bit just for fun, right? But like M80 looked infallible at that point.
I mean, look, I'm happy with the result that we got for M80. I think if they were gonna win, this is what we need to see from teams. Sure, it's not, you know, like the 13-1 that happened to them. It's not the 13-6, a 13-8 on the second map. And moving forward in this lower bracket, you need to close out these series as fast as you can, give it the least amount of info as well on the other side. So there's a lot of things that played into how M80 have been playing, and I'm happy with what they did. I feel like they were able to adapt. They had the time to recover. And this is something that we mentioned at the beginning of the day as well. The coaching staff, the staff that M80 has, I feel like it's a big part of why we're seeing these cool set plays. Sado as well, that is waking up, that is playing really nice, that's getting a lot of first kills. I think he ends up today with 10 first kills. So more and more every time with the support that everybody's giving this guy and everybody else.
It's really nice to see, especially at this point in playoffs when it is the slower bracket, when, well, the one series lost and that's elimination. To be able to see everything come together has definitely been a treat. And speaking of treat, we have none other than Sato on the line for the post-match interview. So let's head over to that, hear a couple of words. Hello, welcome to North America. Welcome to just this win. Sato, how are you doing?
Thank you. It's been pretty good. I mean, it's good to finally be here. I had some visa issues. I had like a doppelganger playing in my place until now, but I'm here.
I'll get to the series in a minute, but I first want to ask about the adjustments, especially to coming onto a team so late in the season, having to then also move and everything else. Like, how has that whole process been for you?
Yeah, it's been pretty fun. Difficult as well, you know, moving around. This is actually not the place where I first moved in. I had to move in yesterday, and I feel like the visa issues kind of slowed us down. But I feel like now we're in a good way to win this tournament.
Even just moving stuff as of yesterday, that's incredible then to should be able to show up so big, especially at such a late point in the playoffs. And I want to know too, I mean, you popped off during Ascension. We have been so excited for you to play in North America. And of course, you're the star duelist the team's been waiting for. Did you feel any pressure then coming onto this team with so much expectations of your arrival?
Yeah, I feel like it's normal to feel that kind of pressure, especially because I'm an import from another region, and there's a lot of eyes on me, especially from people that are from Brazil. But I feel like my team is a really nice place to be at. Like everyone's really nice to me, and they've been giving me like full support, and I think that's the reason why we are able to display such a good match today.
Glad to hear that it's just a great support system all around. And let's talk about this series. So it's a 2-0 victory. I want to talk about this map of Fracture because last time you guys played it, it was a very different result, and it was a little worrying when we saw the map veto. So I want to know the biggest turnaround then going into today to get a pretty strong win.
I feel like the past fracture that we played against Shopify didn't really show anything about us in that particular map. I feel like we entered that match feeling kind of cold, and and it basically showed that we cannot play if we're not locked in, if we're not ready. And we talked a lot. There was a lot of discussion around that, but for today's match, we all came concentrated and focused, and we're not gonna let that happen again.
I'm glad to hear. And I want to talk about how you're feeling then for tomorrow's match, because still a lot of Valorant. You're up against Cubert Academy, one of the best teams that we have. How are you feeling going into that?
I'm feeling very confident. I feel like with this team, every single match is a learning opportunity, and we keep growing and growing every time we play. So I feel like tomorrow is going to be even better.
Looking forward to it. I'll make sure you get some rest before the big match tomorrow. Sato, congrats on the win. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so helpful. I love to hear the support system for the team. It was something that the other players have talked about. Like, yeah, we want to get him integrated support, and to hear that support from Sato himself, Roy, is really nice.
Yeah, I think I think he's talking about support on so many different layers, right? Support in terms of like outside of game stuff, inside of game stuff. I'm sure there's a lot of stress and there's a lot of like accommodations that he probably needed, obviously being here solo. So I'm really happy, but I'm not surprised to see that level of support coming in from an organization like M80. But it's really nice to hear from him. He's very well spoken, and I'm excited to see their growth that he's talking about.
Yeah, really, really sweet interview as well. And I think it's crazy because you see his luggage in the back. Just he said he moved in yesterday. What do you mean? Oh my God. That is just some of the things that players that move into the US have to deal with, moving out, adapting to a completely new system, to new teammates, to a new language, like so many things. And on top of that, he's moving now. He said that he moved in twice and he's performing like that and he's winning these matches. Like it's great to see Sato here.
He's really just had the cards stacked against him at every point in the road, and still being able to show up, still being able to put on a performance on like any duelist has been really, really nice. So I'm excited to then see tomorrow, if considering he just moved yesterday. So yeah, had to be quick, let him go get his rest. But talking about the matches tomorrow, I cannot wait. Hearing too the power level that M80 talks about, and that fact that it could be higher, they still have more to prove. Ooh, that is so exciting. So we get to see that conclude, as we'll get to see our first lower final finalists as well. Roy will be taking a journey back up to the upper bracket as Shopify Rebellion Black could go up against the ultimate underdog in Winthrop University.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of things to prove, I mean, Winthrop University has defeated some of the best teams in this league pretty handedly, and now they're trying to do it again. If they can defeat Shopify Rebellion Black, they would have officially done the trifecta of defeating these teams. And ultimately, if they do it, then there's really no more doubt and no more questions about their validity as a top team in this league.
And at this point, there should be no questions, right? Because how many teams do they have to win against? I mean, essentially every single one. That's why they're the Team 1 of Tier 2, guys. Oh, yeah. But that's tomorrow is going to be so good because now we're down to these 4 teams that Shopify Rebellion Black, we knew that they were going to perform pretty good. We didn't really know if it was going to be through the upper bracket. Winthrop University, I feel like, continues to be, as we just talked about, that surprise. And then Cubert and M80, a couple people surprised that NV lost today against Cubert Academy. So there's, no matter what, it feels like in one way or another, we're going to see these crazy like fan bases and upsets. No matter what way it goes, I feel like at this point, so many people are on the side of Winthrop of, okay, they won a few matches. Now I'm bored. I want to see if they make it to the grand finals, if they're the first team to make it to the grand finals and playoffs. Now, will they do it? I mean, who knows?
The fact that there's a chance, considering how late they qualified into everything, just the most props to this team and everyone else. But how much all of these teams have scaled up throughout the playoffs has been so exciting. So I cannot wait to get into tomorrow's matches. But unfortunately, that is it from us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Production for crushing it. You too as well. And the casters. Make sure to come back for tomorrow for some absolutely amazing matches. And good luck in your ranked games. Until then, we'll see you.
See what we get as the execute towards A is underway. Paranoias will exchange hands, and Game Zero once again falls for first blood. Huge first for Cubert's defense.
They've rotated here so fast, but still the superior weaponry is probably going to come out on top.
Another triple stack up high. Yeah, nice from Ion. Just clicking heads as soon as they pop over the crest of the ramp, leaving Ridux by himself. And he is a tough choice to make here. Can't quite lock on to Exeter's head over.
It's hilarious how long Tino was just waiting on me. He knew Inspire was there the whole time. But it just didn't matter. I mean, he only had was like a sheriff, I think, but it is just so funny, yet I know how frustrating that must be to be like, this guy is seriously still behind us. He's still...
Ion will just back up, allow this start cover to try to give some separation to Kane, but no, he's been affected by the fault line, and he will be, whoa, that should be dealt with. Not yet. Double tap's gonna get reset, finds that. Can't snap the link, gonna get the shield back again, but it doesn't make a difference! Whoa, Kane's there! Aftershock across, shock dart there as well. Ton of flooders, but Kane's there, does take down one, decoy all the way in. Whoa, Redux through the smoke, it with the connected. How about the follow-up, just spamming it down? You can try to push forward, you can try to take our weapons, but we're right here, we're not gonna let you do that.
I love that from T-Dog. The second that Stinger was dasher onto Ion, Extra wants to get in support with a flash.
Ion's in trouble though, he does stay alive behind this Aftershock. Salvo to try to clear the site, but honestly, that doesn't really land maybe where it's fully intended to. Doesn't make a difference though. The player's stuck on site. Still have to hold and fight back, and now it's just down to Extra from inside. Inspire's rotating over. Scuba though up top. There's the edge, and now it's just down to Inspire. 1v3 situation, and they know exactly where he's at. The kill's there. The crossfire setup is perfect. Showstopper. Sato looking to try to find a way to use it. Probably just going to toss this out blindly towards mid. Not going to connect. Lamont still tucked in the corner towards Hall. And he's going to line up two, make it three. The showstopper behind that. Absolutely perfect for the
stage one prior to playoffs. On the verge of going out in the lower bracket.
Well, here we go. A little quick hit from M80. A little heat check out of him. Oh, just a firing line here as TSM have to try to take this fight. There's just nowhere for them to go. Yeah, there's just nowhere to go. Oh, not like this. This TSM squad put up a hell of a fight. Let's see what we get.